Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Lost in the Dimensional Gap and Became Louise's Familiar Part 3. Before we start, please go support BlackRedZX for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 25, New Skills and an Unexpected Appearance. Everyone looked at Issei's new armor more than surprised. After all, a great power could be felt coming from it, while releasing a certain pressure that they had already felt before when Issei first used Ayanami, so some could only swallow in nervousness, as a murderous aura could be felt around Issei, which made everyone more than nervous, especially the leaders, since although that aura was heavy, they realized that even that aura could hurt God. Barakiel, since when does Issei have that power? Surzex, I don't know, but the aura that Issei is releasing must be from the God Slayer. Michael, it's true, it's an aura that even a god couldn't take lightly. Barakiel, it really is surprising, but to what extent is Issei strong at the moment? Surzex, we'll find out now. Surzex said as they turned their attention to Issei, who was still looking at the hero faction, who had more than serious faces seeing the aura that Issei was releasing at this moment, while Issei only sighed at the information about the armor that he obtained thanks to the Mark of Gandalf, since now he knew the abilities of this armor, and others that he did not know. Issei, well, if you don't come, I'll go. Issei shouted as he stomped on the ground with great force, cracking it by force, while Drake said, Drake, Star Sonic Booster. Hearing that, everyone was even more surprised to see that Issei's speed had suddenly increased, causing everyone to lose sight of him, and when everyone realized, Issei was behind a member of the hero faction who had silver hair, who couldn't react in time to Issei's attack, while Drake said, Drake, Solid Impact Booster. Drake said as Issei's fist grew, as did his strength, as he received a direct hit on the boy's back, who did not resist the blow that shattered his entire back into pieces while his entire body was buried in the ground, which left everyone speechless except Chow Chow, since he could not react in time. So he had a look of surprise on his face as he screamed, Chow Chow, Greg, let's get you out of here. Chow Chow shouted to the boy with glasses who was next to him. After all, Issei's strength was something that Chow Chow could not take lightly now. After all, he was sure that he could not do anything against that at the moment. While Greg acknowledged and activated a magic circle, a voice was heard behind him, leaving everyone speechless. Divide, 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 divide. Everyone upon hearing that turned around as the magic circle created by Grog weakened until it disappeared, but when everyone saw what was behind Grog, they were speechless, since behind Grog was flying a small white dragon. Barakiel, what the hell is that? Surzex, I don't know, but it seems that little dragon can use Valia's split power. Michael, and he's not the only one. He said, looking at Issei as well as the other leaders being surprised, and that there were more small dragons behind Issei who remained calm about the situation, while saying, Issei, whatever you do, I won't let you escape. Issei said while Chow Chow and his two companions tensed, since Issei had already killed two of their companions, but he had done it without them even being able to do anything to defend themselves. But in that, the only girl in Chow Chow's group moved her sword, while a dragon made of swords appeared on her back, which attacked Issei with its mouth, trying to bite him. Issei, interesting. Issei said as he disappeared and then appeared above the dragon while hitting it on the back with great force, destroying it, which surprised the girl, while Issei disappeared from her sight again for a few seconds, and then reappeared behind the girl, while his fist approached her, which she knew she couldn't survive that. But before Issei could even hit her, Chow Chow appeared and stopped Issei's fist with the true Longinus, or tried to stop it, since he and the girl were dragged by the force of the blow until they managed to stop after crawling a few meters. Chow Chow, are you okay, Jean? Jean, yes, but I don't think we can beat him. Greg, I think the same. He said, coming to the side while trying to breathe normally, since his magic was about to end after being divided by the little dragon. Greg, I think I can get us out of here if you buy me enough time. Chow Chow, I see. Well, I'm going to distract him while he tries to create a magic circle that will get us out of here. Jean, if one of those white dragons gets close to Grog, destroy it. Both, hi. They said as they prepared to escape, while Issei, who was watching them, sighed as he said with great seriousness to Chow Chow, Issei, Do you really think you'll be able to find time for your friends? Chow Chow, I don't know that unless I try, right? Chow Chow said as he gathered power in the spear and attacked Issei, who moved to dodge the slash. After all, he had the pawns inside him because he was now part demon, and the spear could hurt him if it hit him. After all, that spear was a weapon designed to kill demons, so he had to be careful of it. Issei, if that's what you want, go ahead, Issei said as he moved away from Chow Chow a little while putting his arms in an X shape and then lowering them with force while two sword blades came out of his wrists, which surprised Chow Chow since both blades were different, since the one on the right was black with a silver edge while the blade on the left was a green and blue color. They were clearly Derflinger and Ayanami. Derflinger. While this is the first time you use me using my third form, Issei, Derflinger said in Issei's mind, who just smiled since it was true, but on the other hand this was the second time he would use Ayanami in a fight, and now there was not much risk of losing control like in the past, so he was calmer. Ayanami. Listen carefully, Issei. I will let you wield me when you need my power, but only in cases where the situation requires it, understand? Ayanami said as Issei agreed. After all, the last thing he wanted was to anger Ayanami, so he could only accept what she told him while he stood on guard as the mark of Gandalf glowed. Ayanami. I forgot to tell you something important, Issei. All God Slayers have a special ability that gives us a great advantage in battle depending on how you use it. But by absorbing another God Slayer, apart from obtaining all their power, we obtain their abilities, so you know what that means, right? Ayanami said while Issei could only be surprised, since if they had a unique skill and they obtained another when they absorbed another, that could only mean that Ayanami had 25 special skills. Issei. You're kidding, right? Ayanami. Why would I lie about that? Also, why do you think they call us God Slayer? Because the skills we have can put a god or whoever we face at a great disadvantage, plus you used one to come here, Ayanami said, surprising Issei since that meant that what she used to come to his world was one of the 25 skills that Ayanami possessed. But the question that Issei had was, what was Ayanami's true strength? Since she said that she was on par with Ophis, who was in the top 10 of the most powerful, being in second place only surpassed by Great Red and Trihexa, and if Ayanami and Ophis faced each other, who of the two would win? In addition, Ayanami had several skills that no one knew about. So if the skills she used before was amazing, how were the others? Issei thought in surprise. Issei. Then will you let me use them? Ayanami. If I want you to defeat that damn Samuel, you must learn to use them, so it's okay, Ayanami said, surprising Issei, who just smiled while Ayanami told him some of the skills she had, surprising the brown-haired man since those skills were ridiculously beneficial in a fight. So he looked at Chow Chow and said, Issei, Chow Chow, it would be better if you and your friends stopped thinking about escaping, since it would be impossible for you and you know that, Issei said seriously, while Grorg and Jean were upset to hear what Issei said. While Grorg tried to create a magic circle to transport them, but when he did so the circle only flickered, which left Grorg surprised. Jean, what's wrong? Grorg, TSK, the Security's aura is too strong, it's preventing him from creating a portal, so it's impossible to leave now unless he returns to his base state, he said, while Chow Chow and Jean became serious, since that meant that they had to exhaust Issei's energy so that he would return to his base state and be able to escape. So they just looked at each other while nodding. Chow Chow, Jean and I will attack and you, Greg, will cover us, Chow Chow said as the other two agreed as they prepared themselves. Grorg created a magic circle and fired a large amount of magic power that was directed at Issei, who only lowered Ayanami a little and then raised her while absorbing the magic power released by Grorg. Issei, that attack won't do any harm to me. Chow Chow, then this is it, Chow Chow said, appearing behind Issei as the tip of the true Longingu glowed, which surprised Issei as he moved, dodging the attack while saying, Issei, interesting, you can move like that so well, then I'm going to get serious, Issei said as the tip of the true Longinus collided strongly with Ayanami's blade, causing several sparks to come out from the clash. But in that, another dragon made of swords out of nowhere attacked Issei from behind, but Issei, without looking at him, moved his right hand while the Derflinger blade stretched out, coiling the dragon of swords until destroying it, and in that instant several magic attacks were directed at Issei, who did not move while the small dragons moved and protected Issei, and before the magic attacks touched Issei a scream was heard. Reflect. While all the magic attacks changed their course and now all the attacks were directed at Grorg, who was surprised to see that while he created a magic circle to defend himself from his own attacks. Chow chow, but what? Issei, this is one of Albion's abilities. I got it after taking some of his power, and then creating my own version of the dividing. Issei said while Chow Chow was surprised, so he quickly walked away from Issei, who seeing that sighed while saying, Issei, reload on fire. Issei said as a crimson aura surrounded him for a few seconds while a magic circle appeared behind him for a few seconds before it disappeared. At that moment Issei's speed increased out of nowhere so much that Issei disappeared from the sight of everyone who was watching, since that speed had surpassed what he had shown before, and in that Chow Chow reappeared behind him surprised, who had a more than surprised look while several wounds were seen all over his body where large amounts of blood came out, while the blades of Derflinger and Ayanami had blood stains on them which left everyone surprised. Michael, what just happened? Barakiel, I don't know. Out of nowhere Issei disappeared and reappeared. Surzex, if I couldn't follow it with my gaze, when that magic circle disappeared, so did Issei's presence. The leaders said in surprise upon seeing that technique, but then someone landed next to them, so they turned around and saw Azazel with a serious face, which did not surprise them since they had told him that Issei had returned and was fighting against the hero faction. Azazel, well, I'm glad you told me what happened before I arrived, because just by seeing that I can say that I didn't understand what my eyes just saw. I only know that Issei is on a new level. Azazel said while the others could only nod at what he had said since they had never seen that skill in their lives, in addition to the fact that that skill could kill someone without that person realizing how they died. Clearly, Issei had held back in that attack, which did not surprise them since they knew that Issei was going to torture Chow Chow for attacking his friends. Chow Chow, what the hell was that? Chow Chow said, having several wounds on his body, and he couldn't even see or feel him until Issei appeared again, and only said, Issei, there's no point in telling me you since you're not going to survive this day. Chow Chow. Issei said while Chow Chow was surprised to hear it, while Jean and Grorg stood next to Chow Chow to try to protect him. Issei, seeing that, he smiled as he said, Issei, it's time for you guys to die now. Issei said as a pair of cannons came out of his back, surprising everyone as both cannons began to charge, which caused Chow Chow to get more nervous than he already was, but before he did anything a loud noise was heard. Drake Thunder Blast Booster, said Drake, while a large amount of energy was fired by the cannons towards the hero faction, who could not even dodge the attack, so Chow Chow as a last resort quickly took out a flask and drank its contents while all his wounds healed in an instant, while he tried to cut the torrent of energy using the tip of the true Longinus, which shone brightly. Since he did not have the time to activate the balance of the true Longinus while both collided, but not even a second passed when Chow Chow began to be dragged by the torrent of energy, since it seemed that the true Longinus seemed to be unable to cut the energy launched by Issei, which was enhanced with a small part of Ayanami's power, which surprised Chow Chow, but at that same instant the tip of the true Longinus began to shine with great force, which surprised everyone, and at that instant the true Longinus began to absorb the energy launched by Issei, which left everyone surprised but the chestnut. Issei, but what? Issei said, surprised to see that the true Longinus was absorbing his power, and he was not the only one, since everyone was surprised to see that, while Ayanami frowned for a few seconds before putting on a surprised face while saying to Issei, Ayanami, Issei, don't keep releasing more power. Ayanami shouted out of nowhere, which surprised Issei as he stopped his attack, since he had the intention of destroying Chow Chow using that power, but upon hearing what Ayanami said at that moment he was surprised, while the true Longinus absorbed the rest of the torrent of power. Issei, Drake, is that normal? Drake, it is not. Drake said in surprise, while Issei put on a serious face, since with just those words he knew that it was nothing normal, so he became serious since absorbing that energy was more than impossible. But then Ayanami's voice appeared. Ayanami, who would have thought? Well, you never know what will happen on the battlefield. Well, now listen, Issei. Pay close attention, because you will see something that only a few people can see in their lives. Ayanami said seriously but at the same time excited. That was something that left Issei more than surprised since it was the first time Ayanami did that, but he was more surprised with what happened next since out of nowhere a light surrounded the true Longinus that blinded everyone for a few seconds, which surprised Issei since he had a déjà vu. Since he had been through this once, and when the light ended the true Longinus had another form. Everyone present was more than surprised to see her since now the spear released an aura that some of those present had already felt before. But Issei, since that aura was very similar to the one he felt several times when he was near Ayanami, which meant one thing while the spear once again shone brightly. Issei, wait, is that Ayanami? If you are correct, Issei, now let me introduce you to the God Slayer who occupies the third place in the ranking of the 5 God Slayers that still remain, the Spear of Devastation, Elizabeth. Ayanami said as the light became weaker until it disappeared, and as it did so everyone was in shock as in front of Cao Cao was a girl standing who had armor that made her look quite powerful. Everyone had their eyes wide open at the sight of her, as they could all feel a great power coming from her which left them all speechless. After all, they could all feel how the presence of that girl subdued them, who looked around until her gaze stopped on Cao Cao, who had become nervous at the sight of her while saying, "Cao Cao, didn't you say that you would only help me when my life was on the brink of death?" Cao Cao said while the girl was in front of him looking at him seriously while saying simply, "Elizabeth, if I hadn't intervened you would already be dead. Besides, there was an energy in that attack that is familiar to me," she said seriously to Cao Cao, who was surprised as well as the others since they all had a thought in their minds, but at the same time Azazel knew why Cao Cao wanted to face Issei. At that the girl turned to look at Issei for a few seconds before frowning and saying, "Elizabeth, the aura you release is familiar to me. Who are you?" Elizabeth said seriously, which surprised Issei, but before he said anything a light appeared in front of him, and then disappeared, revealing Ayanami, who had a serious face. "Ayanami, I pretended you were hiding there, Elizabeth," Ayanami said as Elizabeth was surprised to see Ayanami for a few moments before putting on a serious face. "Elizabeth, Ayanami, I thought I would never see you again," he said with great seriousness as he released a killer instinct that made everyone more than nervous, while Ayanami continued normally as if it didn't affect her in the slightest while saying, "Ayanami, I say the same thing, so that human is your carrier, huh? Elizabeth, you could say that he is. After all, he only helped him because he woke me up from my dream a few months ago, although it is strange that you have an Ayanami carrier after what happened," Elizabeth said while everyone was more than nervous after everything. At this moment 2 God Slayers were face to face, releasing a heavy killing attempt as they spoke, and the words Elizabeth said everyone surprised except Issei, who already knew why. "Ayanami, that doesn't interest you, Elizabeth, does it?" "Elizabeth, I couldn't care less about that, just that he asked me if he knows what we call the remaining God Slayers, Ayanami," Elizabeth said with a slight smile on her face, while Ayanami's gaze became colder, while her killing instinct became stronger, which surprised everyone, but Elizabeth smiled seeing that. "Elizabeth, oh, so you don't know? Well, tell me, boy, what's your name?" he said, ignoring Ayanami as he turned his gaze to Issei, who was somewhat surprised by the sudden question, while Cao Cao said, "Cao Cao, his name is Hyoudou Issei, the current Security, the strongest that exists or will exist in the past, present or future according to the Infinity Dragon Office Aurorobos," he said as Elizabeth turned to look at Cao Cao for a few seconds before returning her gaze to Issei, who became nervous upon feeling Elizabeth's gaze upon him, which she said, "Elizabeth, so Issei, huh? Your Fufa asked me what Ashura would say about this," Elizabeth said mockingly, while Ayanami put on a serious face upon hearing that name, while Issei was confused upon hearing it. "Issei Ashura? Elizabeth, didn't Ayanami tell you? I'm not surprised. Tell me, Issei, do you know how many God Slayers are left?" "Issei, I only know that there are 5 left." "Elizabeth, wrong, since now there are only 4 God Slayers left after Ayanami killed Ashura, the most powerful God Slayer that existed since he occupied the first place in the ranking of the 5 God Slayers," Elizabeth said as Issei was stunned upon hearing that Ayanami killed the first one. That was something he didn't expect, and the first one was called Ashura, which Ayanami didn't mention, but Issei never expected the following. "Elizabeth, and you know what's worse? It's that Ayanami and Ashura were a couple." Elizabeth said while Issei was in complete shock upon hearing that, since he never thought that Ayanami and Ashura were a couple. And if that were not enough, Elizabeth had said that Ayanami had killed him? That was something that Issei found hard to believe, so he looked at Ayanami, who only had a serious but calm face, as if Elizabeth's words did not affect her in the slightest. Issei, is that true? Issei asked with doubts to Ayanami, who didn't say anything while Issei remained silent, since he still had doubts, but it seemed that Ayanami wouldn't say anything. On the other hand, Elizabeth just shook her head, while saying, Elizabeth, well, whether you believe me or not is up to you, but now it would be better if we go, he said as a magic circle appeared out of nowhere on the ground, which surprised Issei, as that could only mean one thing, so he was going to move, but Ayanami's voice stopped him. Ayanami, if you think you are capable of defeating Elizabeth, attack, Ayanami said seriously as she returned inside Issei, which surprised him since it seemed that Ayanami had no intention of fighting at this moment, as well as Elizabeth, who upon seeing that Ayanami returned inside Issei's side at the same time that Cao Cao said to Issei, Cao Cao, Hyoudou Issei, next time I will defeat you, so you better be prepared. Issei, HMP, you are very aware now that you have Cao Cao protection, but that does not mean that you are a coward, since even if I kill 2 of your companions, you will not do anything to avenge them, Issei said as Cao Cao was shocked by Issei's words before putting on an annoyed face and then looking at Elizabeth and saying, Cao Cao, Elizabeth, help me kill Hyoudou Issei now, he said as everyone was surprised to hear that, while Elizabeth only had a calm face upon hearing that, while she sighed and said, Elizabeth, I am not your servant to go around fulfilling your whims, Cao Cao, besides if Ayanami does not intervene, I will not do it either, Elizabeth said calmly, which surprised everyone as a light surrounded her, and she returned to her true Longinus form that Cao Cao took and looked at Issei angrily. Cao Cao, next time we meet I will defeat you, Cao Cao said as he disappeared with his team through the magic circle, which annoyed Issei while deactivating his armor. Issei, no, next time we see each other I'm going to kill you, Issei said seriously while he only thought about what Elizabeth had said. It was true, but that was something he wouldn't know until Ayanami spoke, so he could only wait. But before he turned around he was taken by the shoulders by Azazel, who was more than nervous. Azazel, are you okay? Issei, huh? Yes, I am. Sirzex, that's good, although I have doubts about what happened. I only know that another god slayer appeared, he said, arriving with Michael and Barakiel, who like Azazel were nervous, which seemed strange to Issei. Issei, yes, but there won't be a problem since it seems that Cao Cao can't control her since they don't have an agreement between them yet. Michael, and you? Michael asked as they had doubts about whether Issei could already control Ayanami, or at least they had some agreement between them. Issei, me? Well, I reached an agreement, but I don't want to give details of that, Issei said while the leaders just confirmed, since they did not want Issei's God Slayer to turn against them, since just by seeing what happened they knew that the God Slayers had their own consciousness, so they did not want to turn her against them. In that the girls began to run to where Issei was, who smiled when he saw them, but in that Azazel took a hair from Issei which bewildered the brunette, while Azazel put him inside a small device that he had in his hands which only flashed between green and red. Issei, what is that? Azazel, this? It's nothing you have to worry about, Azazel said as he watched the lights flicker as Sirzex, Michael and Barakiel looked at him with great enthusiasm. At that the light turned red, which brought a big smile to the leaders, which made Issei nervous for some reason. At the same time in the distance Kiba was arranging some beach chairs and some popcorn and drinks, which Issei noticed, but before he asked Azazel said, Azazel, Issei, you're not a virgin anymore, right? Azazel asked, surprising Issei, who turned around to see the girls who were about to arrive with him, so he said, Issei, I'm not anymore, but don't say anything, understand? I don't want to die yet, Issei said nervously. After all, he knew that the girls would kill him if they found out about that. Azazel, sure, trust us, we won't give anything away, right guys? He said as he looked at the other leaders, who nodded with smiles on their faces, which made Issei nervous. Before he asked why they were smiling, out of nowhere the leaders had speakers in their hands as they shouted, Leaders, Hyoudou Issei is no longer too virgin. The leaders shouted as they ran to where Kiba was. At the same time, Akuja and Asmodeus arrived, and Kiba told them something that made him smile as they sat in the chairs like Azazel, Surzex, Michael, and Barakiel, while they drank their popcorn and drinks. Azazel: I waited a long time for this. Surzex: me too. Barakiel: I hope he suffers more than us. Kiba: I doubt Issei-kun will survive. Akuja: it's true. Asmodeus: zzzzzzzzzzz. Michael: do you think it's okay that only we see it? Gasper and Zeoticus are missing. Azazel: it's true, that's why I brought this. He said, taking out a video camera while turning it on and putting on 3D glasses like everyone else, while Issei was more than surprised to see that, and before he asked them why they had shouted that, he remembered the feelings he had felt before, so he knew instantly that this was the boys' revenge for what they suffered with the girls. Issei: but what sons of hitches? Drake: true, but it is true that their revenge is more than justified. After all, nobody wants to see an angry woman, so they must have suffered a lot. Drake said as Issei nodded, and before he said anything he felt a huge chill run up his spine, so he slowly turned around only to see that all the girls had their heads down, while their hair covered their eyes as they released such a sinister and dark aura of death that made Issei turn pale at the sight. Rias: Issei, tell me, is what Oni-sama said true? Issei: well. Issei said nervously as the girl's murderous aura increased, causing Issei to gasp in terror at the sight. Akino: era, so Issei-kun is no longer a virgin, that is bad. Issei: that's it. Issei said as the girl's aura turned terrifyingly macabre, which made Issei unable to breathe. Asia: Issei-san, you are so cruel. I think you need punishment for not controlling your lust. Zenobia: it's true, after all Issei did something bad. Irina: right, we have to give Issei-san a divine punishment. The girls said as Serfal and Rosways confirmed, which caused Issei to turn pale with terror as he watched the girls wait to walk towards him. Drake: and it was at this moment that Hyoudou Issei felt true terror. Drake said while laughing, since he would not deny that he wanted to see the beating, not the massacre that the girls would do to Issei. After all, he wanted to have his revenge for Issei singing him the Ape Dragon song. Issei: Drake, stop messing around and help me if you don't want me to tell Tiamat all the stupid things you did to me. Issei said as he gulped in nervousness at the thought of a furious Tiamat, so he sighed. Drake: fine, I'll help you. Issei: well, Drake, how high is the probability that he will survive? Drake: survive? Haha, you'll be lucky if you're whole after the beating of your life. Drake said as Issei got nervous hearing it, so he sighed as he said seriously. Issei: I'll use that, Drake. Issei said, surprising Drake, who wiped his ears to see if he had heard correctly, but realized that Issei was serious about what he said. Drake: are you crazy? You want the universe to explode? You know that's a forbidden technique. Drake said worriedly, while Issei just smiled bitterly, since the probability of that technique killing him was high, but there was no other option. Issei: I lost, but there is no other option. Issei said seriously, while Drake only sighed at his partner's decision, since he would also be affected by the technique for what he said. Drake: if we survive this, I will tell Tiamat that I want a child. Issei: I think the same, Drake. If I manage to survive this, I will mark all the girls as mine. Issei said as a tear fell down both of their cheeks as they activated a deadly technique that could save or kill them, while a light surrounded Issei, surprising everyone including the girls who were about to hit Issei, but when the light disappeared, Issei's voice was heard. Issei: Hyoudou Issei reporting. Drake, and his partner Drake at his side, said a shorter version of Issei dressed as a soldier with a helmet on his head and a rifle on his shoulder while giving a military salute, and a chibi version of Drake dressed as a nurse dog at his side, which left all the girls surprised and Tiamat seeing Drake's appearance, while all the girls screamed. Girls, kayawa how kawaii. They shouted as they hugged shorter version of Issei, while Tiamat similarly hugged Drake with all her might. Issei: matey soldier in trouble wa. Issei Shota said as the girls fought to hug him, while Tiamat hugged Drake, while the leaders spit out their drinks, and Kiba choked on his popcorn. Azazel: damn Issei, that's cheating. Azazel shouted as he stood up from his chair and forcefully threw the camera to the ground where it broke, while Azazel began to step on it to vent his anger. Sirs, Holy Mother Issei, why are you doing that at a time like this? Akuja, your bucking mother, where was the massacre? Both mouths shouted angrily since they never thought that this was going to end this way. Kiba, Issei-kun, you're a bastard for doing that to save yourself from being beaten by the girls. Kiba said as he held his hair in anger, as he fell to his knees as Barakil screamed. Barakil, but how the hell did Issei know that a woman can't resist damn Shota? Barakil shouted angrily while Michael sat in a fetal position surrounded by a depressive aura as he answered Barakil's question. Michael, that's elementary since it's the same with a man when it comes to a loli. Michael said while crying since he wanted justice to be done for the beatings they received, but that would not happen now that Issei was a Shota and Asmodeus, well, he was still asleep. Asmodeus, zzzzzzzzzzz. All the boys shouted more than annoyed while Issei enjoyed the attention of the girls. After all, he had missed them, and now that he had their attention, why not take advantage of the current situation? Chapter 26. A show of power and an unexpected invitation. All the boys had more than sad faces since the massacre they were waiting to see did not happen, for the reason that Issei was already more than prepared for that, which left them speechless, so they felt depressed at the same time that Sun Wukong walked towards them and told them. Wukong, why those faces? He said calmly as the boys said what happened before and what they expected now, which left old Sun Wukong more than surprised as he smoked his pipe. Wukong, I see. Well, if it were me, I think I would have expected the same thing, but seeing that would make me feel more than depressed. The old man said as he watched Yulong's fight and as he approached along with Saji's body, who was unconscious, as well as the body of the Yukai leader Yasaka, who was also unconscious. Yulong, what did I miss? Said the dragon while Sun Wukong told him what happened, which surprised Yulong, who turned to see the Dragon King Tiamat, who was pampering a chibi drake, which puzzled him, but at the same time made him laugh. Yulong, ha ha ha, it's you, Drake? You look ridiculous in that form, haha, where is your pride as a celestial dragon? Haha. Yulong shouted while laughing at Drake, who put on a serious face upon hearing Yulong's words for what he said. Drake, Tiamat, can you do me favor? Drake said in a chibi voice that made Tiamat blush, and Yulong laugh again loudly upon hearing Drake's voice. Tiamat, of course, whatever you want, my cute Drake, I'll do it. Tiamat said as the old man of Sun Wukong looked at Drake for a moment before realizing what he was planning, and before he could say anything to Yulong, Drake said. Drake, mother breaks Yulong. Yulong, ha ha ha, wait, what? Yulong said upon hearing Drake's words, since Tiamat was the strongest of the 5 dragon kings, in addition to the fact that only a complete idiot would make him angry, so he looked in Drake's direction only to see that Tiamat was already in front of him with a sinister aura. Tiamat, Yulong, what were you saying about my cute Drake? Tiamat said ominously while Yulong turned pale upon seeing Tiamat's aura, while the leaders took Yasaka, Saji, and Asmodeus, who was still asleep, away from Yulong without making noise like the old Sun Wukong, who did not want to be involved in the beating they were going to give to Yulong, who turned pale when he saw that the others were leaving him to his fate, while the leaders arrived with Drake, who only yawned, so they sighed and then turned to see Issei, who was still being pampered by the girls. Issei, what? Issei said as he noticed the leader's gazes at him, which caught the girl's attention. Sirs, when are you going to return to your original form? Sirs asked while Issei just shrugged his shoulders since he didn't know how long he was going to be a Shota, which made the leaders along with Kiba sigh, while Issei remembered that they wanted to see his beating by the girls, so he decided to get revenge. Issei, by the way, Akuja, could you give me an evil piece's game? Issei said, surprising all the leaders, as that meant that Issei wanted to form his own entourage, but although Issei's strength was higher than a high-class devil, he was not one, so they could not give him a game of evil pieces. Akuja, no, since you are not a high-class devil. He said seriously that he was not going to give it to him for 2 reasons. One was that Issei was not a high-class devil, and the second was because he was the one who suffered a beating, so he was not going to give him a game of evil pieces. So Issei just smiled before putting on a sad face, which gave Akuja a bad feeling. Seraphal, are you? What's wrong, Issei-chan? Why are you sad? Issei, why Akuja didn't want to give me an evil pièces game? Issei said with a sad face that seemed like he was going to cry at any moment, which worried Akuja, but before he said anything the girls released a macabre aura that made Akuja pale, while Seraphal told Akuja in a macabre voice. Seraphal, Akuja, either you give Issei a game of evil pièces or I'll rip your member off and make you swallow it along with your intestines. Seraphal said macabrely, making Akuja tremble in terror, and just quickly feel as he went with Asmodeus to help him with the advice of elders which they would accept, knowing that Seraphal had become angry again. Sirzex, I wonder how long it will take for the council to accept. Sirzex said with doubt, while the others agreed, but before Issei said anything a light surrounded him, and when it disappeared Issei was in his original size, which surprised everyone but the leaders, who thought that the girls were going to return to their furious state, but that they went to hell with what Issei said. Issei, who wants a date with Issei? The brown-haired boy said as the girls were surprised to hear that, but they all raised their hands happily while the leaders could only sigh since now they couldn't make the girls angry. But Azazel hadn't given up yet since he suffered like everyone else for what he said. Azazel, Issei, I have a question. Who was the first girl you marked? Hearing Azazel's question, all the girls tensed up, making Issei nervous about it. But before Issei could even say anything, Drake said while being pampered by Tiamat, and in the distance, a beaten and bloody Yulong could be seen, looking more dead than alive. Drake, the first girl that my partner Marco called his own is called Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere, a noble from the kingdom of Tristan, a student of the Southern Magic Academy, bearer of an ancient power called Void Magic, and she was the one who summoned Issei as her familiar, therefore she is also his master. Which is strange to a certain extent, since the two masters that Issei has had fallen in love with him as their friends, which was the same thing there. Drake said while still receiving Tiamat's caresses, while everyone was surprised since the first girl Issei marked was a noble, in addition to the fact that Issei was now a familiar. That was something that left everyone surprised. Drake, true, I forgot there is also the fact that Issei became a noble in that kingdom where the Hyoudou noble family now exists, which puts Issei as the founder of his family, in addition to the fact that they will still give him his territory, and Louise is Issei's first wife, which at a certain point makes her the leader of the harem he has, or that should be the case since Rias is also Issei's mistress, without forgetting that Issei claimed Rias' virginity at their wedding, so he is going to take responsibility for that, which conflicts with Louise, who was already marked. So when Issei marks Rias as his own, Rias and Louise are going to have to compete for the position of main wife, which in Dragons is only resolved when one of them has Issei's first child. Drake said, surprising everyone to hear that, while Tiamat, who was pampering Drake, said, Tiamat, it is true that in the dragon race the main wife is decided by the first one that the male marks, but if there is a case like the one now, the two females are going to have to compete for that position, and the only way to solve it without fighting is for the two to compete to have the first child of the male, which in this case is Issei. Tiamat said as Issei got nervous, as that meant that Rias and Louise were going to compete to have his child. Since all the girls already knew that Rias was going to be the first to be marked by Issei, so they were not going to compete for the position of main wife since they had already decided, but that was not the case with Louise since Marco acted like his first wife when she talked about his harem in the Great Hall so clearly. When Louise found out about that, she was going to compete with Rias for the position of main wife, since both were very proud and stubborn, so it was more than obvious that the two were going to fight to have Issei's first child in order to have the title of main wife, which made Issei more than pale just thinking about it. Rias, I see, so I'm going to compete with Louise for the title of main wife? Drake, if that is correct, since all dragons only have one main wife, in my case if I had more than one partner the title of main wife will be held by Tiamat, since she is the first one I marked, said Drake, surprising all the leaders since they knew that Tiamat hated Drake, but now she was pampering him, which puzzled them, but they didn't ask after that. It was all none of their business. Issei, I didn't expect that. Well, we'll see that later. First tell me something. Why did you point out my pawns? Issei asked out of nowhere, as everyone present tensed except Drake and Tiamat, who also noticed the situation, while Sirzex sighed and said, Sirzex, Issei, that's because when you left last time the rumor that you had a god slayer spread everywhere, which caused more than 1 year for your god slayer, and one of them is Hades. Sirzex said seriously while Issei was a little surprised since he had already expected that result, but even if Hades wanted Ayanami he couldn't take her away from him for several reasons because of what he said. Issei, well, Hades is not a threat to me now that I can use Ayanami's power, plus I doubt Ayanami wants to go with him. Issei said as the girls just looked surprised, but the leaders just looked at each other before Azazel said. Azazel, Issei Hades is someone who is in the top 10 so his strength cannot be underestimated. Issei, I know, and if he hasn't acted it's because he doesn't know how far I can use Ayanami. Sirzex, but you should still be careful Issei, you don't know what Hades can do against you. They said worriedly while Issei sighed as he understood that they were worried but he already had the strength to defend himself for what he said. Issei, sigh, well, how about this? How about I face you three together so I can clear your doubts? Issei said, surprising everyone since Issei had challenged the three leaders, who looked at each other before they could say anything. Yasaka woke up, causing them to sigh in relief since it seemed that Yasaka was not hurt, so they explained what happened. Yasaka, I see that I was used by the hero faction. Sirzex, yes, but thanks to Issei, they didn't complete their plan. Sirzex said as Yasaka agreed and thanked Issei for stopping the hero faction before they completed their plan. Issei, there's no need for you to thank me, besides I wasn't the only one since if it had been for my friends and old man Sun Wukong the hero faction's plan would have been successful. Besides, where is it? Issei said as they searched for Sun Wukong's old man, realizing that he had already left along with the still beaten Yulong, which only surprised the girls since the leaders knew the character of that old man so they were not at all surprised, but in that Sirzex asked Yasaka if there was a place where they could fight in peace. Of course that left Yasaka surprised as well as the others except Issei, although Yasaka was surprised to hear that but agreed and took them under the temple where there was a large room since they could not fight where they were before. Yasaka, here you can fight without any problem. Yasaka said as the leaders just approved while Issei stood in the middle of the field and in front of him were the three leaders while the girls watched from the other side of the field with concern but still did not intervene since they wanted to know how strong Issei was. Sirzex, Issei, are you sure you want to face us? Issei, of course, also don't hold back because I won't do it. Issei said as he pulled out Ayanami while the leaders sighed as Issei said he was going to fight seriously, but he didn't have Drake as he was next to the girls watching, which puzzled them. Michael, aren't you going to tell Drake to help you? Issei, no need, so why don't we start? Issei said as the three leaders just sighed as they prepared themselves, seeing Issei take a fighting stance at that Sirzex released a large amount of power of destruction towards Issei just as Azazel attacked with a large beam while Michael did the same with a holy energy all directed towards Issei, which before the attacks were 2 meters from him. He gently moved Ayanami making a cut without generating a sound or ripple which did nothing to the leader's attacks, which confused everyone while Issei said softly. Issei, full counter. Issei said as everyone heard a faint sound that occurred after Issei's words which left them more than surprised, but it was not the faint sound that surprised them, but right after Issei said that word all the leaders' attacks were reflected back at them, which surprised them as the three moved, dodging the attack. Azazel, but what? Azazel said surprised while the others were the same since they never expected that while Issei thought. Issei, Derflinger's ability to absorb and return all enemy attacks twice as strong has a limit just like the Wyvern's, but full counter no, since it reflects all types of attacks that carry all types of energy or magic that exist including senjutsu. I never thought that Ayanami had this ability which has no limit of use. Issei thought as the leaders recovered from the shock and prepared to use their maximum strength while Issei sighed as he said. Issei, vision of the skies. Issei said with great seriousness, as he raised his left hand at the same time that Drake returned inside him since the time that he could be outside was over, so Sirzex seeing that he entered his true form at the same time that Michael increased his aura as well as Azazel put on the armor of the Dragon King Fafnir, which left the girls surprised. Since that meant that now the leaders were going to attack Issei with everything, who remained calm, but in that Michael created a large spear of light and threw it at Issei while Azazel disappeared and Sirzex released a large amount of power of destruction, leaving the girls in shock since if one of those attacks hit Issei it was more than certain that he would die, but Issei was not nervous in the least as he moved Ayanami saying, Issei, full counter. Issei said as he deflected all the attacks while crouching and just above Azazel's fist passed, which was surprised to see that Issei had dodged it, but Issei had not only crouched but turned in Azazel's direction and hit him in the chest with the boosted gear, which destroyed Azazel's armor, instantly hitting his body, which surprised everyone, while Issei out of nowhere kicked Azazel and spun with Ayanami, destroying Surzex's power of destruction, which was surprised to see that since Issei was busy with Azazel so he couldn't see him, but even so he knew that he would attack him, and just in that Issei moved Ayanami to his back where she blocked a spear of light from Azazel, which was surprised. Azazel, awesome. Azazel said as out of nowhere a large amount of holy energy fell on Issei, which surprised everyone since as Issei had the pawns he was vulnerable to those attacks, but then Draig's voice began to be heard. Draig, divide, divide, divide. Draig said 3 times as all the holy energy disappeared, leaving an unharmed Issei while on his back was the divide dividing, which left everyone surprised, but in that Issei buried Ayanami in the ground while saying, Issei, celestial cancellation. Issei said calmly as out of nowhere a large wave of energy came out of Ayanami that spread throughout the room, which surprised everyone present since now they could not feel her power like the 3 leaders since Surzex returned to their normal state. Azazel lost all his armor, while Michael's holy aura disappeared, which left everyone speechless. As they tried to use their powers, but they couldn't do whatever they did, and they couldn't summon their wings either, so they instantly knew what happened. Surzex, perhaps Issei. Michael, if I have cancelled all our power. Azazel, no, it was not Issei who cancelled our power. It was a God Slayer skill of Issei like the previous one, and it seems that it can cancel all the opponent's power. Issei, correct, this skill can cancel all your strength and power at least for a while. Michael, for how much? Issei, if I could use the true power of the skill, they would not be able to use its power for at least 10,000 years or more. Issei said calmly while everyone opened their eyes in surprise, since unlike the seals that took time to make and launch, Ayanami's skill did it instantly and cancelled all their power, leaving them vulnerable since they would not have the power to escape, so that skill was quite terrifying. Issei, but I can barely use it, so I can't show its true power, so the maximum time I can cancel its powers is 5 minutes, which gives instant victory, but it can only be used a total of 7 times a day. Issei said as everyone looked at each other in surprise, as that skill was quite terrifying, while Azazel said, Azazel, Issei, how many skills does Ayanami have and how many can you use? Issei, well, I have only used 4 of Ayanami's 25 abilities, and I can only use 5 since Ayanami has only told me those. He said, surprising the leaders, since if the 3 skills that Issei had shown were terrifying, how would the other 2 be? They had clearly underestimated Issei's power, but at the same time they realized that Issei did not fight seriously since he did not use Draig's power, but by only using 3 skills he defeated them, so they only sighed in defeat. Azazel, I guess you have what it takes to defend yourself, Issei. Azazel said while the others just agreed, since that it was true with what happened. They knew that Issei had a strength that could easily be in the top 10, so they could not say anything to him, so they returned to the girl's side, who only sighed in relief seeing that Issei was not injured, while Asia healed Azazel, who asked, Azazel, Issei, how were you able to dodge all of our attacks? Issei, that was thanks to one of Ayanami's skills, vision of the skies, which allows me to see the opponent's movements before he can do it, which allows me to attack and dodge. Issei said as everyone was more than surprised, since using that in battle was a great advantage. Michael, why didn't you use Balance Breaker? Issei, if I used it I wouldn't have been able to control the power of the skills, and full counter would have returned his attacks faster with triple the original strength, but with the celestial cancellation I would have nullified his powers for at least a month, which is not favorable. I didn't use those skills with Chow Chow because I didn't have time, since I also tried the new skills of the boosted gear. Issei said as everyone remembered the white dragons that were flying around Issei at that moment, who said, Issei, the little dragons are called Wyvern, which can use the power of Albion like Draig with just my thought, and the other attack of the boosted gear that I used is called Reload on Fire. It is one of the 9 hidden skills of the boosted gear. Issei said calmly while everyone was surprised, since they didn't know that the boosted gear had 9 hidden abilities. Even Michael was unaware of that since it never appeared in the system. Of course Issei knew that. Issei, well, I didn't know about those skills either if it weren't for this. Issei said calmly, showing his left hand where there were some runes that no one could understand in the slightest. Rias, what are those runes? Issei, they are proof that I am Louise's familiar, but these runes are not normal since they are the mark of Gandalf, which allows me to know all the techniques of a weapon and use it perfectly. Issei said as Azazel forgot about the blow Issei gave him and stood up suddenly while quickly grabbing Issei's shoulders and said excitedly, Azazel, can the mark tell you all the abilities of any weapon? Issei, huh? Yes, why? Issei said confused while Azazel just smiled since as a lover of the Scred gear he wanted to know everything about them, so he asked Issei. Azazel, can he even tell you about the Scred gear? Issei, if you can do that, that's how I learned about the boosted gear's abilities. Issei said as he knew what Azazel was going to ask him, so he sighed as he knew he was going to ask him to use the mark on different Scred gears to know their hidden abilities. Azazel, then could you tell me what is missing from the spear? Azazel said, taking out the spear with the gem of the Dragon King Fafnir, to which Issei only sighed as he directed his hand where the spear was, but before doing so Issei frowned as he turned around abruptly, which surprised everyone. Issei, you're the one who's hiding, either you come out or I'll make you come out. Issei said seriously, which left everyone surprised as they all turned their gaze to where Issei was looking, surprised to see how space distorted, and from it came someone wearing a golden robe which held a large scythe that released a creepy aura that surprised everyone, in addition to wearing a mask that clowns wear, which surprised the leaders, since they recognized him. Azazel, what are you doing here? Azazel said seriously while Surzek's Michael Serafal became serious since they knew that guy, but the girls had confused looks since they only knew that the one who had just appeared was a Soul Reaper who was somewhat uneasy seeing that he was discovered. Yasaka, may I ask what Soul Reaper Pluto aka the Grim Reaper is doing in Yukai territory? Yasaka said seriously, which surprised the girls, while Issei frowned as he noticed Pluto thanks to what Ayanami told him, and that he knew that there was only one person who had the Soul Reapers as servants, so he became serious while the Soul Reaper called Pluto said calmly, Pluto, he excused my sudden appearance in your territory, but I am here by order of Hades-sama. He said calmly as he looked at Issei for a few seconds before he respectfully said, Pluto, Security Hades-sama wishes to speak with you, so he asked me to personally escort you to the world of the dead where he awaits you in his palace. Pluto said calmly as the space beside him distorted as he looked at Issei waiting. Of course everyone had noticed that Pluto didn't ask if Issei wanted to go, but that he was forced to go, so Surzek got upset, but before Issei spoke calmly. Issei, fine, I'll go. Issei said, surprising everyone, while Pluto just shook his head a little since he expected Issei to resist, but he didn't, which disappointed him a little. Rias, Issei, what are you? Issei, don't worry, I'll just go talk to him, but if things get difficult, Hades will be the first god I'm going to kill. Issei said seriously as he addressed Pluto, who just looked at Issei like an idiot since he hadn't taken his words seriously as he entered the distortion, which made Pluto turn around and follow him, but before entering Surzek's voice stopped him. Surzek, Pluto, tell Hades that if anything happens to Issei I will personally go to destroy the kingdom of the dead. Surzek said seriously while Pluto just snorted, annoyed by Surzek's threat for what he said. Pluto, your threat is worthless, mouthed Surzek, since nothing will happen to the Security as long as he does not refuse what Hades-sama asks. Pluto said with some mockery as he entered the distortion, which disappeared, leaving everyone with worried faces. Azazel, I think we should have stopped Issei. Michael, I think the same, we don't know what Hades will do. They said worriedly while the girls could only try to relax since now Issei was in great danger according to them. Tiamat, don't worry about Issei, remember that he has Ayanami's protection. Tiamat said calmly as everyone remembered that Issei had a deal with Ayanami, so she wasn't going to let anything bad happen to Issei, but they still felt like something bad was going to happen. Surzek, I have a bad feeling about this, we better go. Serafal, it's true, I feel like Issei is going to face great danger. Serafal said worriedly as everyone agreed since they all had that feeling and they weren't the only ones in Tristan, the girls had felt that too. Elsewhere, a large, desolate valley could be seen without any sign of life, and the sky was clouded by black clouds that prevented the sunlight from entering, causing nothing to grow in this place, since the few trees that were there were a black color that emanated a smell of death. Since throughout the valley were the bodies of several people who had been there for thousands of years, since only their armor had been left behind, which were counted by the thousands. But among all that desolate valley full of corpses there was a large castle that was surrounded by a large city that, like the great castle, was in ruins, as if a great battle had taken place within that place. But in a destroyed part of the great castle there were 16 people who only dedicated themselves to watching the great valley of death in front of them. TSK, how much longer are we going to wait? Scream one hit the back wall, destroying it while throwing a large amount of flames which set everything on fire, while he turned to look at his companions in a sadistic way, who only sighed seeing his impatience, since he was the least patient among all of them after all they had been in that castle for so long that they had forgotten how many years had passed, while one of them said, "Calm down, Zuriel, or do you want to disobey the order they gave us?" said a girl dressed in black with a witch-like hat while carrying a large black scythe that released a heavy killing intent, which made the boy named Zuriel scream his teeth, while the others looked at him seriously, which made him snort in annoyance while saying, "Zuriel, of course not Miriam, it's just that I'm tired of waiting," he said as the girl named Miriam looked at him coldly before saying the same to Zuriel. "Miriam, yes, but remember that we will only move when all the Black Star Wizards wake up," he said as Zuriel clicked his tongue in annoyance, as he leaned against the wall and said, "Zuriel, I know, but in all the time that passed, none of them woke up. Besides, every time we send a death dragon those damn void mages destroy it." He shouted, more than annoyed, while all his classmates looked at him, since what he had said was true because of what one said. "And you're going to go to that world? Even though you know that infinite abyss will only open when the 4 Black Star Magi awaken?" a girl said angrily, looking at Zuriel angrily as she moved the sword in her hand towards Zuriel. Seeing that, he became angry, but before he could say anything, a faint laugh was heard, causing everyone to turn around. "What's so funny, Urian?" the white-haired girl said seriously as she looked at the girl sitting on a wall surrounded by several weapons while she tied a knife with a smile. Hearing the girl's annoyed tone, she smiled slyly as she said in a calm voice to the girl, "Urian, nothing Astrid, it's just that I'm in favor of the useless Zuriel. I'm tired of waiting, so instead of sending the death dragon, why not send one of us?" he said while all his companions looked at each other for a few seconds before nodding, since they knew that if they did not intervene they would never get out of that place, while Miriam said, "Miriam, but who will go?" "Urian, I have no problem going." "Astrid, does anyone object?" I asked seriously while no one said anything, so Urian smiled as she got off the wall where she was sitting and Miriam said, "Miriam, remember Urian, you only have 12 hours to find out who the 4 Black Star Mages are before the seal of this world brings you back. Also, investigate the Void Mages, how strong they and their familiars are if they have already summoned them." "Urian, fine, but which of the 2 worlds do I go to first?" "Miriam, that's up to you when you're there. After all, the same thing awaits both worlds," she said as Urian just smiled upon hearing that, as a crack appeared in front of her where a completely distorted place could be seen, where she entered with a smile as the crack disappeared. But then Zuriel said, "Zuriel, I just hope she can also discover a clue about Samuel," he said while all his companions agreed to what Zuriel had said. After all, it was thanks to Samuel that they were alive. Chapter 27, Threatening Hades and an Impending Danger. Issei walked calmly through some hallways which were quite luxurious in every sense while he followed Pluto, who had not said anything since they arrived, which he did not care about, at least since he was not coming to be nice either. "Ayanami, what are you planning by coming here?" Issei. "It's easy to threaten Hades because if I don't stop him he will do something against me or my friends, which I can't allow for anything in the world," Issei said as Ayanami didn't answer him, which didn't surprise Issei in the least. But just then a large door appeared in front of them as Pluto said to Issei, "Pluto, I'm going to give you some advice, kid. Behave in front of Hades-sama if you don't want to die," he said as the door opened, so Issei entered alongside Pluto. Upon entering, Issei saw that it was a large room, and at the end of it there was a throne where a skeleton was sitting while he was talking to 2 people in front of him. But upon seeing Issei's arrival, they stopped talking as they turned their gaze to Issei, who looked at the two people in front of Hades. Although Issei couldn't recognize either of them, he could feel great power coming from them. Issei, well, here I am. That's what you wanted to talk to me about, Hades. Issei said as Pluto turned to look at Issei, as did the other two people who frowned, since for them Issei had no courage to stand before them, while Hades said coldly, Hades, it's true that you are very disrespectful. Issei, I only dislike beings that threaten my friends, and you are among them, Hades. Issei said disrespectfully, while everyone in the room was surprised to hear that, since apart from Hades and the other three there were some servants as well as several Grim Reapers who looked at Issei as if he were a great fool, since Hades' strength was not to be taken lightly. Who was going to say something, but Issei didn't let him. Issei, so let's cut the chase, Hades. I know you're after the God Slayer I have, so tell me what you want to do. Issei said, while Hades just looked at Issei while all the Grim Reapers were slowly approaching Issei, who said coldly when he noticed it, Issei, if your Grim Reapers come any closer I will destroy them, so talk or I will leave. He said as all the fates stopped when they saw Hades raise his hand telling them not to move, to which they only acknowledged as they moved away a little, while the one next to Hades spoke. Security, be more respectful when you speak to Hades-sama, because if he wanted to, he could kill you in a single instant. Issei, oh really? Then why doesn't he do it? Or why don't you do it? Or are you afraid that he will use the God Slayer against you from your Hades-sama? Issei said, while the Grim Reaper who said that to Issei tensed up, as did Pluto, since for them Issei was courting death by speaking to Hades in that way, which he said still calmly. Hades, Orcus, calm down. After all, he's just trying to make you angry so he has an excuse to attack, isn't that right? Hades said, while Issei just smiled, since that was more or less his plan, for one of Hades' strongest servants to attack him, and thus have a good excuse to attack. Ayanami. There is another presence that is quite strong that is hidden near the column. Ayanami said as Issei became serious as he turned to look in that direction, surprising Hades, while Issei said coldly, Issei, are you going to continue to watch or are you going to come talk? Issei said seriously as he heard the person laugh before leaving, which he did not recognize, but Drake did when he felt his aura, so he said seriously, Drake. Issei, be careful, his aura is not normal. Besides, I have already felt his aura before. He must be the god of Hindu mythology, Indra. Drake said seriously, while Issei put on a serious face, since he never expected there to be another top 10 being in the room. It seemed that Hades had planned everything, while from the column a man appeared who had an amused smile on his face. Issei. So it's not just Hades who's after Ayanami, but Indra too. TSK Ayanami, what are the chances of me winning if I fight them? Ayanami. If it were your previous strength you would be lucky to survive, but if you use the Queen promotion, winning it would not be difficult for you. Ayanami said, while Issei could only sigh mentally while still keeping his serious face. Indra. Ha ha ha, I didn't think you would notice my presence, Security. Well, although I think it's normal, after all you have a weapon that can kill gods. Issei, exactly, tell me, do you want to prove if that's true? Issei said as Indra's smile completely disappeared, leaving a serious look as he said the same. Indra, are you threatening me? Issei, I don't know what you think. Issei said, provoking him, while the tension in the room increased more, which tenses the servants, since Hades and Indra were letting out a great aura that was countered by Issei's aura. Hades, Security, I will get to the point. I will give you two options. You join us, or you give us your God Slayer. Well, what is your answer? Hades said, while Issei just smiled as he took out Ayanami, which surprised Hades and Indra, since when Issei took out Ayanami they felt a great pressure on them. At the same time, Issei said with a smile, Issei, and I will give you two options, Hades. First, I leave and we pretend that this never happened, or the second, I leave, leaving the entire kingdom of the dead in ruins and two gods in the grave. Well, which do you choose? Issei said, surprising everyone, as Issei not only rejected Hades' options but threatened to kill him along with Indra, including the destruction of the kingdom of the dead, which made all the fates furious. Pluto, let's see if you have the guts to do that. Pluto shouted as he moved from his spot and attacked Issei, since Issei had exhausted all his patience, who upon seeing that just smiled as he stood on guard while Pluto attacked him with his scythe, trying to cut him. Issei, seeing that, said, Issei, guts? Of course I have the guts to do that. I even have the guts to kill you, destroying the sky, decimating the earth. Issei said while Pluto was more than surprised since when he was about to attack Issei out of nowhere he felt a great pressure, as if a mountain fell on him, but once his scythe collided with the god slayer Pluto felt his arms shatter into pieces at the same time as his scythe was shattered into pieces by the blow, while the god slayer continued on his way until it collided with his chest, feeling as if a mountain fell on his chest, which sent him like a bullet to the wall, destroying it without stopping until it disappeared. Issei, I wonder how his body looked after that attack? Issei asked calmly without realizing that Hades and Indra were surprised, since if that attack had been directed towards them they would not dare to block it but would do whatever it took to dodge it, since the force put into that attack was Montriosa. But what surprised them most is that that was the result of Issei's strength if he used it with the balance breaker. How strong would it be? Issei: no way, I didn't think that would be the extent of that skill. Ayanami: and what did you expect? It's one of the skills I have, so it's not weak at all, and if you used it with your balance breaker on, the strength would be 20 times greater. Ayanami said while Issei was surprised, as he wondered if with the base balance breaker he would be 20 times stronger, as it would be if he used it with the Triana God Slayer activated, or with the promotion to Queen that he had not yet used in battle Black Crimson God Slayer. Drake: certainly the power that a God Slayer has cannot be underestimated, Drake said after seeing the range of that skill, to which Issei only approved in response while being surprised as he moved, dodging a slash from the Grim Reaper's side that was next to Hades' Orcus, which made Issei smile since he wanted to try another Ayanami skill, so he attacked Orcus while saying, Issei, let's see if you can last longer than your friend's sinking of the moon falling star. Issei said as Orcus was more than surprised to feel a great pressure that surpassed his limit as he tried to cover himself with his scythe from Issei's attack, but that was only a waste of time since the result was the same as Pluto. His scythe broke into pieces as his arms broke at the same time that Ayanami collided with his chest, sending him against Hades' throne, crashing into the stairs, being stopped by the power of Hades, who was surprised to see that Orcus's entire body was destroyed, and it was impossible to know if he was alive or not, leaving Hades surprised since Orcus was the strongest Grim Reaper that was under his command but had been defeated by Issei after a single attack. Hades: it's like the God Slayer say, they are weapons that allow you to increase your strength to higher levels even if you are someone weak, such power in the hands of someone like him. Hades said in a cold voice as Issei gave a sigh before pointing Ayanami at them as he said arrogantly, Issei, well? What's your decision? Hades, are you going to let me go and pretend this never happened, or will we continue and see how much destruction I can cause? Issei said as Hades stood up from his throne while a mocking smile appeared on Indra as he wanted the God Slayer to face Shiva, so he couldn't let Issei leave if he didn't leave the God Slayer behind first, so he said, Indra, if I had known that Ascalon was a God Slayer I would have obtained her at any cost. Indra said with a smile while Hades agreed at that, but Issei tensed up upon hearing Indra's words, as did Drake, since they knew what that word provoked, or rather someone hated that name. Issei, if I were you I wouldn't use that name. Issei said nervously, which made Indra and Hades confused upon hearing that, since they didn't know what Issei meant by that, as they said with doubt. Hades, you mean Ascalon? Hades said with doubt while Issei tensed up, which confused the two more as they looked at each other before looking at Issei again, who was more than nervous, while a sinister smile appeared on Ayanami's face, which Hades and Indra didn't know, which he said, Indra, what's wrong with saying Ascalon if that's the name of the God Slayer, right? He said as Issei tensed, as he felt a killer instinct starting to come out of Ayanami, which made him tense since he didn't want to see Ayanami upset, but before he could say anything Indra spoke. Indra, whatever, give me Ascalon or God Slayer if you can call him that. Indra said irritated while Issei just sighed, while out of nowhere Ayanami disappeared from his hand, which surprised Indra and Hades, while Issei just shook his head since before he said that he would destroy the realm of the dead if Hades did not give up on getting Ayanami, but it was clear that he did not think of doing so since that would bring great chaos, so he wanted to avoid that, but that was something that did not matter to Ayanami, who appeared from Issei's shadow with a serious look while saying in a cold voice, Ayanami, so according to you, you are worthy enough to be my bearer, right? Ayanami said, surprising Hades and Indra, while Drake came out of the boosted gear and stood on Issei's shoulder, which surprised Hades and Indra but still left them surprised that Ayanami looked at them in a way that told them that for her they were not worth even her gaze. which they did not understand at first since they were powerful beings, but when analyzing Ayanami's words for a few moments they knew that she was the god slayer. Indra, oh, so you are Ascalon who turned out to be a god slayer. It is more than impressive, and being your bearer must be an honor for you, right? After all, I am someone very powerful. Indra said calmly as a sinisterly sadistic smile out of nowhere appeared on Ayanami's calm face, while out of nowhere a completely sinister aura came out of her which left Hades and Indra more than surprised to see that while Issei tensed up. Ayanami, an honor to have you as my bearer? Let me tell you something, you cheap god, the one who should feel honored that you are my bearer is you, an idiot, which will never happen and you know why. Ayanami said as out of nowhere the entire Hades palace began to tremble. Not the entire kingdom of the dead trembled because of Ayanami's aura, which had a more than sinister look on her face, while with a finger she pointed at Indra. Ayanami, why am I going to kill you? Ayanami said as hundreds of magic circles appeared behind her, that she had a symbol that Issei had not seen before. Where several swords of all kinds appeared, large and small, leaving everyone surprised since each of the swords released an aura that made everyone have the need to kneel in addition to the fear in their hearts when seeing them. Ayanami, rebellion of the dark fallen skies. Ayanami said calmly as all the swords came out at the same time, fired towards Indra at a great speed that made Indra unable to dodge, so he was hit by all the swords at the same time, raising a large smoke screen, and when they disappeared Indra could be seen in a more than miserable state, as he had cuts all over his body which bled non-stop in addition to there being more than one sword buried in his bloody body. Ayanami, be grateful that I didn't kill you. After all, killing a simple insect like you is of no use to me. But if you call me that again, I will kill you in the worst way possible. He said as he turned to leave, while Hades remained silent, seeing that Ayanami would kill him if he said something, so he didn't say anything. But then Ayanami stopped while her hand pointed at Hades and Indra, who surprised Hades at the same time that Ayanami said, Ayanami, celestial cancellation. Ayanami said as Hades lost all his power, as well as Indra, who was unconscious on the ground still bleeding from the more than mortal wounds, while Ayanami said, Ayanami, you will not be able to use your power for the next 10,000 years. That will be your punishment for considering me a simple tool to obtain power. He said as he turned around, leaving Hades in a state of complete shock, as all of his power had been suppressed for the next 10,000 years, which meant that he was now no longer part of the top 10 for the next 10,000 years, which left him more than in shock. Ayanami, and so you remember that you should never underestimate a god slayer. I will leave you something that you will never forget. Ayanami said as she snapped her fingers, while the entire castle of Hades trembled, which left her in complete loss when she saw that her entire palace had been divided in half. Ayanami, let's go. Ayanami said, passing by Issei, who looked to his right more than surprised since that whole part had disappeared without a trace, so she said, Issei, wow, I never expected this. Issei said as he turned around and walked after Ayanami, leaving Hades completely surprised, since at first he thought he was sure to obtain Issei's god slayer since he was not his rival, but he never expected that everything would go against him since he lost 2 high-level Grim Reapers in addition to half of his palace. But the most alarming thing for him was that he could not use his power for 10,000 years. That was practically a great humiliation that could never be removed, since he always felt proud of being a more than powerful being, but now he found himself in a state where even the weakest demon could kill him, in addition to the fact that Indra was still on the ground bleeding out, while with the brown-haired man he walked calmly before taking out his dragon wings and flying away calmly, while Drake had returned to the boosted gear since he said he was sleepy, so he was going to sleep. Issei, Ayanami, I haven't asked you yet, but how many of your skills can I use? Ayanami, HMP, you've barely used 6 of my skills and you already want to use more? You're really greedy when it comes to gaining power. Ayanami said as Issei smiled nervously at Ayanami's words, as it was true that he wanted to try out all of Ayanami's skills, since seeing some of them he realized that they were very strong, so he was curious about the others. Ayanami, but to answer your question, you can only use a total of 11 skills. Don't even think about using the other 14 since your body wouldn't be able to withstand the power of those skills. She said as Issei agreed, After all, he should have known his limits, so he didn't ask what those abilities were, but at the same time Elizabeth's words resonated in Issei's mind, so he decided to ask the reason. But before he asked Ayanami, in the distance he saw his friends, who upon seeing Issei sighed in relief. "Sirzex, Issei, are you okay?" Issei: "Yes, I am, don't worry. I doubt that Hades will bother us for the next 10,000 years. Issei said, surprising everyone as they understood that Issei had used the skill to cancel the power, so Hades was no longer a threat to them. "Issei, we better go back since we have nothing to do here," he said as the others agreed and transported back to Kyoto, which confused Issei when he saw that they had not returned to Ko. "Issei, what are we doing in Kyoto?" Kiba: "Well, we are currently in the middle of the school trip," Kiba said as Issei was surprised for a few seconds before nodding with some sadness, since he knew that he had been absent for a long time, so at this point all his classmates must think that he had died as well as his parents. The girls, seeing Issei's state, became worried. "Rias, are you okay?" "Issei, it's just that I got a little nostalgic, but since I'm here, let's make up for lost time," Issei said as he took Rias's hands, surprising her a little as she blushed. "Drake, well, if you're going to make up for lost time, I recommend you hurry up. Remember that in a month we'll have to return to Tristan," said Drake, who was next to Tiamat, causing everyone to be surprised to hear that Issei had to leave in a month. "Issei, true, but don't worry, because once I finish what I have to do, I will come for you so you can meet Louise and the others," Issei said as the girls agreed at Issei's words. But out of nowhere Drake remembered something he was supposed to tell Issei, but he had forgotten to tell him. But before he could say anything, Tiamat grabbed him by the tail and began to drag him away from the others, which was noticed by everyone. "Tiamat, you and I have a lot to do, Drake. After all, you still owe me a son," Tiamat said, surprising everyone present, as that clearly meant that Tiamat was going to grape Drake until he was dry, who was surprised to learn his fate. "Drake, wait, Tiamat, we have to take it easy, there's no need to rush," Drake shouted, more than alarmed since he knew that he was going to be more dry than a raisin. But Tiamat just ignored his words while Tiamat's size increased a little and the dragon gate opened to transport them, while the three leaders laughed at seeing Drake's situation, which upset him. "Drake, what are you laughing at? Haven't you neglected your duties too much?" he said as Sirzex and Michael's laughter stopped as they remembered the two women who were doing their jobs, so they tensed up. "Drake, well, that doesn't matter to me. One thing before I leave, Issei, your pheromones continue to increase, so you will have to calm them down before I seal them so that you have control over you. But once that seal is broken, you will grape left and right. You could even end up marking a man if you do and control them. Well, that's also see you later. If I manage to survive," he said as he transported himself away, while everyone looked at Issei, the boys in surprise, while the girls blushed knowing that Issei was going to be more lustful, which embarrassed them since they knew what that meant. Derflinger, and as I don't know who said, less talk and more action, Derflinger said, surprising everyone to see an Espada that spoke, but at the same time his words were correct because of what Issei said. "Issei, for the first time I support you on that, Derflinger, but something told me that I still hadn't gotten rid of the issue with my pheromones. But anyway, getting back to the topic, let's make up for lost time." "Rias, how?" "Issei, how about I take everyone on a date sometime?" Issei said, surprising the girls, who blushed and agreed at Issei's words. "Irina, so who will be the first to have a date with Issei?" "Aquino. Era, the first should be Rias, then Asia after me, then Zenobia after her goes Irina, then Rosway's sensei, and lastly it will be Sarah Falls Sama. What do you think?" Aquino said with a smile as the girls thought about it, since the order was how they had met Issei, so it was fair, so they agreed. Derflinger, hey buddy, why don't you have your date with Rias? Now I mean, they're in Kyoto City, so you should take advantage of it, right? Derflinger said, surprising Issei, since it was true that his date with Rias could be right now that they were in the city of Kyoto. So he looked at her and said, "Issei, what do you think?" Issei asked, while Rias agreed, since she had wanted to have a date with Issei for a long time, who just smiled. "Issei, then we will leave tomorrow at 10, do you think?" he said, while Rias agreed at what Issei said, since she was happy that she would finally have a date with Issei, the boy she loved with all her being, which the brown-haired boy knew, since if it weren't for Rias he would never have had such an interesting and fun life. But Issei knew that happiness would not last forever, so he had to become stronger and protect everyone even at the cost of his life. Tristan. It had only been a few hours since Issei had left, so the boys didn't waste time since that was the least they had, and they started training with the method that Ayanami had given them before leaving, as well as Kaneko and Kuroka, who like the other boys were sitting in the lotus position with their eyes closed while the boys had their hands together, forming a hand seal, and around them there was a weak aura of a different color, and each one Louise's was white like snow. In addition to being the aura that was the strongest among the others, Tefania had a light green aura and was only slightly inferior to Louise's aura. Kerchi had a red aura, Tabhita a light blue like ice, Montmorency a yellow aura, Jeanette had a violet aura, Malicorn a dark blue aura, Guiche had an orange aura. In addition to the only aura present that surpassed Louise's was Kuroka's, who was in the same position as Kaneko, while both had their Nikomata state activated since Ayanami had revealed something to them that they had not expected, so they began to practice. But in that, the calm face of Louise, Tefania, and Kuroka disappeared while the three opened their eyes and looked in the same direction where there was nothing but the wall of the academy, and Kuroka was surprised to see that Louise and Tefania were looking at the same place as her. Kuroka, did you feel it? Louise, out of nowhere I felt my magic being altered a little by a presence in that direction. Tefania, it's the same thing I felt, it's like it was a reflection. They both said while Kuroka put on a serious face while the others opened their eyes. Kerchi, did something happen? Kuroka, I don't know, stay and continue with your training, Chiron. I'll leave you in charge until I get back. Kaneko, hey, but where are you going? Kuroka, well, although it's a bit far away, I can feel a great aura coming from that direction, so I'll go see what it's about. Kuroka said seriously, which left everyone surprised since they knew that Kuroka would not say anything that was not true, so everyone became a little worried. Kuroka, Chiron, even though we are in different worlds, you are still linked to Rias through the evil piece, so if something happens to me, attack your piece. That will send a signal to Rias that something is wrong, so Issei will return alone in case I don't return. He said seriously, surprising everyone, while Kaneko agreed at what her sister said, who looked at Tabitha. Kuroka, could you lend me your dragon so I can get closer to that place? She said as Tabhita nodded at what Kuroka said as she called her familiar, telling her to take Kuroka to the address she had said, while Kuroka got on the dragon, which flew away with her towards the direction where that aura came from. The flight lasted 2 hours until it arrived near the aura. Kuroka, leave me here and go back to the academy, Kuroka said as she got off the dragon and continued her way towards the aura while the dragon returned to the academy. On the other hand, Kuroka had a frown on her face as she walked in the middle of the forest, which was more than calm besides the fact that she couldn't feel any animal near her, as if they had run away from something. But in that, Kuroka was surprised as she moved from her spot, dodging a large sword that buried itself in the ground, while a laugh was heard from the branch of a tree where Kuroka looked with great seriousness while the girl just smiled at seeing Kuroka. As he climbed down from the tree branch and walked calmly towards the sword, holding it with one hand as he said, "How interesting, I never thought I'd meet a Nikomata in this world. Well, I guess things have changed since our absence, but that doesn't change the fact that I'll kill you now," he said calmly while smiling sinisterly, while Kuroka became serious while saying, "Kuroka, I don't know who you are, but you're saying you're going to kill me? Ufufu, that's the biggest joke I've ever heard. But since you're going there with the intention of killing me, I'll do it too. Oh, interesting, of all those who faced me, you are the first to tell me that. The others always knew that their only destiny was death, but what makes you think that the same thing won't happen to you?" he said as a halberd appeared in his hand as he got into a battle stance, while Kuroka just smiled and said, "Kuroka, if it were my past self, maybe you could hurt me or maybe kill me, but now I doubt that will happen, and you appeared at a good time since I want to try something," Kuroka said calmly as she made a seal with her hand, while out of nowhere a large amount of senjutsu came out of Kuroka's body, in addition to absorbing the senjutsu from place to place while a light surrounded her, and when it disappeared Kuroka had a new appearance, plus she had a power that could not be compared to the previous one, while saying, "Kuroka, Nikomata formed from the primordial era, forgetting of the eternal night." Chapter 28, The Power of a Nikomata and Future Problems. The girl in front of Kuroka, who at first had a face that was more than confident, had changed, since now she had a face of great surprise upon seeing Kuroka's transformation, and not only that, The name also left her more than surprised since she had already heard of that transformation, but what surprised her the most was that Kuroka asked to use that form. How is it possible that you have that form? If that is supposed to be an exclusive technique of that person, he said while Kuroka was surprised to know that the girl in front of her could recognize her transformation that was given to her by Ayanami before, but at the same time she was also surprised that there was another Nikomata like her who could use that form in addition to the fact that it was a technique that only she could use. Kuroka, what do you mean by saying that it's an exclusive technique of that person you're talking about? Wait, do you not even know whose technique you are using? Kuroka, no, since this technique was given to me by someone powerful I met. Kuroka said as the girl in front of her seemed to be pondering whether to say it or not as Kuroka watched her. Before I tell you, can you tell me your name? Kuroka, my name is Kuroka Tuju, and what is your name? HMP, my name is Urian. Now if I decide to tell you or not, that depends on whether what I think is correct, so first I will check if what I think is true. He said as the halberd in his hand disappeared and in the other a large sword appeared which he took with both hands as he stood on guard. Kuroka, if that's what you want from me, there's no problem, she said seriously as a magic circle appeared behind her which made Urian put on a serious face. Urian, so you're a long-range attack, huh? I guess I'll have the advantage in the fight, he said while Kuroka just frowned upon hearing that before she closed her eyes for a few seconds, which left Urian confused, but in that Kuroka opened her eyes while slowly raising her hands, but when she raised her hands right in front of her hands out of nowhere a part of space began to distort, which surprised Urian as a black hole appeared where the handles of a weapon appeared that Kuroka took before taking them out while the black hole disappeared, which left Urian more than surprised. In addition to the black hole, since in Kuroka's hands were two daggers of the same black with purple color that she had already seen in the past, which left her speechless for a few seconds before putting on a very serious face which Kuroka noticed instantly. Kuroka, it seems that the fight was not necessary for you to confirm that, right? He said while Urian just sighed upon hearing that. He turned to see Kuroka thinking about something before saying, Urian, yes, but I still want to see your strength in that form, she said as she stood on guard just like Kuroka, but just then a great aura of power came out of Urian which surprised Kuroka, who was not far behind, and expelled a great aura of power. While both smiled just then, Urian quickly attacked Kuroka, trying to pierce her with her sword while Kuroka moved dodging the cut, but Urian's attack did not end there as she spun her sword towards Kuroka, who with great speed crouched avoiding the cut while several trees behind Kuroka were split in half. Urian, good reflections, I think you'll at least give me some fight. Kuroka, let's see if you survive that thing, Kuroka said as several spheres appeared around her and headed towards Urian, who moved, dodging most of them, and those she didn't dodge she cut with her sword as she backed away while Kuroka pointed a dagger at her while saying, Kuroka, you're good at dodging, so dodge this, she said as she crouched before disappearing, which surprised Urian to see Kuroka's speed but was more surprised to see Kuroka in front of her with a smile, while Urian's face became serious as she moved her sword quickly as Kuroka quickly moved both daggers, causing both weapons to collide, causing a metallic sound for a few seconds, while at the same time both moved their weapons at a great speed, causing the only thing that could be seen was the sparks flying from the collisions of both weapons in addition to the metallic sound before both retired at the same time. Urian, you are impressive since so far no one has managed to keep me on constant guard like you. Also, how long have you trained in hand-to-hand combat, since it is impressive that you can match my speed? Kuroka, thanks for the compliment, but as far as hand-to-hand combat goes, this is the first time I've fought like this, he said calmly while giving Urian a big surprise upon hearing it, since those who had been able to match his speed were very few. But what Urian didn't know is that apart from the transformation, Ayanami also gave him a hand-to-hand fighting style, but Kuroka, not being used to it, had a limit to fight that way. Besides, the transformation required a ridiculous amount of energy and senjutsu to activate it and maintain it, so she couldn't stop the battle. Urian, to say that I'm not impressed would be a lie. Well, I guess you can match me in this state. Kuroka, hearing your words, I guess you're not using all your strength. Urian, that's correct. Currently I can only use 45% of my original power. The rest is sealed, which is annoying, but that will be until they free us. he said as Kuroka frowned upon hearing this, as it seemed that she was not the only one, so it was likely that she had companions, and that like her they were sealed. Urien, now let's continue, he said as he put himself back on guard, as did Kuroka, while they looked at each other for a few seconds before Urien moved again, trying to cut Kuroka, who covered herself with the daggers, but the force in the sword was great, so she was thrown back while she remained in the air for a few seconds, but in that quickly the daggers shone as she threw them at Urien, who moved, but Kuroka did not stop, since when she threw those daggers others like them appeared in her hand, so she continued throwing, which forced Urien to move to dodge all the daggers, which when they hit the ground exploded, which annoyed Urien, who continued with his work of dodging all the daggers before Kuroka landed on the ground while looking at Urien, who looked at Kuroka. Urien, you really are someone more than amazing, he said as a few drops of blood fell to the ground from his shoulder where there was a cut, which made Kuroka smile, while Urien raised his sword pointing to the sky while a large amount of energy began to accumulate in the sword. Urien, but let's see if you can handle this, she said as Kuroka released her daggers, which floated in the air as she pointed her hands to the sky, as a magic circle appeared as she began to gather a large amount of energy for a few seconds before they both said at the same time, Urien, celestial light. Kuroka, forgotten dark moon. They both screamed as Urien was surprised to hear the name of Kuroka's attack before putting most of her power into the attack and launched it at Kuroka, who did the same while simultaneously firing two torrents of power that when colliding caused a great clash, while both torrents of power collided for a few seconds before causing a large explosion that created a large shockwave that caused both of them to separate a few meters, while a large curtain of smoke rose, which when dispersed revealed that in a radius of 1 kilometer all the trees had been destroyed. Urien, I certainly can't let my guard down with you. Kuroka, I say the same about you, he said as Urien smiled at Kuroka's words before putting on a serious face, as she still had a mission to accomplish from what she said. Urien, you know I would like to continue fighting against you and see who of the two remains standing at the end, but I still have a mission to accomplish, he said, surprising Kuroka, who was going to ask Urien what mission it was, since she knew that Urien was not an ally, so she couldn't let her go, but before Urien spoke she did. Urien, but first I'm going to tell you what I confirmed before, he said, surprising Kuroka, who instantly forgot about asking what Urien's mission was, who just smiled as he said something that left Kuroka more than surprised. With Issei. It was already daytime and the agreed time of the appointment was approaching, so he was preparing himself while looking at himself in a mirror, watching himself move a little or making strange poses. Derflinger, what are you doing? Issei, did he try to get a good look at me? Derflinger, and why is that? No matter what you do, that idiotic face won't change. Also, stop doing those poses, you look pathetic, he said as Issei sighed at Issei's words and was also annoyed by Derflinger's words, so he sighed as he turned to look at him. Issei, hey Derflinger, why are you still in your sword form and not using your human form? Issei asked, since ever since they discovered that Derflinger could use a human form he had only used it once, and now it was not necessary for him to be in that form. After all, there was no danger at the moment. Derflinger, the truth is that it feels very strange to use it since I'm not used to it. By the way, where are you going to take Rias first? Issei, I'll take her all over Kyoto since we have plenty of time, so I won't rush things, Issei said calmly as Derflinger was silent for a few seconds before saying, Derflinger, hey Issei, can I ask you something? Issei, of course. Derflinger, what are you going to do with what Ayanami told you? He said as Issei put on a thoughtful look upon hearing the question, since at night Ayanami told him something that surprised him. Flashback. Issei could be seen standing in the temple courtyard in the middle of the night looking at the sky where some stars could be seen, while a girl with silver hair and red eyes appeared out of nowhere next to him with a serious look which was common in her. Issei, thank you for letting me stay for a month, Issei said out of nowhere, since after they chose the time of the appointment he heard Ayanami's voice which told him that they had to leave since she wanted Issei to start his training, but Issei had asked her for a month so that he could be with the girls. Ayanami, there's no need for you to thank me, after all you don't know if you'll be able to defeat Samuel, so you'd better take advantage of the time with your women. she said without importance, while Issei only sighed upon hearing Samuel's name, since Ayanami said that the dragon that answers to Samuel's name was someone who surpassed her, so his level must be on par with Great Red. Issei, then I must reach the power of Great Red to defeat Samuel, right? Ayanami, Issei, let me tell you that you are greatly underestimating Samuel's power. Ayanami said calmly, which surprised Issei, so he looked at Ayanami, who was still calm at his side. Issei, what do you mean? Ayanami, didn't I tell you before? Samuel has the power of the first, so his strength surpasses that of Great Red by 2 or 3 levels. He said calmly as Issei froze upon hearing that 2 or 3 levels of Great Red's power. Was Samuel that powerful? Issei, but how? I thought the first's power would allow him to be on par with Great Red. Ayanami, no Issei, I told you before that my power was on par with Ophis, right? He said as Issei agreed. After all, that strength left Issei more than surprised, since Ophis had the power of infinity, so someone was at her level was more than surprising. Issei, yes, that's what you told me before, but what's that? Wait, isn't that your true power? Ayanami, exactly, God Slayers cannot use their full power, each God Slayer can only use 20% of their original power. She said, while Issei was only left in complete surprise upon hearing that the current Ayanami could only use 20% of her original strength, and yet she still had the power to beat Ophis. Issei, then tell me something, how much power would you need to use to fight on par with Great Red? Ayanami, I would need to use 50% of my strength to fight on par with Great Red. Elizabeth would need to use 80% of her strength to fight on par with Great Red. He said calmly, while Issei only had one more look than in shock, since he now knew why the God Slayers were feared by everyone. Issei, but why can't they use their full power? Ayanami, that's because in order to use the rest of our power it is more than necessary that we have a bearer, since when he manages to control 20% of our power it will only be a matter of time before we use the rest of our power. She said calmly as Issei nodded while putting on a more than worried face before he realized something that was more than terrifying. Issei, Ayanami, you have absorbed 25 God Slayers, and with that you can fight equally with Great Red with your 50% power, and with 100% you could defeat him with great ease, but... He said doubtfully while Ayanami turned to look at Issei, who had already realized something he had been ignoring from the beginning. Issei, how much power would you have if you managed to absorb all the other God Slayers? He asked as Ayanami just looked at Issei for a few moments before sighing and saying quietly. Ayanami, killing Great Red or that damn Samuel would be so easy that I wouldn't even have to use 1%. He said while Issei was in a slight state of shock, since he could not imagine that kind of power with which it was not necessary to use his power. Issei, I see. Ayanami, but reaching that power is impossible. After all, none of the God Slayers want to disappear, so no one attacks each other. She said as Issei remembered when Elizabeth appeared, she said she wouldn't fight unless Ayanami did it first. Issei, how long do you think it will take Cao Cao to master 20% of Elizabeth's power? Ayanami, from what I saw, Cao Cao is someone cold and calculating, but he has the defect of being very arrogant in everything, believing that he has control of the situation, which is annoying, but... She said as Ayanami became somewhat thoughtful, which surprised Issei, who remained silent since he knew that he should not interrupt Ayanami, who said seriously. Ayanami, if I'm not mistaken, I think he'll only be able to control 3%. After all, his body won't be able to take any more. He said, surprising Issei, since he knew that Cao Cao was still human, so he still had limits that he could not challenge. Ayanami, currently the only ones I recognize as enemies are Elizabeth and Cao Cao, or so I would like to say. She said as Issei became confused upon hearing Ayanami's words before seeing her looking at the stars with great seriousness. Issei, what do you mean by that? Ayanami, when you woke me up for a while I couldn't use my power correctly, which didn't worry me at all, but when I met Elizabeth we both realized something at the same time, so we decided not to fight. He said with great seriousness that left Issei surprised but at the same time worried, since for Ayanami to put on a serious face it had to be something that was really serious. Issei, what about? Ayanami, we couldn't sense fifth and fourth's presence, which means they almost completely disappeared. she said while Issei was confused since he saw it as normal that he couldn't sense fourth and fifth. After all, they must be in a state similar to Ayanami and Elizabeth where they were asleep. Issei, but isn't that normal? I mean, shouldn't you and Elizabeth be in a state like that? Ayanami, no, because even if they were in those states where they were asleep, Elizabeth and I would still be able to weakly sense their energy. But for some reason I can't sense Quinto's energy, and Quarto's energy is extremely weak, as if his energy were going to disappear at any moment. She said as Issei finally realized that from the situation, in addition to Ayanami's current seriousness, the disappearance of a god slayer, and the extremely weakened state of another, it was likely that fifth had been absorbed by fourth. But Ayanami said that she could sense when a god slayer absorbs another, so that must be the reason. Issei, what if fifth was absorbed by fourth? Ayanami, impossible, since the weak energy that I can still feel in the room tells me that his power is no longer the same as in the past. Currently, he has lost more than half of his power. He said as Issei was surprised to hear it since he thought that fifth had already been absorbed by fourth, but it wasn't like that. So what was the reason for that? But just then Issei remembered something that made him forget to breathe: the disappearance of a god slayer without leaving a trace, the other in a state of extreme weakness, which left him vulnerable, which only meant one thing. Issei, did someone absorb fifth and is absorbing fourth? Ayanami, right, that's the only thing I can think of right now, but there are other possibilities. He said while Issei put on a more than worried face upon hearing that, so he knew that as soon as he returned to Tristan he had to train. End of flashback. Issei had a thoughtful face because although Ayanami told him that this was a probability since there were also other possibilities, it was still about two god slayers that they were talking about, so he still had great concern. Issei, I don't know, but for the moment I won't think about it. After all, I still have several things to do, he said while sighing since the time to go on the date with Rias had already arrived, so he sighed. Issei, alright, it's time. Derflinger, luck. He said as Issei nodded and left the room, leaving Derflinger behind. After all, carrying a sword on the street it would be weird, so Issei didn't take Derflinger while the brunette left through the temple door, only to see all the girls in a circle talking to Rias, who was wearing a black skirt that reached her knees and a white blouse, surprising Issei. When he saw her, as he approached her, the girls smiled when they saw Issei before they said something to Rias, who blushed a little at the girls' words before they left, which bewildered Issei a little, but he decided to ignore it. Later he would know what they talked about with Rias, who was blushing as Issei arrived at her side. Issei, you look beautiful, Issei said as Rias blushed at Issei's words as he held her hand, smiling at her. Rias, you still look good, he said as Issei looked at his current appearance, as he was wearing black pants with a shirt of the same color while wearing a white jacket that he was open, smiling. Issei, so are we off? He said as he intertwined his hand with Rias's, who smiled as she acknowledged as they went to have their first date. Tristan. All the boys in the academy had somewhat worried faces since after Kuroka left a large explosion could be heard from the place where she was, which left everyone worried. Kerchi, do you think he's okay? Jeanette. Obviously she is strong after all, they said as everyone looked at each other before a magic circle in front of them where Kuroka appeared in her normal form while having a thoughtful face before she noticed the boys. Kuroka, what? Louise, what happened? We heard a big explosion from here, she asked worriedly since after Kuroka left to see what they felt, they continued training until they heard a big explosion coming from the place where Kuroka had gone, which made everyone worried. Kuroka, yes, I will tell you later what happened, so keep training and remember that Issei will come in 2 or 3 days, she said as everyone agreed and went back to training while Kaneko looked at her sister for a few moments before returning to her training, but before she left she was stopped by Kuroka, who knelt in front of Kaneko with a serious expression which surprised Kaneko. Kuroka, tell me, Chiron, have you already made progress in the technique that Ayanami gave you? Kaneko, if I recently made a breakthrough in mastering the Ancestral Master of Heaven technique that Ayanami gave me, why? He asked curiously as he was surprised to see that Kuroka lowered her gaze slightly where there was a great deal of worry and fear, so she looked at Kaneko and said, Kuroka, Chiron, promise me that you will not use that technique no matter what happens, understand? Kuroka said, surprising Kaneko to hear that not using the technique that was given to them by Ayanami to get more power? That confused Kaneko, so she asked her older sister. Kaneko, but why? If we use those transformations, our strength will increase even more, so we can help Issei-sama when he needs us. Kuroka, I know, but promise me that you will not use it for anything in the world. That is why I want you to seal all the power of the technique that has already developed within you, she said as Kaneko became more confused upon hearing all of her older sister's words. But upon seeing her sister's eyes, she saw that she had great concern and fear, which surprised her, but she could only nod at her sister's words. Kuroka, well, Chiron, I want you to make the same seals as me and then concentrate some of your energy on the power of the technique that has already been formed, she said as she made the same seals as Kuroka, sealing the power she had already gathered to use the ancestral Master of Heaven technique that Ayanami had given her, which made Kuroka sigh with relief seeing that Kaneko had sealed the power of the technique after all. Until she confirmed what Urien told her, it was better not to use that power. Chapter 29, Technique of a God? And a Proposal. Issei walked with Rias through Kyoto City holding hands while Rias smiled with great happiness for finally having a date with Issei, whom she loved more than anything, while she turned to look at him, who smiled when he caught Rias looking at him, which made her blush while saying, Rias, and where are we going? Issei, well, we have almost a whole day to spend in Kyoto, he said as Rias turned to look at Issei, as she was a little surprised that Issei said they would have almost a whole day. Rias, what do you mean by that? Issei, well, I have something prepared for you in the afternoon, so we'll have a good time until sunset, he said as Rias smiled upon hearing that, as she hugged Issei's arm and said fondly. Rias, well then where do we go first? He said as Issei became somewhat thoughtful upon hearing that before smiling as Rias tightened her grip on his arm. Issei, well, it's still early and we haven't had breakfast yet because the first thing we have to do is go eat, he said as Rias smiled before they walked away from the place, as they both wanted to enjoy their date to the fullest. Tristan. The boys could be seen sitting in the large dining room eating since they had not yet had breakfast, so Kuroka told them to rest before continuing with their training. Jeanette, now that I think about it, aren't we short of participants to have the complete team for the festival? Kerchi, that's true, let's see who is going to participate. We are Louise Tabhita, Tifania, Jeanette Goethe, Malicorn and Montmorency, as well as Issei, so we would be missing one more, she said as everyone was thoughtful about who the 10th contestant could be before Tabhita turned to look at Kaneko, who was calmly eating a slice of bread before noticing Tabitha's gaze, so she turned to look at her, which made everyone do the same when they saw Tabhita's idea. Kaneko, what? Kerchi, how old are you? Kaneko? I'm 15 years old, why? I asked, confused as the girls looked at each other before nodding and looking at Kaneko as Louise asked her. Louise, Kaneko, would you help us at the Magic Festival to complete the team? Louise asked while Kaneko was surprised to hear it since she never imagined participating in the Magic Festival, so she turned to see her sister to know her opinion, only to see that Kuroka was distracted thinking about something, so Kaneko moved her a little to get her attention. Kaneko, Kuroka-nesama? She asked as Kuroka came out of her thoughts upon hearing Kaneko's voice before looking at her and seeing the others watching her. Kuroka, excuse me, could you repeat it for me? Louise, well, we are missing someone to complete the 10 participants for the Magic Festival, so we wanted to know if Kaneko could participate. Kuroka, I don't know, for me there is no problem, but we must wait and see what Issei-sama says about this, he said as the others agreed, since Kaneko was someone from Issei's world, so she was not weak, so her chances of winning would increase, but that was not what Kaneko thought, as she was worried about her sister's condition since she had been pensive ever since she returned from that place. Kaneko, is something wrong? She asked her older sister softly, which made Kuroka smile fondly before gently stroking Kaneko's hair, as she just shook her head as Kaneko enjoyed her sister's caress while Kuroka remembered what she talked about with Urien. Flashback. Kuroka had been left more than in shock upon hearing the words that Urien had just told her, which was something that she had not imagined in the least as she looked at her current state before looking at Urien and saying, Kuroka, what did you just say? She asked, more than surprised, since Kuroka thought that Urian had only said that as a joke, but Urian only said, "Urian, what you heard, the technique you are using is the technique of an ancient god. In other words, you are using a small part of the power of a god," he said, while Kuroka was surprised since she never imagined that the technique she was using was that of a god. But before she said anything, Urian spoke again. "Urian, you told me your name is Kuroka Tuju, right?" "Kuroka, that's it." "Urian, now tell me, Kuroka, which of the two surnames you are going to use from now on will be the Tuju surname, or your real Kurosawa surname?" he said as Kuroka opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing that, while Urian smiled at seeing Kuroka's surprise as he said, "Urian, just as you hear it, Kuroka, your real surname is not Tuju, it is Kurosawa, and not only that, Kuroka, let me tell you that you are the daughter of two gods from the primordial era," he said as Kuroka was in complete shock upon hearing this before she put on an annoyed face at Urian's words as she said furiously, "Kuroka, what nonsense are you talking about? Primordial god? What nonsense is that? My real mother was an Ikomata called Fujimai, and my father was a simple human. They weren't primordial gods or anything like that. What you're saying is pure nonsense," she screamed, more than furious, while Urian just smiled seeing Kuroka's anger, and without caring what she said he responded, "Urian, there, Kuroka, it's just as you hear it, you're the daughter of two gods from the primordial era, but why don't you look at the facts better? So let me ask you, how much do you know about your parents, or what do you remember about them?" he said, tensing Kuroka since she didn't have many memories of her parents, since she could only remember what her mother's name was but not her father's. Plus her mother didn't talk much about her before she passed away, and she and Chiron were left alone until they were greeted by that demon. "Urian, seeing that you do not respond, I will tell you that you lived in a complete lie, Kuroka, since the woman you called Mother Fujimai was not, and let me tell you something else. Your father was not a simple human like you say he was, Kuroka, since your father was a god in the ancient primordial era called Takara Kurosawa, better known in the primordial era as one of the strongest gods that there was. The god of eternal night, and a curious fact is that only those who have his blood can use his power, forgetting of the eternal night. Now tell me, Kuroka, what is the name of the technique that you are using?" he said, leaving Kuroka in shock upon hearing that, while Urian smiled seeing Kuroka's shock, who lowered her head a little, while her hair covered her eyes as she said coldly, "Kuroka, if what you're telling me is true, where is he?" "Urian, he's obviously dead, because if he were still alive you wouldn't be in this little world," he said very calmly, while Kuroka only became more angry than she already was since Urian was touching on sensitive subjects for her. But before she could say anything, Urian spoke again. "Urian, even if you don't believe me, you and I are the same, Kuroka." "Kuroka, what do you mean?" "Urian, I am also the daughter of a primordial god. I am the daughter of the god Yukito, known as the god of the eternal sword, since he could handle any sword he had, in addition to the fact that he could also create them with just his thoughts, in addition to the fact that he could control them at will, which I inherited from him," he said, while Kuroka was more than surprised but still had the doubt of if what Urian said was true or just a lie, since it was Ayanami herself who gave her this technique, so it was very unlikely that Urian was telling the truth. At the same time, a portal appeared behind Urian which surprised Kuroka, but before she stopped her, Urian said with great seriousness, "Urian, I'll give you some advice, Kuroka, since we are daughters of gods from an era forgotten by many. I will tell you this: never use the forgetting of the eternal night a second time. If you do, they will find out about your existence, so they will come looking for you, and since you are a woman you will have a worse fate if they find you. After all, I also run the same danger as you, being the daughter of a primordial god. That is why if they discover you, sooner or later they will discover me, so I recommend you to keep a low profile. Although killing you would be better, I do not have enough power to do it now, since it could be said that you and I are on par at the moment. Besides, another reason," he said seriously as he left the portal, leaving Kuroka more than in shock, reacting when Urian said some last words. "Urian, if you want to know more, I will wait for you at sunset in this place. Whether you eat or not is your decision," he said after he left in the portal, which left Kuroka in a big dilemma as she deactivated forgetting of the eternal night and returned to her original form before quickly making some seals with her hands, sealing all the energy of the forgetting of the eternal night in her body, while saying with a seriousness, "Kuroka, I don't know if that's true, but until I verify it, it would be better not to use that power." he said seriously, since if Ayanami gave her that technique it must have been for a good reason, so Kuroka just turned around and left in a magic circle. End of flashback. Kuroka had a thoughtful look as she watched the boys eat calmly, as did Kaneko, while thinking that according to Urien she had been able to use the forgetting of the eternal night, since she had the blood of that god. But did that also apply to Kaneko? Since she was her biological sister, she was sure that in addition to the techniques that Ayanami had given them were totally different, so she still had that doubt, but at the same time she remembered Urien's words. Kuroka. What did Urien mean when he said that if I used the power of forgetting of the eternal night again, they would find me? But who did he mean by them? He thought as he looked towards one of the windows, pondering Urien's last words, whether to go see her or not at sunset. With Issei. The brown-haired boy was sitting on a chair while holding a menu in his hand as he looked at what food to order, while Rias did the same, since they were now in a quite luxurious restaurant, which left Rias surprised since everything on the menu was quite expensive. Waiter, have you decided what you're going to order? The waiter asked with great calmness, while Issei chose a dish of food from the menu while Rias ordered something different from Issei's. Waiter, I'll bring them to you right away, she said, leaving while Rias looked around surprised since there were not many people in the place, which did not surprise her after all the food in this place was very expensive. Rias, Issei, how much does it cost to make a reservation at this place? Issei, nothing. According to what they told me, this place was very luxurious and also popular for dinner, that's why there aren't many people. Rias, I see how you're going to pay for all this. Issei, with this, he said, taking out a credit card with pride, which surprised Rias a little before realizing something when he saw the card better. Rias, Issei, that's not it. Issei, yes, it's Azazel-sensei's credit card, so we can spend as much as we want, he said, smiling, while Rias just looked at Issei for a few seconds before laughing at Issei's action, while saying, Rias, when sensei performs this, he's going to have a heart attack. Issei, yes, although I also have the keys to his Ferrari that he is so proud of, Issei said, as Rias just laughed at everything Issei was doing for their date as the waiter came back with their plates of food. Elsewhere, a large forest could be seen where there was a great silence, which was more than normal, but just then out of nowhere a small red dragon appeared, which yawned while stretching before straightening up while turning and looking in the direction of a large cave where a blue dragon was, which sleeping made him smile. Drake, I wonder what Issei is doing? He must be having a date with Rias, he said as he yawned again, and then walked a little away from the cave, since not far away was a river where Drake put his whole body, leaving his head on the shore while he relaxed. Drake, I wonder if Tiamat would get angry if I left her alone for a few minutes? He said as he closed his eyes for a few seconds before a voice called him from above him, so he opened his eyes. Drake? Is that you? I listened as Drake opened his eyes again and turned to see where the voice had come from, only to see a dragon with sapphire blue scales distributed in different shades across his body, which left Drake surprised as he opened his mouth trying to say a word, but he was so surprised that he didn't say anything. At the same time, the dragon landed in front of him, looking at him until Drake said something bewildered. Drake, do I know you? He said, more than confused before the dragon was surprised before shaking his head while laughing weakly before saying, I see you haven't changed at all in all these years, Drake. It's me, Saphira, he said before Drake was now surprised to hear the name of the dragon in front of him, which reduced its size until it was the same as him. Drake, wait, are you really Saphira? Saphira, if it's me, Drake, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, she said softly as Drake got a little nervous, since he and Saphira had already been together before he met Tiamat, since Drake and Saphira were companions but not a couple, since when Drake found her by chance she was just a child abandoned to die in a remote place, and she was badly injured. At first he just ignored her, but in the end Drake decided to take care of her until she could defend herself, so Drake put on a nostalgic look when he remembered that. Flashback. A large red dragon could be seen walking through a more than desolate place calmly, since the only thing there was in the place were rocks and more rocks that formed small mountains, which did not attract Drake's attention, who only walked calmly through the place until his sight caught a small dragon body lying not far from him, which left him somewhat surprised as he approached to see Drake, I wonder how she got here being so weak and also so injured. He said, looking at the little dragon who was unconscious on the ground with a body full of wounds, which only made Drake sigh before turning around to walk away, but after taking a few steps he stopped when he heard a weak voice. Please help me, the little dragon said when she saw that Drake was walking away, who only turned slightly to look at the little dragon who had her eyes almost closed before ignoring her to continue walking, but stopped after taking a few steps before returning her gaze to the little girl for a few seconds before sighing and returning while picking her up with his tail and putting her on his back while he continued on his way again. Drake, I'll just take care of you until you have enough strength to defend yourself. After that you'll be on your own, he said in a serious voice to the little dragon who was unconscious on his back, who would later be named Saphira. End of backflash. Drake looked at Saphira while feeling guilty, since after a century of taking care of her he abandoned her in the same place where he found her and left her to her fate, just as he had said at that time, since Drake after a few years heard that she had died, which made him feel more guilty for what he said. Drake, it was a long time ago since we last saw each other, and I heard you had died, he said as Saphira was a little surprised to hear Drake's words before smiling and saying, Saphira, if that could be the case, but before I died I met someone who helped me. Drake, I see, and who was it? I asked with doubt, since if she could find someone who could be with her, Drake could be more than calm, but just then another voice appeared. Tiamat, Yonhei Drake, why did you leave me alone in the cave? For a moment I thought that, Saphira? She said, surprised to see the dragon in front of Drake, who was more than surprised to see that both already knew each other. Saphira, Tiamat, I haven't seen you in a long time. Do you and Drake already know each other? Tiamat, yes, we have known each other for a long time. Well, to be more precise, we are a couple, he said calmly as he arrived at Drake's side, while a great surprise appeared on Saphira's face upon hearing that while looking at the mark of Drake on Tiamat's body. Saphira, I see. Drake, how long have you known each other? He asked, more than confused, since Drake had never expected that Saphira and Tiamat had known each other for a long time. Tiamat, well, it's not a nice story, but Saphira and I met when Saphira was being chased by a group of dragons who wanted to take her by force and then leave her. She was full of wounds after she tried to resist them, but it was lucky that I was nearby and saved her, he said, while Drake was more than surprised, since he had not expected that either, while he turned to look at Saphira to see that in some parts of her body some scars could be seen, which surprised him. Tiamat, now that I think about it, how did they meet? He asked with doubt, which caused Drake to tense up, since once Tiamat found out what he did she was going to beat him up. Saphira, I actually talked to you about that once, remember? He said, looking at Tiamat, who remained a little thoughtful before putting on a surprised face. So Drake was going to say something in his defense, but he didn't even have time to speak before Tiamat hit him with his tail with great force, sending him against a tree that broke as soon as it touched it. Tiamat, damn idiot, how could you do that to her, Saphira? You took care of her for a whole century and then left her to her fate. Drake, you are an idiot. You were the only one she trusted and you abandoned her without a care. She screamed, more than annoyed, while Saphira had a face of surprise when she saw what was happening, while next to the tree that was broken Drake only lay there without saying anything, since he knew he deserved that blow, so he sighed. Drake, sigh before you keep hitting me. Tiamat, let me tell the reason, okay? He said as he stood up while looking at both dragons who had different expressions. Tiamat had a face that said she was more than upset, while Saphira had a face of surprise. With Issei, the brown-haired boy was sitting on a bench while observing the surroundings, while Rias next to him was calmly licking an ice cream, since after having breakfast at the restaurant and paying for it with Azazel's card, they both went to a small park to spend time, while the brown-haired boy was thinking. Issei, I wonder where she wants me to take her now, although I wouldn't mind taking her wherever she wants, he thought as he turned to see Rias, who was still eating her ice cream calmly, but when she felt Issei's gaze she turned to look at him. Rias, is something wrong? Issei, nothing, I just want to know where you want to go now since it's 12:57 p.m. he said as Rias just smiled before putting on a thoughtful face for a few seconds before smiling and saying, Rias, what if we go to the cinema? Issei, come on, after all, wherever you want to go, I'll take you, she said with a smile as Rias blushed at Issei's words, as she was not going to deny that there was a big difference in the current Issei with the one from the past, but that was not something that bothered her. She rather liked it since she felt that she was falling in love with Issei more and more, which made her more than happy as they both walked towards the mall holding hands until they arrived at the same time that they were heading to the cinema. Arriving. Issei, so which one do you want to see? He said as Issei looked at all the movies that were available to watch, but as he watched which one, Rias said, Rias, how about we watch that one? Rias said, pointing at a thriller movie, while Issei nodded as he went to buy the tickets, only to see that the room was almost full and only the last 3 rows were available, which made Issei smile as he asked for the tickets for 2 seats in the last row. Issei, ready, let's go, it's about to start, he said as he went with Rias to the room. Of course, Rias was surprised to see that the room was almost full, and the places Issei took her to were the ones in the last row, better specified right in the middle, which left Rias surprised. Rias, why did you choose the last row? If we could have sat a little further forward. Issei, because I only want to feel your presence by my side and no one else in this room, she said with a smile that made Rias blush. After all, Issei wasn't letting any chance to blush go by, which made her feel really nice since Issei was giving her all his attention as he sat next to her while Issei hugged her by the waist, surprising Rias, who just smiled and got closer to Issei as the lights went out and the movie started. While everyone was silent, but before Issei realized the movie was already halfway through, which surprised him a little since he wasn't paying attention to that since the movie had started. Issei realized that in his current position he could see Rias's cleavage, which distracted him from watching the movie since his gaze had been on that which Rias hadn't noticed. Issei, damn, I should stop looking, but it's so hard not to, Issei thought, trying to calm down, but as a man that was a difficult thing to do. After all, his instincts told him to keep looking, and it didn't help that Issei still couldn't control his pheromones without Drake, who at this moment should be with Tiamat who knows where, so he could only sigh. Rias, Issei, is something wrong? You seem very nervous, she asked in a whisper, since a few minutes ago she had noticed that Issei's breathing was getting heavier with each passing second, which worried her a little. Issei, she's not calm at all, Issei said, pretending to be calm, which Rias noticed, but before she asked him what was wrong he blushed out of nowhere, which surprised Issei since he thought that Rias had already discovered that he had been looking at her cleavage, which he was going to explain, but he stopped when he saw that Rias's gaze was not on him, but on one of the lower rows, where Issei looked, only to see a couple kissing, which surprised him while he realized that other couples were doing the same. While Issei returned his gaze to Rias, only to see that she was still blushing at the sight while she opened her mouth to say something but instantly closed it, doubting whether she should say it or not. But what Rias didn't know was that Issei knew what she wanted, so he smiled while whispering in Rias's ear. Issei, you want to do the same, right? Rias, hearing Issei's whisper, was more than surprised as she blushed. In addition to the fact that the voice Issei had used gave her a feeling as if a very weak electric current had run through her back. So she turned to see Issei to tell him that he was wrong, but she couldn't do it since as soon as she turned around Issei had captured her lips in a kiss where he had control, which made her moan against Issei's lips. Rias, Issei, that Rias tried to say while Issei captured her lips with his, again causing another weak moan, which embarrassed her since someone could have heard it by chance. But what she had not realized was that Issei had put a weak barrier so that the people who turned around would not see anything, so Issei did not contain himself while his right hand went into Rias's cleavage, which only moaned when she felt Issei's hand began to caress her right breast above her bra, and that alarmed her a little since they were still in the room of a cinema, which was almost full so anyone could see them. Rias, wait, Issei, no, we can, she tried to say while Issei just smiled as he kissed her again, which made her moan again, so she tried to take off Issei's hand that had been caressing her chest, since she knew that if she let Issei continue she would slowly become submissive, which she couldn't allow, not now that they were in a movie theater. But she couldn't move when she felt how Issei had put his hand under her bra while he began to caress it without any restriction, making her moan against Issei's lips, who only continued kissing Rias while his hand continued to caress her chest without any shame for a few minutes, until Issei gently squeezed Rias's nipple, which trembled slightly at the feeling, which made Issei smile as he separated from Rias's lips and said in her ear in a more than playful way, Issei, I didn't think you would tremble like that. I wonder what other reactions you will have if I continue? He asked playfully, which surprised Rias since with that she knew that Issei was going to continue, which worried her, but before she said anything Issei spoke again. Issei, well, although it seems that time is up, he said, confusing Rias before she realized that the movie had already ended as Issei got up from his chair to head for the exit, but seeing that Rias was still sitting he said mockingly, Issei, do you want to continue? He asked with a smile which made Rias finally react as she stood up and left the movie theater, while Issei followed her before reaching the entrance, while Rias turned to look at him annoyed while Issei tilted his head confused before saying, Issei, did I do something wrong? He asked innocently, which made Rias tense up before putting on an annoyed face, or so it must have seemed since Issei saw it adorable, as he laughed lightly while Rias just turned to another direction, while saying, Rias, baka. She said, embarrassed, while Issei just smiled since he knew that she had gone too far, so he walked towards Rias and before she could react he took her by the waist and kissed her softly, which took Rias by surprise before Issei separated from the kiss. Issei, sorry I went too far with what I did in the movie theater, so you can ask for whatever you want, he said softly as he caressed Rias's cheek with one finger while looking into her eyes, which made Rias blush before saying in a low voice, Rias, I'll forgive you if you take me to the amusement park, she said, blushing while Issei just smiled before nodding while taking Rias' hand as they left the place towards the amusement park using the magic circle. Issei, well, here we are, so you forgive me now? Rias, not until you take me to all the games, Rias said as Issei was a little surprised before smiling as he took Rias's hand and led her throughout the park until sunset, where Issei took Rias to the last attraction where they had not ridden the Ferris wheel, where they surrounded. Issei, the last game we haven't climbed in the park, so tell me I'm forgiven now? He asked as Rias put on a thoughtful face as the wheels spun slowly, lifting them up at the same time. Rias said, Rias, I won't think about it once we go down, she said as Issei sighed as the wheel stopped when they were at the top where they could almost see the entire amusement park, while the sunset gave him a great view while Issei prepared for the next thing, so he turned to look at Rias while saying, Issei, Rias, I want to give you this, he said as he gave Rias a black box that fit in Rias's palm, which was a little surprised before smiling as she looked at Issei fondly upon receiving a gift from him before opening the box, but upon seeing what was inside she was more than surprised, as inside the small box there was a gold ring with a diamond embedded in it, which left Rias speechless as she turned to look at Issei, who said seriously, Issei, Rias Gremory, would you do me the honor of being by my side for the rest of our lives as my wife? He said with a soft smile as Rias's eyes quickly filled with tears upon hearing Issei's words, which she had only been able to imagine, as he said with a smile, Rias, yes, I accept, I see my IC, she said while kissing Issei, who instantly reciprocated the kiss, which only lasted a few seconds before separating, while Rias hugged him with love while he reciprocated while smiling, but at the same time the words of Ayanami came to his mind. Samuel has the power of the first, so his strength surpasses the power of Great Red by 2 or 3 levels. He remembered while a great seriousness appeared on his face. Issei, Samuel, you have great power that surpasses that of Great Red by 2 or 3 levels, but although our meeting will not be soon, I promise that when the time comes I will defeat you. No one will stop me from being with the girls, no matter what I have to do to kill you, he thought with great seriousness while still hugging Rias, but what Issei didn't know was that in Louise's world at that moment Urian had already found a black star magician, making Samuel's awakening not far from happening. Chapter 30. The Mystery of Ryutaimuru and the Enemy Power. Issei had a somewhat serious look upon having thought that, but instantly his face changed to one full of happiness as he separated from Rias's hug and then kissed her, which Rias reciprocated with love, as did Issei, as they kissed for a few minutes before separating, and after a few minutes they got off the game and headed for the exit while Rias remembered something. Rias, true, I also have a gift for you, he said as he took Issei to a place somewhat removed from people and took out a small wooden box from his bag which was the size of his palm, which only surprised Issei when he saw it, while Rias gave it to him with a smile, while Issei asked him with some curiosity, Issei, what is it? Rias, open it, and you will know, he said with a smile as Issei smiled before he removed the lid of the box, surprised to see a kind of wooden toy which had a strange shape, so he took it out of the box to see it better. Which confused him since he didn't know what it was, so he looked at Rias, who just smiled seeing Issei's doubt before saying, "Rias, you don't have a familiar yet, so I thought you might like this." "Issei, huh?" he said, more than surprised as he returned his gaze to the toy since Rias had said that this could be his familiar. Clearly that confused Issei before Rias explained what it was. Rias, Issei, that is one of the legendary ships of Sklenair that were created by a tribe called the Valdi, who also created the Mjolnir of the Norse god Thor, and not only that, Issei, since supposedly very few of these ships were created, but the one you have in your hand is the first one, which was catalogued as the rarest, she said with a smile, while Issei was surprised by that since he still didn't have a familiar, but Rias was giving him a rather rare one of which there were very few, so it was quite special, so he just smiled. Issei, thanks Rias, but where did you get it from? Rias, actually I found it at the club. Issei, huh? Wait, this was inside the club? Rias, I found it by chance in a box while I was cleaning. It was lucky that Louise was there because she recognized it when she saw it, he said as Issei was surprised as he looked at what should look like a ship, but its design was quite strange, so it didn't look like much. Issei, but how did I end up in the club? Rias, I don't know. Louise told me that when they were created, they had disappeared out of nowhere after a while, which left everyone surprised. Issei, I see, he said as he lifted the ship with his left hand, but just as he did he was surprised as the mark of Gandalf began to glow, which surprised Issei as everything the ship could do was in his mind, leaving him speechless. Rias, is something wrong, Issei? You were surprised out of nowhere. Issei, that's because what this ship can do is impressive. Rias, huh? What do you mean? She asked, confused, since the only thing she knew about the ship was what Louise had told her, so she was surprised by Issei's words, who was still surprised before answering her question. Issei, I mean this ship is more special than you think. Rias, you said before that this ship had disappeared after a while of its creation, right? Rias, according to Louise, 2 hours after its creation it disappeared without a trace, so it was believed that it had been stolen. Issei, but they were wrong since it wasn't stolen, but he left on his own. Rias, huh? He said he was surprised to hear Issei's words since according to Louise that ship had been stolen, but Issei had said no? That the same ship had left on its own? Rias, what do you mean by that? Issei, apparently this ship has a will of its own, so after its creation he left because he wanted to, and the reason why he left without a trace is that this little one can teleport, he said as Rias's surprise only increased upon hearing that, since she had not imagined that that small ship could teleport. Rias, are you sure? Issei, yes, apparently he can travel almost in the same way as Great Red. Rias, so that ship can open dimensional rifts like the ones in Great Red? Issei, yes, but to do so it requires an exaggerated amount of energy. So if he did it often he would lose his energy faster, since in his current state he does not have that much energy since he seems to be in a hibernation mode. Rias, impressive. Does that mean that if it has enough energy that ship could move to other dimensions? Issei, I think so, and this ship also has some weapons to defend itself in case it was attacked by something or someone, he said, surprised just like Rias, who never thought that this ship was quite special, while saying, Rias, so the reason why he is in that state is because he ran out of energy. Issei, it seems so, since once he wakes up he will move wherever he wants. Rias, so. Issei, yes, I must make the contract now that he is in this state, since if he has a will, it is possible that he will resist forming a contract, he said as he looked around to see if there was no one around, which happened since there was no one, so he made the contract with him for a few seconds before finishing. Issei, it seems everything went well. Rias, it seems so, and what are you going to call it? Issei, well, I'm not good with names, but I thought of calling him Ryutaimuru, Issei said, while Rias was a little surprised by his name, but in the end he was now Issei's familiar, so he could call him whatever he wanted. But just when he said it, out of nowhere Ryutaimuru began to shine, which surprised both young people. Rias, why does it shine? Issei, it seems like he's waking up, he said, surprised since Issei had planned to wake him up when Drake returned, since he was thinking of giving him some energy with the help of the boosted gear, but it seemed that was no longer going to be necessary since Ryutaimaru out of nowhere began to float, while circling around Issei, which left him surprised, as well as Rias, who just smiled. Rias, it seems like he likes you, but why did he wake up now? Issei, I don't know, I think it's because it's feeding on my energy since I can feel it being drained from me gently, he said as he looked at Ryutaimaru, who continued to circle around Issei, who was going to say something to Rias but stopped when he saw that out of nowhere Ryutaimaru flew into the sky. Issei, wait, where are you going? Issei shouted, but Ryutaimaru had already disappeared, which surprised him as well as Rias, who looked around to find him. Rias, where did he go? Issei, I don't know, but he said, stopping as he looked at the sky in surprise while Rias imitated him, also surprised to see Ryutaimaru flying in the sky, but with the difference that he was no longer the size of a toy but now had to measure 30 meters long and 20 meters high, which left Issei speechless, and even more so when he saw that Ryutaimaru's size did not stop growing. Issei, this is bad. Rias, it is anyone who looks at the sky will see Ryutaimaru, he said as they both looked at each other before heading back to the amusement park, but to their surprise no one had seen Ryutaimaru, but everyone seemed to not be able to see him, which left them surprised. Issei, it seems that Ryutaimaru is able to hide from people's eyes. Rias, that seems to be it, although looking at Ryutaimaru now, he must be about 50 meters long and 30 meters tall, he said, surprised, while Issei just nodded before both of them walked away from the amusement park to a secluded place while they returned their gaze to Ryutaimaru, who was still floating in the air without moving, which still made them more than surprised. Issei, now what? Rias, try to give him an order, he might listen to you. Issei, well then an order, but what do I order? I know well, Ryutaimaru, let me enter with Rias inside you, he said as he waited for something to happen, but nothing happened, which left Issei confused while Rias became a little thoughtful before sighing. But before she said anything they were both surprised to see that out of nowhere, and before they could realize it, the space around them had completely changed as the two were in what appeared to be a hallway, so they looked at each other in surprise. Rias, where are we? Or rather, how did we get here? Issei, I don't know, but I think we're inside Ryutaimaru, he said as Rias looked at him before they both advanced towards the end of the hallway where there was a door, so they opened it, but they were instantly surprised to see that inside there was a sort of living room, as in the center there were some armchairs and some shelves with books. Also not far away there was a dining room that was next to what appeared to be a kitchen, plus there were some lamps on the walls that illuminated everything, which left them speechless, while Issei was surprised to feel Ryutaimaru's energy everywhere, like Rias, who it was fair as surprised. After all, they were both inside Ryutaimaru without knowing how they got in. Rias, you were right, we are inside Ryutaimaru, but how did we get in without noticing? Issei, I have no idea, but it seems that Ryutaimaru can transport things in and out of him without the person realizing it, he said as he looked around with curiosity, just like Rias, who noticed that there were some spiral stairs at the bottom. Rias, it seems that Ryutaimaru has more than one floor inside him. Issei, if it's true, let's investigate. Maybe Ryutaimaru has something else that we don't know about, he said as Rias felt as they headed towards the stairs, as did Issei, but upon arriving they realized that the stairs went not only up but also down. Issei, Ryutaimaru should be around 50 meters long and 30 meters high, so there should only be 3 or 4 floors. Rias, true, but which floor do we go to first? Upstairs or downstairs? Issei, let's go upstairs first, there might be something interesting, he said as Rias nodded as they both climbed the stairs to the upper floor, which were not that long, as they went up quickly only to find another hallway which had several doors. Issei, let's check the rooms, he said as he walked to a door which he opened, while he was surprised to see that it was a bedroom, since inside the room there was a double bed as well as a desk as well as a wardrobe and a shelf with books. Issei, but what? Rias, what's in the room? Rias, it's a bedroom, what's in yours? Issei, this is also strange, why would Ryutaimaru have these things inside him? he asked, confused, as he went to another door where there was also a room like the previous one, but a room was not like the others but was different, since it was a place similar to a bathroom, which only increased Issei's surprise since it seemed that Ryutamura had all the needs to live inside it. Issei, well, here is a bathroom. Rias, I'm also confused here. Why does Ryutamura have all this? It's like they want someone to live inside him. Issei, it's true. Well, we still have to see that room. Plus it's the only one that has double doors. He said as he walked towards the door, but when he opened it he was surprised to see that it was another bedroom, but the difference with the previous ones was that this one was luxurious in every way since the bed was very large, and it had a roof where there was a pavilion that covered it on the sides as well as several wardrobes. There were even some small armchairs inside in a corner which left Issei surprised in addition to a large desk. Rias, impressive, this seems to be the main room. Issei, yes, but like before, why the hell does Ryutamura have this inside him? Rias, no, you don't have to ask Rossways later. Issei, true, well, we already saw that on this floor there are around 15 rooms, all the same size, leaving this one as the largest. Rias, it's true. He said, entering the room like Issei, who began to look at the books on the shelves, finding several things that surprised and confused him since the names were quite strange since they had symbols that Issei did not understand while he took one and read the cover. Issei, I don't quite understand what it says on the cover, but I think the book says Hidden Flowing Lightning Extreme Mirage Lightning. He said as he read the cover before opening it, but before he read it Rias's voice distracted him. Rias, Issei, look here, there are clothes. He said as Issei turned around before leaving the book in its place and going to where Rias was, and when he arrived he saw clothes in the closet, but these were somewhat strange since most of them seemed to be some kind of medieval clothing with a cape like in Louise's world, only this one was quite luxurious, plus there were also clothes for women. Issei, this is weird, I thought they were empty. He said, looking at the clothes while his sight went to the desk where he saw some papers, so he approached. Rias, Issei, do you think Ryutamura had an owner before you? Issei, I don't know, it's likely since the place also showed signs of having been occupied by someone, which is strange. He said as he looked at the sheets, which had several symbols that Issei couldn't understand just by looking at them since they were quite complex, but his gaze fell on something that looked like a metal scroll that usually had scrolls inside, so he left the sheets and took it while removing the lid before taking out a scroll which wasn't very big. But when he began to unfold it he saw that there was an image on it, but before he saw it completely he heard Rias's voice, so he turned around. Rias, tell me, Issei, how do I look? She said while making a pose for Issei, who was stunned to see what Rias was wearing since she no longer had the clothes she had on before on the date, since they were on a folded armchair behind her, but that was not important, but that Rias was wearing a dress that was in the closet which fit her quite well. Which left Issei speechless, so much that the royal he was holding in his hands without him realizing it slowly fell onto the desk, while Rias laughed lightly at how Issei had reacted, which if he looked at his current state in a mirror he would realize that he had an idiotic face, so he pulled himself together. Issei, you look beautiful, he said while Rias blushed upon hearing him as she lowered her head a little, which made her look adorable in the eyes of Issei, who only turned around a little blushing since he was not going to deny that he wanted Rias, but it was not yet the time to do so. But at the same time I have realized something. Issei, wait, Rias changed in the same room while I was distracted? Curse, I let go of the opportunity to see her, wait a minute. He thought as he realized several things. First, Ryutamura had quite a few strange things inside him. Second, he lost the opportunity to see Rias changing. Third, he and Rias were the only ones inside Ryutamura. Fourth, they were both in a room where there was a bed and in theory their date hadn't ended yet. Fifth, why the hell didn't he realize until now? Issei, there is no doubt that I am an idiot, he thought as he sighed at being so clueless about things that were more than important, so he could only sigh as he walked towards Rias, who upon hearing Issei's footsteps looked up only to see that Issei was in front of her, which surprised her as she realized that Issei's attitude was different. Rias, is something wrong, Issei? Issei, yes, I realize that there is a beautiful girl in front of me who belongs to me, he said with a smile which only made Rias blush upon hearing it, so she lowered her head, which only made Issei smile as he whispered in Rias' ear in a seductive voice that surprised her. Issei, And the one I want right now," he said as he took Rias by the waist, who was surprised to hear Issei's words before she realized the same thing as Issei, so she just smiled as she raised her head and looked at Issei to whisper in her ear. "Rias, then why don't you just take her? Since she wants the same thing." Lemon skipped. "Issei, then I would be happy if you got pregnant since I want you to be the mother of my children." "Rias, you fufu, I know because I want to be the mother of your children," she said as Issei smiled and kissed her, to which she reciprocated before Rias realized something, so she separated from Issei, who was confused by Rias's sudden action, which had a surprised face. "Rias, Issei, you told me that you had already marked Louise as yours like me, right?" Issei: "Yes, why?" I ask with doubt, since the mark of the security was present in Rias' belly as well as Louise's, which confused him a bit before Rias asked with doubt. "Rias, I see, then tell me, Issei, how likely is it that Louise, after they did it, she got pregnant? After all, she is a human," he asked with doubt, while Issei was so surprised that if he saw himself in a mirror he would see that he had an idiot face. "Issei, I don't know since I left the next day, so I don't know, but what you say is true, Louise is a human, so," Issei said as he remained silent, while Rias looked at him in surprise, as she had just realized that since Louise was a human there was a high probability that she was currently pregnant. "Issei, there's a chance that I'm going to be a father," he shouted, more than surprised, since he had completely forgotten that demons and humans were very different when it came to the fertility of women, since female demons did not have a high fertility, so it was somewhat difficult for them to get pregnant, but humans did not, since they were very fertile, so they could get pregnant faster, and since Louise was a human it was more than certain that she would have gotten pregnant. "Rias, sigh Issei, you really are slow. What would have happened if I hadn't noticed? They would have found out a long time later. Gosh, how absent-minded you are." Issei: "Yes, I know, but according to Ayanami, a month is 3 days here, so I would only be away from her for 3 days," he said, while Rias just sighed while looking at Issei, who was still surprised by the idea that he could be a father if Louise had become pregnant. "Rias, Issei, according to what you said before, a team month is 3 days here, right?" Issei: "Yeah, so there won't be much of a problem if I don't come back now," he said as he sighed before he remembered that they were still inside Ryutimura, which had one mystery after another. After all, Issei had no idea why Ryutimura had everything necessary to live inside him, besides that it seemed that Ryutimura had stopped absorbing his energy some time ago. "Issei, Rias, you said that everyone believed that Ryutimura had been stolen, but for what reason did they believe that?" Rias: "Well, according to Rossways, with regards to that, after they were created there was an attack on that place, but they managed to stop the thieves, but when they realized one of them had disappeared, so it was concluded that it was stolen," he said, looking at Issei, who had a thoughtful look, since according to Rias all the splenere had the shape of a ship, but it was obvious that Ryutimura did not have it, since its shape was not that of a ship in every sense. But if it was not one of the few splenere that existed, then what exactly was Ryutimura? Since he was sure that Ryutimura was more than what he appeared to be, which had him in doubt, while he sighed. "Issei, it seems that Ryutimura has more than one secret." Rias: "What do you mean?" Issei: "Well, if we see it this way, Ryutimura is one of a kind, since it does not look like a ship as the splenere are described to be, so I doubt it is one," he said, while Rias was surprised, since it was true Ryutimura didn't look like a ship at all, so they couldn't say what it was. Issei: "On the other hand, everything inside it is very luxurious, as if everything were for an important king." Rias: "Now that you say it, it's true." Issei: "And not only is the material it's made of not normal in the slightest," he said, remembering that when the Mark of Gandalf analyzed him and said what material it was made of, he was more than surprised, since he had never heard of that material in his life, so he was more than surprised. Rias: "Why?" Issei: "Because according to what Ryutimura told me, the Mark of Gandalf is made from a material called Void Illusion Stone," he said, while Rias put on a face of total confusion upon hearing it, since it was the first time she heard about that material. Of course, Issei was not surprised to see that Rias did not know about it either, since the Mark of Gandalf also told him other things that did not agree with the time of creation of the splenere, since Ryutimura was older than them, which left him more and more confused. Issei: "Ryutimura seems to be a big mystery." Rias: "True, But if Ryutaimaru is a one-of-a-kind object, how did he end up in the club? Issei, surely someone must have confused him with a toy, but… he said doubtfully as he looked around the room with doubt, as it was at this moment that he realized something else. Issei, Rias, is it my imagination or is Ryutaimaru moving? He said as Rias realized that it seemed like Ryutaimaru was moving alone, that it was very difficult to notice. Rias, it seems so. Issei, I wonder if… he said as he closed his eyes to send his consciousness inside Ryutaimaru, which seemed to work, as he could see every part inside Ryutaimaru without a problem, so he saw outside only to see that what he said was true. Ryutaimaru was moving, only that at that moment he was approaching a city that he recognized, so he opened his eyes surprised. Rias, is something wrong? Issei, well, Ryutaimaru was moving and is currently taking us back to Kyoto. He said as a great surprise suddenly appeared on Rias's face, as she never imagined that ever since they entered, Ryutaimaru had been taking them back to Kyoto. Rias, we better get dressed and ask Rossways if he knows anything that can help us. Issei, you're right. He said as they got ready, but when they finished they both realized that the bed had returned to its normal state, which surprised them before they felt Ryutaimaru suddenly stop because they must be above Kyoto. Rias, well, I guess we'll have to do the same to get out. Issei, yes. He said as he prepared to give Ryutaimaru an order to take them out, but his attention was drawn to the desk where he remembered that there was a scroll that caught his attention. Issei, wait, there's something I want to see. He said, looking at Rias as he approached the desk, which caught Rias's attention, so she also approached the desk while Issei took back the scroll that he had before seeing Rias, so he opened it, surprised to see it like Rias, since both of them opened their eyes wide when they saw what it contained, since there were only a few words in a language that Issei did not understand like Rias, and there was an image below them, which left Issei and Rias speechless upon seeing it, so they both looked at each other while thinking the same thing, while a magic circle appeared in Issei's ear as he waited a moment before the other party responded. Azazel. Yawns, what's wrong? Why are you calling me at this hour, Issei? It's 2 in the morning. Issei, Sensei, we need your help. He said while they were still looking at the image while waiting for Azazel, who, like them, was transported to where they were when he said he was ready. And Azazel was surprised to see that out of nowhere his surroundings changed completely. Azazel, how did I get here? Issei Sensei. He said as he looked at Azazel, who was in the same hallway where he and Rias appeared, so Issei guided him to the room while explaining what he knew, which surprised Azazel, who upon reaching the room looked at the image seriously. Azazel, it's the first time I see this dragon, and I think we can't ask Drake since he's not here, but I doubt he knows anything too. Rias, so? What do we do now since he was inside? Well, Issei's familiar. Azazel, huh? Familiar? Issei, if it is where we are now, it is inside. His name is Ryutaimaru. Azazel, Ryutaimaru, huh? Well, what exactly is it? Rias, we don't know exactly what it is, since at first we thought that Ryutaimaru was one of the few splenir that were created, but then when we saw the rest we realized that it was not so. Azazel, I see. Well, what I know is that of the few splenir that were created, one was stolen, but sometime later it was recovered, so I doubt it is a good one. I think for the moment it will be better not to say anything about Ryutaimaru while I find out what this is about. He said as he took everything that was on the desk, which were only yellow sheets of paper, which meant that they had been there for a long time. Issei, fine, but when you discover something, tell me. Azazel, sure, I also think you should go with Derflinger. Issei, huh? Why? Azazel, well, let's say something very strange happened. He said as Issei became confused, so he ordered Ryutaimaru to leave them at the entrance, which happened since before they realized they were already in front of the temple where they were staying. Azazel, well, where is Ryutaimaru? He asked while looking at Issei, who only pointed to the sky, so Azazel looked in that direction but was surprised to see the large size of Ryutaimaru. Azazel, shit, I didn't think it was that big. Rias, yes, since as soon as Issei signed the contract it grew to that size. Issei, I wonder if Ryutaimaru returns to your small size. He said as Ryutaimaru trembled slightly as he shrank to the size he was when Issei made the contract, as Ryutaimaru flew around him before entering the… Issei, well, I'll go see Derflinger. he said as Azazel left with the papers, leaving him alone with Rias, to whom he gave a passionate kiss for a few minutes until they separated. Issei, I guess this is where the date ends. Tell me, did you have a good time? Rias, of course, and now I'm your wife, so I'm happy. I'll go with the others. They might still be awake. Issei, I'll go see Derflinger, she said as she gave him one last kiss before they left, as Issei headed to the room where he had left Derflinger. So when he arrived, he opened the door but was more than surprised to see that now Derflinger was not in the place he left him, but he was in another place. But what surprised him was to see that Derflinger's appearance completely changed to another espada, which left him speechless. So he approached to take it while moving it a little, but as he did so, out of nowhere he felt his consciousness being absorbed as he appeared in the mental space where he had spoken to Ayanami the 2 times he came. So he searched with his eyes, but he was petrified with what he saw in front of him. Issei, hey Derflinger, could you tell me why you have Ayanami on top of you? He asked, more than surprised to see the current position of both, since Derflinger was under Ayanami, who hugged him, while nervously asleep, while Derflinger had a smile as he said, Derflinger, this is a long story, he said nervously as he told Issei what happened, who listened attentively to what Derflinger said. Flashback. Derflinger could be seen in his human form sitting on one of the armchairs with a bored face, since Issei had been gone with Rias for his date for 2 hours, so he had nothing else to do because he was more than bored. But he was not the only one in the room, since Ayanami was also lying on an armchair sleeping while being watched by Derflinger, who only thought, Derflinger, I wonder if I should go out or stay. If I go, Ayanami will surely get angry since she told me not to leave the room until Issei came back. Demons, he thought as he sighed as he approached the sleeping Ayanami while staring at her for a few seconds. Derflinger, now that I look at it properly, Ayanami is very pretty, he whispered as he crouched down until he was in front of Ayanami's face for a few seconds before an idea crossed his mind as he looked around, making sure of something while slowly supporting himself with his arms and legs and getting on top of Ayanami without her waking up. While I thought, Derflinger, as I recall from my previous carriers, whenever they did this, they would end up having sex with their partner. But I always wondered why that happened. He wondered with doubt for just a few seconds as he looked at Ayanami's face, who was still asleep, while Derflinger gently moved a lock of hair from Ayanami's face with his hand, while Derflinger stared at his face before his gaze stopped at Ayanami's lips, to which, without realizing it, he was slowly approaching Ayanami's lips while thinking, Derflinger, it would be okay if he did it, wouldn't it? He won't find out after all, he thought as he joined his lips with Ayanami's as a light from nowhere surrounded them both, and when the light disappeared in the chair, only the sword that Issei had found remained. End of flashback. Issei had a surprised face after finishing hearing Derflinger's story, who had a more than nervous face. Derflinger, and by the time I realized it we were already here, only Ayanami was on top of me. Issei, I'll tell you 2 things. The first is that I truly admire you for having kissed Ayanami. That's something I never expected would happen. Derflinger, I see, okay, and what's the second one? Issei, that's why when Ayanami wakes up she's going to give you the bucking of your life, he said, while Derflinger could only sigh upon hearing Issei's words. After all, he knew perfectly well that once Ayanami woke up she would die without a doubt, of course, if she found out. Derflinger, yes, I know, that's why I'm going to need your help to get out of this. Issei, yes, but you know, Derflinger, I would gladly help you if it weren't for the fact that you helped Drake and all his stupid things that he did to me, so I hope you survive, he said with a smile, while Derflinger was surprised to hear him, so he was going to say something, but at that same moment Ayanami moved, which caused Derflinger to turn pale as a corpse, while Issei frowned as he realized something. Issei, now that I think about it, why hasn't Ayanami woken up? Since when I came in for the second time she felt me, so she woke up, but now it's not like she doesn't feel anything, he thought, more than surprised, while Derflinger only sighed when he saw that Ayanami did not wake up. But then Ayanami said something that left Issei and Derflinger speechless. Ayanami, please don't go, Ashura, he said as Issei and Derflinger looked at each other in surprise before turning back to Ayanami, who was still asleep. Is she talking in her sleep? Derflinger, that seems to be the case, and its state is similar to mine when my carrier dies, since when it does so after a while it remains in a state of hibernation. I think it is something similar, only that Ayanami's energy is exhausted," she said while Issei was confused why Ayanami would have her power more than exhausted. But at the same time he understood the reason, since it was not long since Ayanami had awakened, and she had told him before that when she had woken up she could not use her power well because it was exhausted, so it was normal for her to recover it over time. But not much time passed, and she used her power in her fight with Vala. Then she helped him obtain his new armors, plus she used her abilities more than once, and not only that, she even used her power to leave Indra on the verge of death and sealed the power of Hades, so it was more than normal that the energy she had recovered was exhausted, so she entered that state. So Issei sighed, since he had abused Ayanami's power too much for what he said. "Issei, if that's the case, she shouldn't wake up for a while, so there won't be a problem if you gently get rid of her," he said as Derflinger nodded while slowly moving Ayanami as he left her next to him very slowly, and as Issei said, Ayanami did not wake up. Derflinger: "Ugh, for a moment I thought I was going to die." Issei: "And it will happen if you don't find a way to separate yourself from her," he said as Derflinger remembered that he was attached to Ayanami, so he sighed in defeat. Derflinger: "I had forgotten, but well, there must be some way to separate us," he said as he returned his gaze to Ayanami as well as Issei, who still had his doubts, such as why Ayanami had a nickname by which the other god slayers knew her, and who was Ashura. And why did Ayanami kill him? Besides, whether it was true that both had been a couple, those and more doubts Issei had about Ayanami. Derflinger: "Well, I've been wondering why Ayanami is wearing that dress and those gloves." Issei: "That's easily answered, idiot." Derflinger: "I don't mean that, Issei. Don't you remember Elizabeth? She was wearing an armor that made her look powerful," he said as Issei remembered that day and Elizabeth's appearance. It was true that she had armor that made her look powerful, but what did she have to do with Ayanami? Issei: "Then it could just be a change in appearance, right?" Derflinger: "Yes, that's what one might think, but when Ayanami was on top of me, I could feel something hard under her clothes." Issei: "Did it last a while?" Derflinger: "It's like she's something wearing underneath her," she said with doubt as Issei looked at Derflinger with doubt, so he gathered his courage and with a finger he touched Ayanami's stomach, only to see that Derflinger was right, there was something under her clothes. Issei: "Who would have thought it's true, but what's so special about that?" Derflinger: "Well, when Elizabeth appeared at that time, Ayanami also did it shortly after, but when Elizabeth saw Ayanami's current appearance, she looked at her with great contempt as if she was mocking her state," she said as Issei remembered that since it was true Elizabeth saw Ayanami that way, which left him somewhat confused at that moment, since Issei knew that Ayanami was stronger than Elizabeth, but she looked at Ayanami with contempt. Issei: "If it's true I remember that, but why did I do it?" Ayanami: "Because she knows what my current status is," Ayanami said out of nowhere, tense to Issei and Derflinger, who only turned slowly to where Ayanami was, who was sitting with a serious look which tensed both of them, since they had not realized that Ayanami had already woken up, while Issei said nervously: "Issei, why your current state?" Ayanami: "Yes, because from what I could hear, you two were talking about me, right?" I asked, while Issei and Derflinger just smiled nervously at Ayanami's question, which sighed upon seeing the reaction of both. Ayanami: "Sigh, the reason why he looked at me like that is because I'm not the same as before." "Both, huh?" they said confused, while Ayanami just sighed as she stayed silent for a few seconds before saying seriously: "Ayanami, sooner or later I was going to have to tell you, so I'll show it to you," she said as she stood up under the gaze of both of them, who opened their eyes more than surprised to see that Ayanami began to take off her dress slowly. Of course neither of them thought about those things after all, given Ayanami's character. They knew that she would not do something random, so they paid attention while Ayanami took off the last button while slowly lowering her dress, which fell to the ground, but when she did so, Issei along with Derflinger were more than surprised. Derflinger: "I see, that's the reason," he said, more than surprised to see Ayanami's current appearance, since she was wearing armor like Elizabeth's, but there was more than one difference, since the color of the armor was white with parts of blue and red, but what was most noticeable were the damaged parts, since Ayanami's armor had wings similar to Elizabeth's, only now they were more than damaged so much that they could not fully extend. In addition to one wing was missing a piece. On the other hand, in the lower part near her navel a piece of armor was missing. In addition to the lower parts where there it seemed to be a kind of skirt, was also destroyed, in addition to the fact that on one of her arms a large part of the armor was missing, as well as her boots, since they were damaged to a great extent, while Ayanami took off her gloves, revealing her hands, which were hurt, which left both surprised. Ayanami, this is my current state, and as you can see my state is not all that strong. Issei, but what happened to you? Ayanami, sigh. Listen Issei, I wasn't entirely honest with you. After all, I needed to make sure you could withstand my power, he said as he looked at the sky of the space where they were, while Derflinger and Issei just remained silent. After all, they both did not know what to do or say. Besides, it was the first time they saw Ayanami tell them something about her life. Ayanami, tell me, do you know what the purpose of the God Slayer is? I asked out of nowhere, surprising both of them since they never expected that question, so they didn't say anything. After all, they didn't know the answer. Ayanami, in fact, I would be more than surprised if they knew. Issei, I didn't tell you before, but Samuel was my last carrier, he said as Issei was in complete shock upon hearing it, while Derflinger just made a somewhat confused face upon hearing that name. Issei, what? Ayanami, what you heard. Samuel was my last bearer, and not only me, he was also the bearer of Ashura, he said, while Issei was in complete surprise upon hearing it, since he had never imagined that all this time he would face someone who had been the bearer of 2 God Slayer weapons that could kill gods, as well as being the first in the ranking of the most powerful God Slayers that exist. Issei, then why? Ayanami, even if you asked me, I don't know, since currently all those memories are sealed by a seal that Ashura put on me. Issei, I see. Derflinger, what did I miss? Who is Samuel? Ayanami, someone that Issei is going to face in the future, but Samuel is just a name that he used to be able to deceive me and Ashura, since his real name is Ryujin, better known as the Dragon God of the Stars, he said, while Issei and Derflinger remained silent upon hearing what Ayanami said. But Issei, after all, had never expected that. Issei, it's a joke, right? Ayanami, I wish it were, but it isn't. Samuel, or rather Ryujin, is a dragon god, one who surpasses Great Red in power. Even without using Ashura's power, he can defeat him. Issei, but you said that Samuel was superior to Great Red because he had the power of the first, he said, upset as he remembered that Ayanami had said that Samuel or Ryujin had the power to surpass Great Red thanks to Ashura's power, but now it turned out that Samuel already possessed that power. In other words, if he was already powerful in that state, how much he would it be compared to Ashura's? Issei, in other words, I have to defeat a dragon god who possesses the power of a god slayer, making him immune to dragon slayer weapons, he said as he sighed in defeat, as he had never imagined this, and now that he had used Ayanami's power, he was his bearer, so he was the only one who could face it if it was released. Derflinger, I don't know who Great Red is, but from Issei's reaction he must be someone powerful, so how will Issei confront that being? Ayanami, obviously Issei in these is just an insect compared to the power that Samuel or Ryujin has, as you want to call him, so you will begin to train to better use my power. Issei, okay, but I have a question, who left you in that state? Ayanami, it was Samuel's girlfriend who left me pregnant. Both girlfriend? They said at the same time, while Ayanami pointed at them with her finger, where a light came out that entered their heads, revealing an image, which made Issei and Derflinger stay silent, as they had to admit that the girl was pretty. Ayanami, her name is Elena. Her power is like that of the god Shiva at his maximum power. Derflinger, but you said your power was like Ophis without having a wielder. How did he defeat you? Ayanami, that was because she is the only one who has complete control over the Trihexa, he said as Issei remained completely silent, as it seemed that his enemies were extremely powerful. Ayanami, of course, that's not counting his army, which has several levels of power. The weakest are like humans, but the strongest are like a Mao-class demon, he said, while Issei was more than surprised to hear it, since he did not expect Samuel to have an army. Issei, and you want me to face all that? Ayanami, of course you're going to need help with that. That's why I'm going to help you train your friends from this world. After all, no one knows Elena's whereabouts, and something tells me that she has something to do with the disappearance of fifth and fourth. He said as Issei put on a more than worried face, since up to that point his power could be compared to the gods if he used his maximum armor, but that would not be enough to stop Samuel, or Ryujin as he was also called, so he had to make several preparations when that moment came. Ayanami, now that I think about it, how did you two get into this space? Since I didn't call you, he said as they both turned pale, or rather Derflinger turned even paler, so much so that they could already mistake him for a corpse, while Ayanami just closed her eyes for a few seconds before opening them with great surprise as she looked at Derflinger before saying, Ayanami Issei, if you don't want to suffer the same as Derflinger, you'll leave now. She said as Issei acknowledged, as it seemed that Ayanami had realized that she and Derflinger were united, but she still had doubts about why they had managed to fuse, so without saying anything she left that place while opening her eyes, seeing that she was still in the room, and not only that, it seemed that she had been in that place all night as it was already dawn, so her date with Asia was about to begin. Issei, I guess I should get everything ready for the date with Asia, he said as out of nowhere the sword in his hand trembled violently, as it seemed like a great battle was taking place within, so he sighed. Issei, I hope Derflinger survives that. Well, I'll prepare for the date, although it would be better if I did what Ayanami said and took advantage of all the time I could with the girls, since now that I know this, I'm less sure of beating Samuel, but I'll do everything in my power to defeat him, he said with determination as he left, but not before leaving the sword on the chair, since the last thing he wanted was for Ayanami to take it out on him too, so he left them alone. Chapter 31, The Date with Asia and Divine Beasts. Issei quickly changed his clothes after taking a shower, since his date with Asia was going to be soon, so he wanted it to be perfect like it was with Rias, so he planned to do several things that he had already planned before, since he had promised Asia that they would go on another date when they had their first one a while ago. So he got ready and waited for Asia at the entrance of the temple for a while before Asia arrived, but then a magic circle appeared in his ear. Issei, who? Azazel, Issei, it's me. I wanted to tell you something I discovered. Issei, what thing? Azazel, that scroll was not the only one, there are others and they all have a different image of a being with a single name above that I have not yet deciphered, since the language is not one I have seen before or from any other mythology. But I found that in some of the sheets I brought it spoke of those beasts, he said, while Issei was surprised to hear it, since he was now more than sure that Ryutaimuru was not a common object, so he had his doubts, but he had no way of knowing what the truth was. Issei, I see how many scrolls there are exactly? Azazel, there are many, but right now I am sending you some of the images to your cell phone so you can check them out, he said as Issei's cell phone suddenly began to vibrate. So he took it out of his pants and turned it on to open the files that Azazel had sent him. But he was surprised to see that the first image that appeared when he opened the file was the one he saw inside Ryutaimuru. Only now he had the name of the dragon above him. Issei, so his name is Slifer the Sky Dragon, he said, reading the name with some seriousness, since he had not heard of this dragon, so he had his doubts about him, but still did not have the answers, so he went to the other image surprised to see another beast in which his name was at the top. Obelisk the Tormentor. He read more than surprised, since if he were to compare it with the previous beast he saw, he could easily say that the two beasts were in the same league, so without hesitation he went to the other image, seeing another beast. Winged Dragon of Ra. Issei had a very serious face, since there was another beast that showed great power just by seeing its image like the previous two, so he went to the fourth image at the same time. A surprise appeared on his face, since now it was a being that was common to find in some parts of the world, but its name and shape make it look completely different from the others. Celestial Wolf Sirius, which had him worried because just by looking at the images he could easily tell that those beings were truly powerful. So much so that he himself did not dare to measure their power. Issei, why did Ryutaimura have this inside him? He said more than doubtfully, since now he had more doubts about Ryutaimura, but there was nothing more he could do but wait for Azazel to finish deciphering the other files. Issei, just by seeing this I can tell that these beings are not normal. Azazel, I think the same. There are others, but I think I'll send them to you later, since your date with Asia should be starting soon, so we'll talk later. she said as she cut the call while Issei sighed as he was now more confident not to say anything until they knew what those beasts were before voting to see Asia approaching, so he smiled. Asia, did you wait too long, Issei-san? Asia asked, coming to his side with a smile, while Issei smiled at seeing Asia, who was wearing a white dress. Issei, it didn't really come, you look beautiful, he said with a smile as Asia blushed at Issei's words, who extended his hand towards Asia, who smiled as she took Issei's hand happily. Issei, come on, I still owe you a date. Asia, yes, he said happily as they both calmly left to have their date, while in the distance they were watched by the girls, who had a smile on their faces at having Issei back with them. Elsewhere, a hallway could be seen that was dark, where it was barely possible to see anything, where there was a great silence since nothing could be heard except for some footsteps that were heard throughout the hallway before they stopped, while a torch lit up on the wall revealing a purple-haired woman wearing armor, while on her back she carried a large sword. This girl was Urien, with whom Kuroka had fought a few hours ago, and who only looked ahead with some seriousness. Urien, so there was a Black Star Wizard with his power already awakened, he said, looking ahead where the silhouette of a boy could be seen in the dark hallway, while Urien smiled. You are wrong, Urien, since at this point we are 3 Black Star Wizards who have already managed to awaken our power, a male voice said, but if you looked closely at the voice you would realize that it was that of a teenager, but the darkness prevented his face from being seen, while Urien was surprised to hear it. Urien, interesting, but I can't understand, if 3 of you have already managed to awaken your powers, why haven't you done anything to open the seal that imprisons us in that place? She asked seriously, while the boy in front of her remained silent for a few seconds before answering seriously. That was because of Elena. She gave us the order to hide while we still search for the 4th wizard, he said, as Urien was surprised to hear that name, as she was well familiar with that name like the others. Urien, so Elena is still alive, huh? Well, if she ordered it, we just have to obey, although I recommend that you hurry up and find the 4th since the others are getting very impatient, he said as he turned around to leave the place, still under the gaze of the Black Star Wizard, but he did not take any more steps when he heard the boy's voice. Of all of you, Elena told me not to trust you so much. Can you tell me the reason for that? He asked seriously, while Urien was silent at the Black Star Wizard's question for a few seconds before saying, Urien, whether you believe him or not is up to you, he said as he calmly left the place, leaving only the boy, who watched Urien leave the place before footsteps were heard behind him, while a female voice was heard. Who would say that the sealed ones are getting impatient, although they are within their rights after all they have been sealed for a long time? The girl said as she stood next to the boy, who moved his gaze to her as he said with some seriousness. True, but we need them to conquer this world and the other where the current security is from. True, after all, Elena didn't waste time since Samuel, or rather Ryujin-sama, was sealed by Ashura a long time ago. True, but even though 3 of us have already awakened, 3 of the Void Mages have already appeared. Oh really? Yes, according to her, Louise Françoise Leblanc de la Valliere along with an elf named Tefania Westwood are 2 Void Mages, but they have not yet fully awakened their power. True, I had forgotten, since it was Louise who summoned the current security as her familiar, right? Not to mention that Tefania summoned the Dragon Queen Tiamat as a familiar, the strongest of the 5 Dragon Kings, he said seriously, while the girl next to him laughed lightly at the seriousness of her companion. You know you don't have to be worried, right? If everything goes according to plan, nothing can stop us, even if Great Red intervenes. Yes, I know that, but for everything to go as planned, it is more than necessary that we free Ryujin-sama from the seal. I know that, that's why Elena has been looking for the place where it is sealed, but she still hasn't found it. But with or without it we will win, after all we have Trihexa on our side, he said as the boy sighed at his partner's words before leaving, while his partner walked after him without realizing that Urien was hearing everything and only thought. Urien. So there's a Black Star Mage at the academy where Kuroka is staying. This is really interesting. On the other hand, the current security and the strongest Dragon Queen seem to be the familiars of the Void Mages. But unlike Elena, I have my own plans. Although I wonder if Kuroka will come to meet us at dusk, since I'll be disappointed if she doesn't, he thought as he smiled as he left the place without the 2 Black Star Wizards finding out about it. With Issei The brown-haired boy walked with Asia through one of the Kyoto parks where they observed everything while both enjoyed each other's company. After all, they knew they could only be there for a month before Issei returned to Tristan with Louise for the magic festival. Asia, we finally have a date again, Issei-san, she said happily as she hugged Issei's arm, who smiled seeing how happy Asia was, as he still couldn't forget her furious face, so he mentally reminded himself never to make Asia angry. Issei, I promise you after all. Asia, I know, she said as she and Issei walked through the park enjoying each other's company until they went to a nearby cafeteria to eat. After all, they hadn't had breakfast yet, so they entered the cafeteria and sat at one of the tables in the back that were attached to the wall, where they sat while a waiter gave them the menu before leaving. Asia, I wonder what I should order, there are so many things, he said looking at the menu, but Asia was surprised to see that all the desserts or drinks they had. Issei, don't worry about it since you can ask for whatever you want. Asia, huh? Seriously, I can order whatever I want. Issei, of course, so don't worry about the bill, he said while smiling fondly at Asia, who smiled happily upon hearing Issei's words, who smiled after all it didn't affect him. Issei, after all, I'm going to pay with Sensei's card, so there's no problem with spending on whatever the girls want, after all, it's not my money, he thought as he watched Asia, who was telling the waiter what she wanted from the menu, but Issei's smile instantly disappeared as he watched the waiter talk to Asia. Waiter, sure, I treated your order. If you want something else, let me know, miss, he said kindly as he left, while Asia nodded before seeing Issei, who had a serious face, which surprised Asia since Issei had a murderous look towards where the waiter had gone. Asia, is something wrong, Issei-san? Issei, nothing, Asia, it's just that I didn't like the way that boy spoke to you. Asia, huh? But I was just being nice. Issei, it's a man thing, something a girl wouldn't understand, Issei said, smiling at Asia, who was only confused. After all, at her sight the waiter had only been very kind to her, but in Issei's sight the waiter was flirting with Asia in front of him, which bothered him. After all, being a dragon, he was very possessive with his females. Asia, I guess, since in my opinion that boy was just nice. Issei, kind or not, I want to hit him since Asia is only mine, she said seriously, while Asia blushed upon hearing that. After all, hearing that from the boy she loves made her more than happy, and she also found it cute that Issei was jealous, so an idea came to her mind while she laughed lightly while the waiter arrived with the desserts that Asia had ordered. While looking at Issei, waiter, do you know what you're going to order? Asia, bring him a slice of chocolate cake, he said before Issei spoke, which surprised him, while the boy just smiled kindly towards Asia, which bothered Issei since in that boy's eyes he could see that he had unhealthy thoughts about Asia, which bothered him more. Waiter, fine, I'll bring it to you. Enjoy your dessert, darling, he said as he left, and Asia pretended to be a little embarrassed, which made Issei surprised before his jealousy increased more. After a moment the waiter brought the cake while smiling at Asia, which made Issei make a forced smile when he saw it. Waiter, here, can I help you with anything else, miss? Asia, no, it's not okay, thank you, she said while making a small bow which made her cleavage show a little, which made the waiter blush, while a macabre aura came out of Issei, who already had several murderous intentions towards the waiter, who left the table blushing at the same time that Asia looked at Issei and laughed lightly, which surprised Issei, while Asia continued to laugh a little while they both ate their desserts at the same time that Issei sent murderous glances to the waiter every time he looked at Asia from afar, which only made Asia laugh, which caught Issei's attention, who only looked at Asia before saying, Issei, what's funny? Asia, nothing, it's just that Issei-san looks pretty cute when he's jealous, she said as Issei stood in surprise before realizing that Asia had only done that to annoy him, so he smiled in a forced way. Issei, I see, but you know, Asia, we dragons are very jealous, so much that I already had more than one way to kill that boy, but since it was a joke of yours, I think I'm going to punish you, he said as Asia was surprised as she turned to look at Issei, who without saying anything put his arm around Asia's waist to pull her towards him while giving her a kiss on the lips that left Asia surprised, and before she reciprocated, Issei separated with a smile. Issei, I told you I would punish you, so I will only give you a kiss like this until you apologize. he said, smiling, as Asia was surprised to hear it before pouting her cheeks before she remembered Akino's advice from a while ago, so she said with a smile. Asia, so there's no hex today, she said as she took her bag and left, while Issei was more shocked upon hearing Asia's words, so he quickly got up to follow Asia but was instantly surprised. Issei. Wait, did Asia want to do that? Besides, since when did Asia stop being shy? He thought, surprised as he paid the bill while wondering that as he left the cafeteria where Asia was waiting for him outside, so Issei just sighed as he arrived next to Asia, but before he said anything to him. Asia, what I said was serious. Today we will not have hex, she said as she walked away without seeing Issei, who was surprised to hear those words before reacting and going after Asia. Issei, wait Asia, that's not fair, he said, chasing Asia, who laughed internally seeing Issei's state while thinking about all the teachings Akino gave her before. Tristan. An academy could be seen, but unlike the north one, this one was more different, since instead of having only 5 towers it had 8, and it was twice as big. This place was the South Academy, the academy where Louise's twin sister Lucy was currently studying. There were several students walking calmly. After all, they were on break hours, so everyone was more than calm, but that did not apply in one of the towers, in which if it were not for the silent spells they could hear several blows coming from inside, where there were several boys calmly watching what was happening, since currently a fight was taking place in what appeared to be an arena where there were 2 blondes with eyes of different colors. One had pink and the other red. These were Lucy and Rosalie, who were facing each other in a fight where several spells exploded while their companions watched them. Arkle, is it my imagination, or is Lucy getting stronger with each passing day? The boy said, watching the fight between the 2 girls, where Lucy had a great advantage against Rosalie. Marcus, what did you expect? Lucy has a talent in magic greater than all of us, in other words, a prodigy. Valerie, it's true, Lucy's talent is not natural, they said as they watched from the stands the fight, which ended with Lucy's victory, as everyone knew it would end. Akane, I wonder if those from North Academy will be strong. Angus, those weaklings? I doubt it. If it was in the past, it might be possible, but now I doubt it. Valerie, also, it's only been a few days. I wonder if they managed to save Louise's magic power, he said as everyone remembered what happened just a few days ago at North Academy, as they looked at the arena where Lucy and Rosalie were resting. Zet, I'm still surprised that Lucy did that to her sister. Misty, it's true we've known Lucy for a long time, but that was the first time I saw her act that way, she said, while everyone else just looked at each other. After all, it was true that it was the first time they saw Lucy act that way. Valerie, yes, that's correct. But if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that Lucy wouldn't do something without having a reason first, they said as they watched the 2 girls approach them, while they didn't notice that Yujui had heard their conversation. Yujui, if you knew what Lucy's reason was, you would be surprised, he thought as he looked at Lucy, since he knew her better than anyone, since they had been together for quite some time, so he knew almost everything about her, including the reason for her attack on Louise. Yujui, Lucy just asked me how far that decision you made while ago will take you, he thought as he sighed while looking out the window. After all, he was curious to see how everything would end at the Magic Festival. Elsewhere. After going to the cafeteria, Issei decided to take Asia to the arcade like on their first date, to which she agreed. Of course, Asia was still going with what she had told Issei before, which she did just to annoy Issei, who was just sighing over what Asia had said, although he knew it was just a game for Asia to be able to annoy him. Even so, it gave him a strange feeling, since that is what a couple would do, which made him happy as he looked at Asia, who looked at which arcade game to play. After all, this reminded him of when they came for the first time. Asia, while there are many games like the last time we came, he said, smiling as he looked at Issei, who was only aware of Asia's smile, so he smiled the same way as he said, Issei, if that's true, if you want, we can play them all. Asia, really? Issei, yes, he said as they entered the arcade to play, which they spent most of the day playing until it began to get dark when they left the arcade, only now not alone, since Issei had won another stuffed animal for Asia, exactly the same as the first one he had given her before. Asia, that was very fun, thanks Issei-san. Issei, if you also don't call me by san anymore, that would be something strange in a short time, he said, surprising Asia, who only looked in surprise at Issei, who only turned around while looking at Asia for a few moments before taking a bandage out of his pants. Issei, put this on, I want to take you to a special place, he said as Asia was surprised by Issei's words before nodding. Of course, she was still confused by Issei's previous words, but she still listened to him as she put the blindfold on her eyes while Issei took her hand while making sure that no one was around before activating a magic circle transporting them to another place quickly, where Issei removed the blindfold from Asia, who opened her eyes again while looking around with curiosity before being surprised, since she knew this place which she would never forget. Asia, this place, she said as some tears out of nowhere formed in her eyes as she looked at the place where she and Issei met, so she returned her gaze to the brunette who was kneeling on the ground with one leg while holding a box in her hands and said with a smile, Issei, Asia Argento, in this place where we met and got to know each other for the first time, I want to ask you if you want to marry me? He said as Asia was left in great surprise as her plushie fell to the ground as both of her hands were in her mouth, as tears came out of her eyes as she looked at Issei before nodding and saying, Asia, yes, I want to marry you, I want to be by your side forever, she said as she launched herself to hug Issei, who fell to the ground due to the great force Asia used to approach him, while he reciprocated Asia's hug, still lying on the ground with a smile on his face before Asia separated from him a little to look into his eyes for a few seconds before kissing him, while Issei reciprocated Asia's kiss, in which the feelings of both were, while the kiss increased in intensity with each passing second, while Issei stuck her tongue in Asia's mouth, which she accepted without hesitation, while they kissed like that for a few seconds before separating to catch their breath while they looked into each other's eyes. Asia, Issei-san, I want you to make me yours. Issei, huh? I thought we wouldn't do it since you said there wasn't hex today. Asia, no, I just said that to annoy Issei-san, she said while pouting, which only made Issei laugh at seeing him, since he knew that for a long time, so he whispered it into Asia's ear. Issei, then I'm going to make you mine, he said as he turned to Asia, who was startled at the thought that they would do it in the middle of a park, but to her surprise she did not feel the hard ground but a padded bed, as she looked in surprise at the place where they were. Asia, huh? Where are we? Issei, I'll explain it to you later. The only thing you need to know now is that in this place no one will bother us, he said, surprising Asia, who was stunned for a few seconds before smiling and saying, Asia, then Issei-san, do whatever you want with me, she said with a smile as tears of happiness fell from her cheeks as what she had most wanted was happening, so Issei just wiped the tears that fell from Asia's eyes with his two thumbs as he said, Issei, if you want that, I will do it. After all, you belong to me and I will not let anyone say otherwise, he said while kissing Asia with love, which she reciprocated instantly, since she was not going to waste all the time she had with Issei, since the others like her wanted their date with the brown-haired boy, but now it was her turn, so she would take advantage of every second. Lemon skipped. Asia, I could finally be one with Issei, she said happily with a smile on her face while Issei smiled, so he gave a kiss to Asia, who did not hold back and reciprocated before they separated. Issei, and I was finally able to claim my beloved Asia, he said, embarrassing Asia, who only blushed slightly before she hugged Issei tighter while remembering something. Asia, Issei, where are we? Issei, or you don't know, well, it's a long story, but we still have time, he said while kissing Asia, who already knew what Issei meant by time, so she didn't resist and let lust rule her body once again. Elsewhere, you could see a black-haired man with some blonde locks in his light hair, who was Azazel, who had a more than serious face on his face, since ever since he brought all the leaves that were in Ryutimari he had been trying to decipher some of them, still without having any luck, in addition to the fact that he had already sent him some of the images of the beasts that came inside the scrolls, but there were still others which had other beasts in them, in addition to the fact that below the images there were some words that he could not understand in the least, so he sighed. Azazel, and to think that these types of divine beasts existed, but the one that caught my attention the most was this one, he said as he took the scroll that had the image of the celestial wolf Sirius, since this same name was repeated in another scroll that was translated into a language that he could decipher in a short time, while he took the other scroll where the same name as the wolf was, only that at the top of the scroll it said some words that made Azazel. Sirius. Azazel, I wonder what kind of beings they were, the 12-star gods. As he looked, he went to the name that occupied the second place, since it was almost the same name as the wolf's. Azazel. It seems that this beast, heavenly wolf Sirius, is somehow linked to star god Sirius. He thought seriously as he could say that he and Issei had stumbled upon some kind of secret of ancient beings, or would it be better to say that the two of them had encountered a more than ancient taboo, which Azazel had more than worried, as he said seriously. Azazel, when possible I will tell Issei to come with Ayanami, since she may know what all this is about. He said seriously as he stared at his office window for a few seconds before saying in a weak whisper, Azazel, I just hope this won't be a problem in the future. He said without knowing that he and Issei had stumbled upon one of the greatest secrets of ancient times, one that would bring great calamity in the future, since in a remote place someone had sensed Kuroka's power. Chapter 32, The Seal of the Divine Beasts and the Past of the Nikomatas. It had been a few hours since Issei and Asia had entered the interior of Ryutimuru, where the two were now sleeping peacefully, since although the two had done so for almost an hour, Issei was not tired at all, so he had already woken up a few hours August. Issei, I guess it's time for us to return to Kyoto with the others. Ryutimuru, we take to Kyoto. He said softly as out of nowhere Ryutimuru began to move under Issei's order towards Kyoto while thinking. Issei, if I'm not mistaken, Tristan must have only been there a few hours. I wonder if they've already made progress in their strength? He thought quietly, not knowing that Louise and the others' progress had advanced by leaps and bounds, so much so that he would be surprised to see it. Asia, she said lightly before opening her eyes and looking at Issei, to whom she smiled, which made Asia blush after all the memories of what they had done came to her mind. Issei, you know you look adorable when you're embarrassed. Asia, don't say that. Issei, how do you want me not to be embarrassed after what we did? Issei, true, besides, it shouldn't embarrass you after all, this won't be the only time we do it. He said the last thing in Asia's ear, who blushed upon hearing it before she smiled slightly. After all, one of Asia's wishes was to have a child with Issei, so she hugged him with love while saying, Asia, I hope so, because that way the chances of us forming a family increase. He said as Issei smiled at this, as Issei knew that the one he was most likely to have children with was Louise, and the possibility of her being pregnant at the moment was high, so he couldn't hide it from the girls. Issei, there is actually something you should know. Asia, what thing? She said curiously while Issei smiled with some nervousness, since it was no secret to him that the girls were competing to have his child, so saying it could make them a little upset. Tristan. The sun was still high in the sky, implying that it was barely noon, so the courtyards and hallways should be empty. But that was not the case in one of the academy's backyards, where a group of boys were undergoing intensive training, since at this moment Kaneko was teaching them hand-to-hand combat while Kuroka watched everything seriously. After all, Ayanami had given them skills that they had to practice, so the level at which they trained increased, since now Louise and Jeanette were facing each other. Kuroka, Louise, concentrate, you must concentrate, but you leave too many openings. Doing that in a real fight will cost you your life. Kuroka said seriously as Louise became more serious, as Kuroka's gaze shifted from Louise to Jeanette and said seriously, Kuroka, Jeanette, your punches are too weak, you won't always be able to use magic, so put more force into your punches. She shouted seriously, making Jeanette's expression become more serious upon hearing Kuroka's warning, while Louise and Jeanette charged at each other again, while the two of them turned to deliver a kick which made them both hit at the same time, causing two types of energy to appear out of nowhere, surprising everyone, plus Kuroka and Kaneko, since they identified that type of energy since they were familiar with that energy. Kaneko, Kuroka ne-sama. Kuroka, yes. He said seriously as he saw those two types of energy disperse, while Louise and Jeanette looked at each other more than surprised. After all, the two had felt that energy. Kuroka. Who would have thought that they would go so far in such a short time? What would take many in our world years to manifest and control, they have achieved in just 3 hours. Kaneko. It's very impressive. In that attack there was clearly a large amount of pure Toki. Kuroka. Correct. It seems that they have an innate talent to be able to control Toki. In our world, Toki users are not many, since it requires a great deal of training to use it, unlike us who are Nikomatas. but it seems that their control over Toki is more than superior if they train long enough. She said seriously, since Kuroka knew that if they could manifest it with so little training, it meant that the rest of the population of that entire world could do it. So if they were trained in that, they could not only increase their strength, but they would also increase their defense power. Kaneko, so it's likely that they can use Senjutsu? Or Kasha? Kuroka, I don't know, but there is a high probability that they will be able to use it. After all, in their world, those energies are very abundant. I wouldn't be surprised if they could use Senjutsu or Kasha at some point. She said seriously, since now she could understand why Ayanami had said that with just 15 days she could make all those boys grow in strength. It was because she had already noticed that fact. Kaneko, if they had discovered this years ago, the power of this entire world would be different than it is now. Kuroka, right, if their strength wasn't so weak, they would be able to match our world in power to a certain extent. He said, while Kaneko agreed, since this was a fact, but they not having knowledge of it led them to be very weak. Kaneko, something that impresses me too is how quickly they learn to fight. Kuroka, it's true they learn very quickly. It seems Issei-sama didn't choose them at random. He said as he looked at the group of boys who were talking about what had just happened while Kuroka looked at the sky. Kuroka, there are only 6 hours left until sunset. I wonder if I should go meet Urian. Am I really the daughter of gods like Chiron? She thought worriedly, since she still doubted whether she should go or not, but she had to admit something that surprised her, and that was that when she received the Ayanami technique she told her that it would take her a while to learn it, or it was possible that she wouldn't do it, but she managed to use it the first time, and besides that, using that power was as natural as breathing. Kuroka, I guess there is no choice, I'll go meet Urian. She thought seriously as she looked at the boys who continued to talk about what had happened without noticing that Kaneko had been paying attention to her. With Issei. After Issei told Asia that it was possible that he was going to be a father, she was surprised at first, since that was news that no one could take lightly, and it was good that Asia would take it well, so she sighed in relief. So they got dressed, since Ryutamura had already arrived in Kyoto, so the two got off him, but to the surprise of both, Azazel was waiting at the entrance. Issei-sensei. Azazel, hi, I was waiting for you. Asia, could you leave us alone? There's something I want to talk to Issei about. He said as Asia nodded as she gave Issei a kiss on the lips for a few seconds before leaving Issei and Azazel alone, who upon seeing that Asia had left. Azazel, Issei, what I'm going to tell you is important, but this is not the best place to talk about what we have inside Ryutamura. Since from what I saw and know, that is the only place where no one will hear us. He said seriously, surprising Issei, who agreed while looking at the sky where Ryutamura was, who obeyed Issei's order and took them inside him, appearing in the room where Azazel sat in one of the armchairs while sighing. Issei, what happened? Azazel, Issei, let me tell you something. Whatever those leaves mean, we came across something extremely big, so big that it escapes our hands. Issei, what do you mean? What did you discover? Azazel, something we should never have discovered. Issei, Ryutamura is not something that belongs to any mythology or faction. Better said, Ryutamura does not belong to our world. He said seriously as he looked at Issei, who was surprised, since just by seeing Azazel's concern he knew it was something really serious. Issei, what do you mean it's from another world? Azazel, Issei, you have currently made travel between worlds possible thanks to Ayanami. Issei, yes I know, but what does that have to do with Ryutamura? Azazel, all Ryutamura is not some simple object, it is not one of the few splenir that exists. Issei, then what is it? He asked doubtfully and worriedly, as it seemed that Azazel had already discovered the origin of Ryutamura, which seemed not to be simple. Azazel, Ryutamura is a powerful warship, as well as being an object capable of traveling not only through dimensions, but it is also the object that has a divine beast sealed within it. In other words, the divine beast Slifer, the dragon of heaven, is sealed within item. He said seriously while Issei was completely in shock, since he couldn't believe it no matter how much he thought about it. Ryutamura, the one he chose as his familiar, was the container of a divine beast? Issei, what are you so sure about that, sensei? Azazel, I'm completely sure of that. Issei. After all, in the scroll where the image of the Slifer the Dragon of Heaven was in one part, it said that the beast had been imprinted inside an object, and the image of Ryutimura was at the end. He said seriously, leaving Issei speechless. Ryutimura contained a divine beast inside him? But on the other hand, if Ryutimura contained that divine beast, didn't it mean that the others were in a similar situation? Issei, so that means the other divine beasts are in a similar situation? Azazel, that's right. As the Slifer the Dragon of Heaven is sealed inside Ryutimura, the other two, which are Winged Dragon of Ra and Obelisk the Tormentor, are sealed in other objects. Issei, in which ones? Azazel, Sai, according to what I could discover from the sheets that were translated, Obelisk the Tormentor is sealed within a sword. As for the Winged Dragon of Ra, according to the scroll, it is sealed in a large gold-colored sphere, but that is not what worries me now. Issei, then what is it? Azazel, what worries me is that one of those beasts is in possession of one of the main gods of Olympus. The goddess of the night Nyx has the sword that has sealed the divine beast Obelisk the Tormentor. He said seriously, surprising Issei since he did not expect that, but at the same time he remembered that Zeus, the leader god of Olympus, had not yet joined the alliance of factions, since only Odin had done so. They could not ask for the sword. Issei, so Zeus won't hand over the sword if we ask him to? Azazel, true, I forgot. Issei, Zeus already joined the alliance of factions a long time ago, but the one who has the sword is not Zeus, it is Nyx, who is not at all happy with the alliance. So if she finds out that she has a sword with that power, she will use it without hesitation against the factions. He said seriously while Issei put on a strange face. If that sword was powerful with Obelisk sealed in it, wasn't it enough for Ayanami to go for the sword? Issei, I see, but wouldn't it be better if I asked Ayanami to help us with that? The truth is that I would be interested in obtaining that sword. Azazel, I thought the same thing, but I don't think it's convenient to do it. Issei, why? Azazel, why? If Ayanami takes that sword, that assures you that the other god slayer will not take action this time. You are your user, so if you tell me that Ayanami can defeat the other without problems, we will do it. She said while Issei remained silent. Since currently Ayanami was not at her maximum power, it was more possible that Ayanami was going to be defeated by Elizabeth. After all, she was at her maximum power, so he sighed. Issei, no, in fact if it were the past, Ayanami would have no problem defeating her, but now I'm not sure about that since she's not in a good situation, let's say. Azazel, I assumed so, but it's not something we should do right now. As long as the information doesn't leak, there won't be any problems. Issei, I know, then it would be best to keep it between us. Azazel, well, I've already taken up a lot of your time and Akino must be waiting for you. By the way, you should take her to the festival that will be in one of the temples of Kyoto. Issei, I will. He said, nodding as they returned to the entrance of the temple, and just as Azazel said, Akino was arriving, where they appeared wearing a cute black kimono adorned with flower figures, making her look beautiful. Azazel, well, I'll leave you, he said as he left the two young men alone, while Akino blushed slightly when she saw that Issei did not take his eyes off her, for what she said flirtatiously. Akino, do you like what you see, Anada? Issei, yes, he said, dumbfounded before realizing the way Akino had called him for what he said. Issei, Anada? Akino, if after all you have already proposed marriage to Rias and Asia, so I'm just getting ahead of myself, she said with a smile as Issei laughed lightly at Akino's response before reaching out his hand to her, which she took, interlacing their fingers as Issei said with a smile. Issei, let's go. Akino, hey, she said happily as she walked alongside Issei to their date, as it was now noon, so they had to hurry if Issei wanted to take Akino to the festival. Tristan. The day was almost over. After all, the dusk was slowly beginning to appear while the boys were resting in the courtyard quietly. Kerchi, who would have thought that our power would advance so quickly with Ayanami's help? Louise, true, and according to Kuroka and Kaneko, what Jeanette and I used before was Toki, which is very difficult to use. Montmorency, yes, but among all of us only you, Jeanette Goethe Malicorn, were able to express it. Goethe, true, but remember what Kuroka said, even if we couldn't use it, like we could still use it in a certain way. Kuroka, right, so you shouldn't rush, we'll stop training here. Tomorrow we'll continue. he said as everyone agreed as they got up from the ground stretching while Kerchi said tiredly. Kerchi, who would have thought that increasing strength would be so exhausting, and the effect that Ayanami had on us would only last 3 days, right? Kaneko, that's what he said. Jeanette, fine, but for now I'll take a hot bath. Louise, I'll go with you, he said as the girls joined in the same way while Goiche and Malicorn were planning to go take a bath also of course in the boys' bathroom. Louise, well? Will they accompany us? Kuroka Kaneko? Kaneko, I have no problem going in your Kuroka ne-sama? Kuroka, me? Well, I would like to, but there is something I have to do, so I will see you later, he said as the others agreed at Kuroka's words as they calmly left. Although Kaneko was somewhat worried about Kuroka but knew she shouldn't get involved in her affairs, so she followed the girls, leaving Kuroka alone, who only looked at the sky seriously for a few seconds before walking to the place where she had met Urian, who was already there, waiting for Kuroka. With Issei. The date with Akino had gone without any problems since the brunette had taken her to any place she wanted to go, and then ended up at the place where the festival would be, which they arrived at when it got dark. Akino, Era, I didn't think Kanata would bring me to this place. Issei, well, Azazel mentioned it, and I thought it was a good idea to come, he said as he walked with Akino, who was hugging his arm without moving away at any time. Of course, Issei also had to harden the lustful looks that the boys gave Akino, who hardened the lustful looks that the girls sent Issei while thinking. Akino, look as much as you want, Hichizanada won't even look at you since I'm his wife. Issei, damn lustful pieces of shit, if it weren't for the fact that we are in this place I would have sent them flying with a dragon shot. After all, Akino belongs to me. They both thought at the same time without knowing that they both thought the same thing. Of course the public was more than upset. The boys with Issei for being next to Akino, and the girls were upset with Akino for having Issei next to her, which they both ignored to concentrate on themselves, so they walked around the place watching and playing one or another game of the place where they had fun. Issei, tell me, Akino, do you want me to buy you a sweet? He said as he stopped in front of a food stand where there were some sweets, while Akino looked at them for a few moments before nodding, so Issei bought her one, while they continued on their way as they walked away from the stands and then headed towards the mountains, since it wasn't long before they launched the fireworks which they wanted to see together. Issei, there are a few minutes left until the fireworks start, he said as they walked between two stalls to head to a more private place. After all, they wanted to spend time alone while the two watched the fireworks, so now they were no longer in the sight of people. Akino, the truth is that I'm not so interested in that, but rather in enjoying my time with you, she said, surprising Issei, who stopped walking as he stood in front of Akino, who just smiled at Issei's surprised look as she bit into her candy, which broke, causing a piece to fall in the middle of her two breasts, surprising her, as well as Issei, who blushed at the sight. After all, the kimono also slipped a little, exposing Akino's breasts a little, in addition to exposing part of her black brassiere, which gave Issei a more than erotic view, who wanted to take the sweet and eat it on Akino's breasts, who smiled at seeing Issei's desire for what she said flirtatiously. Akino, Era, it seems that some of the candy fell on my breasts, can Anata help me clean it up? She said seductively as she put her hands under her breasts and moved them a little, making Issei surprised as he swallowed a little. After all, saying it wasn't tempting was lying. Issei, we're not in sight of people, so there's no problem, right? He thought as he walked a little closer to Akino, who only smiled seeing that her goal had been a success before giving a weak moan as she felt how Issei, without her realizing, had begun to eat the piece of candy that had fallen on her breasts, which she made a smile appear on Akino's face as now Issei had taken her by the waist, pressing her closer to him, while now licking her breasts, since a few seconds ago the candy had disappeared. So Issei continued since his pheromones had already begun to get out of control again, which only succeeded Akino, who moaned weakly at Issei's licks. Akino, Anata, you're being rude. Do you perhaps want to make me yours in this place? Issei, I don't think I can take it anymore, Akino. After all, you were counting on my pheromones getting out of control, right? Akino, your fufu's so Anata found out about me. But it's not like that matters now, she said with a smile that captivated Issei as the fireworks began to explode in the sky, which caught the attention of the two young men, while Issei sighed, which caught Akino's attention. Issei, Akino, do you want to be my wife? he said out of nowhere, surprising her beyond belief as there was a gold ring between Issei's fingers, which made Akino's eyes fill with tears as she covered her mouth for a few moments before nodding. Akino, yes, I want to be with Anata forever, he said as Issei smiled as he took Akino's hand and put the ring on her finger, which brought out a big smile on both of them, who sealed their lips in a tender kiss that soon increased in intensity, as their tongues became entangled in a fight that neither wanted to lose until they separated, leaving a thread of saliva. Issei, I think it wouldn't be bad if we went ahead and practiced for the wedding night, right? Akino, you fufu, I agree with you, Anata, after all, practice makes perfect, she said with a lustful smile which also appeared on Issei's face, who kissed Akino again, since, as he had done with Rias and Asia, it was time for him to take Akino as one of his wives. Tristan. A beautiful sunset could be seen covering the entire place, announcing the arrival of night in a few hours, but in a forest a woman could be seen sitting on a rock who had purple hair and eyes of the same color, watching the sunset calmly, while on her shoulder rested the handle of her great sword, which was reflecting the sunlight. The girl's gaze was calm, as was her expression, which quickly changed into a slight smile as she said, without moving her gaze from the sunset, Urian, I thought you weren't coming anymore, but in the end you didn't disappoint me, Kuroka, she said as she turned to look behind her, where under the shade of the trees, Nikomata Kuroka was quietly standing, walking until she was 3 steps away from Urian, who did not move yet because of Kuroka's proximity, who only looked at her before saying seriously, Kuroka, do you really know who my real parents are? Urian, I think so. If I knew who your father was, I naturally know who your mother was, he said calmly before turning to look at Kuroka again before saying with a smile, Urian, do you want to sit down? Since the story is going to be long, do you know? She said calmly as Kuroka looked at her for a few seconds before she sighed and walked over to Urian's side, where she sat down calmly, surprising Urian a little, who just smiled before saying, Urian, so what do you want to know exactly? Kuroka, who were my parents and why are they dead? Urian, I see you have asked something that would not have an answer if you asked someone else, but I can answer it. As I told you before, your father is Takara Kurosawa, the god of eternal night, he said as a ray of light came out of Urian's finger and entered Kuroka's forehead, revealing a boy his age, but after what Urian had said he knew that his age was much older, but at the same time he felt some sadness when he saw the image in his mind. Kuroka, so he's my real father? Urian, as for your mother, let's just say she chose the worst person to fall in love with, he said, surprising Kuroka a little, since for a moment the memories of the man she said was her father and the things he had done appeared. Was his biological father the same? Kuroka, why? It's my father. Urian, if you want to know, listen. In the past, in a distant place in this vast and infinite universe, there existed beings of great strength who were capable of destroying entire worlds just by using a small fraction of their strength, so much so that not even Great Red was worthy of standing before them. The place where they live is called the Realm of the Gods, in which there are several powerful kingdoms, he said, leaving Kuroka surprised. Did beings of that magnitude really exist in the universe? But Urian had not been surprised in the least by Kuroka's surprise as she continued with her explanation. Urian, among all these kingdoms, your father Takara was born in a kingdom called Illusory Demon, which was one of the most powerful clans in the vast universe. His father was born there, and when he reached the age of 15, he was succeeded as king of the kingdom. After all, his power was truly monstrous, so much so that in a few hundred years he reached the power of a god, which compared to those of your world are nothing more than a simple joke, he said seriously, surprising Kuroka even more, since in her world the gods that were there were just a joke compared to the gods that Urian was talking about. Urian, but one day someone attempted to take your father's life. But how to kill someone who is at the top of all existing beings? Who possessed enormous destructive power? She said calmly as she remained silent, waiting for Kuroka to know the answer to what Urian had asked, so she replied, Kuroka, there are some ways, but which one is easy, fast, efficient, and difficult to eliminate? In other words, they poisoned him. Urian, correct, they used poison, but not just any kind of poison. They used one that was specially made to kill the gods, which is more than terrifying, since it even affects the depths of the person's soul, or being the poison known as absolute god-slaying poison, which did its job and poisoned your father Takaru, but the poison failed to reach his soul since Takaru was able to eliminate it in time, since in order for the poison to spread more quickly the poisoned person had to use their strength, which they failed to do completely, but even so he was left weak. Because of that, the person who wanted to kill your father took advantage of and managed to seriously insult him, but before he could give him the coup de grace, your father escaped with the help of an object. Kuroka, and the place I escaped to was where I met my mother? Urian, yes, but fate plays cruel games when it wants, since when your father arrived at the place where the object transported him, which was a planet completely covered in snow, but that is not important, since when something appeared, it made your father loses all his strength and all his memories, leaving him in a state completely vulnerable to an attack. He said calmly as Kuroka continued to listen to every word he said to her very calmly, as he said weakly. Kuroka, which didn't happen. Urian, correct, because just at that moment someone was passing through that place, your mother. He said as another light came out of Urian's fingers which entered Kuroka's forehead, revealing her mother's face, leaving her surprised. Since she could feel how her heart was beating strongly when she saw her, which also happened when she saw her father's face, since she could feel that something was reacting inside her telling her that they were her parents, her real parents. So she couldn't help but feel sadness when she saw her, since her hair looked a lot like her sister Chiron's, since both had taken the eye color of their father, only she also took her hair color while Chiron had her mother's. Kuroka, so she was my mother. Urian, yes, her name was Yukiko Yukimura, better known as the Nikomata of the Skies, the queen of the kingdom Snow's song. She saved him from death, took care of him, and cured his father when he did not remember anything about his past. He decided to stay in that kingdom, but with the passage of time they both fell in love with each other to such a degree that they got married as soon as they knew the other's feelings. He said while Kuroka smiled slightly upon hearing that, as it made her happy to hear that her parents truly loved each other, but on the other hand Urian had a serious expression as his words erased Kuroka's slight smile. Urian, and as is customary at weddings, they both gave themselves to each other that night without knowing that it was the worst mistake of their lives. Kuroka, huh? Urian, because thanks to your mother's vitaling, your father remembered everything the next morning, and not only that, he also regained all his power, which revealed a sad reality. He said seriously as Kuroka was shocked while Urian said seriously. Urian, your father upon recovering all his memory realized what he had done, as did your mother upon feeling your father's power, since it was one that did not lose against hers. But that was not the terrible thing, but was that their respective kingdoms hated each other to death. After all, both kingdoms only had bloody histories between them. Both knew that an alliance between the two kingdoms was impossible given their histories, so your father did the only option left to abandon your mother, who did not complain. After all, she knew the consequences of her actions, since they had committed the greatest taboo of their kingdoms, which was to fall in love with each other, since if it happened both were sentenced to death by their own kingdoms. He said seriously while Kuroka was surprised, since he could only mean that she and Chiron were the product of an impossible love, something that was the greatest taboo in her parents' kingdom. Urian, and as I said before Kuroka, fate is cruel when it wants it, because even though they were only together for one night, Yukiko had become pregnant with a girl who had the blood of two different kingdoms that were mortal enemies, and I shouldn't say who it is, right? He said seriously while Kuroka was surprised to hear it, since it was clearly about her, but Urian had not finished speaking. Urian, and it didn't take long for Takaru to find out about that, so he secretly went to see Yukiko, who was already 9 months pregnant, and by the time he met her she had already given birth to a girl. Your father knew that if they found out he had a daughter with the queen of the enemy kingdom, his entire kingdom would turn against him like Yukiko's. But that wasn't something that mattered to them, since they continued seeing each other in secret for 3 years before Yukiko got pregnant again. He said as Kuroka tense upon hearing him, as he was clearly referring to Chiron, but Urian's next words baffled her. Urian, which did not survive. Kuroka, what do you mean? Urian, after 2 years of the birth of the other daughter whose name is not known, the secret of the two was discovered. Both kingdoms found out about the existence of the two girls, but they were not the only ones, since the other kingdoms also found out about it. But what caused the stir in all the kingdoms was not that both were daughters of two Gods who led a kingdom that hated each other to death, but that both had something special in their bodies that left all the kingdoms speechless, since one had something that was rarely seen in all the kingdoms or distant worlds, which was coveted by every man, the ninth exquisite profound body, since when a girl is born with this special body she has a small world within her body that allows them to have more power than their physical bodies can handle, as to say that no matter what power she trains, she can train it to any level no matter what her power is. It can also be transmitted to others with a vital virginity. In other words, if a man has sex with a woman who possesses that body, her power will increase. He said, leaving Kuroka speechless upon hearing that, while Urian ignored that and continued telling everything he knew. Urian, the possessors of the exquisite ninth profound body are difficult to find even among a billion people, but the possessors would definitely be female. Even in the vast God realm, at most only one person will be born with the exquisite ninth profound body every 10,000 years, but the other possess something more impressive and important than the exquisite ninth profound body. The other possessed the heart of glazed crystal snow. He said, confusing Kuroka upon hearing that, since the first was enough to surprise her more than she already was before, since with the previous she knew that she or Chiron possessed that exquisite ninth profound body, but now Urian said that there was something more impressive than that, and it was something called the heart of snow of the glazed crystal, which had left her confused. Kuroka, what is that? And why is it more impressive and important than the previous one you mentioned? Urian, it's impressive because the heart of snow of the glazed crystal provides a special kind of mind with high comprehensive abilities, pure and clear disposition. The soul will become stronger and stronger over time and will be able to sense good and evil as well as danger, and easily see through various mysteries and even see into the hearts of all living beings. But the most important thing is that someone with the heart of snow of the glazed crystal will be a supreme and sacred existence that transcends. The world legends say that they are blessed by the heavens, and whoever harms them will suffer the punishment of the way of the heavens. This ability is so rare that it was difficult to appear once in a million years, even in the ancient age of the gods, but once the heart of snow of the glazed crystal has awakened, strange changes will occur in the power of the mind, eyes, power, and soul. The speed of growth will be faster than ordinary people can imagine. He said seriously, leaving Kuroka speechless. After all, after Urian's explanation, she understood what it meant to have that, and why it caused such a stir. Urian, Kuroka, you possess the exquisite ninth profound body which allowed you to perfectly use your father's power, forgetting of the eternal night which you were supposed to train to control, but it wasn't like that, or am I wrong? Kuroka, no, when we fought it was the first time I used it. Urian, that is the greatest proof that you have it. After all, that is only possible thanks to the exquisite ninth profound body. Kuroka, then it would be the same if I trained with my mother's technique? Urian, yes, but it would cause a problem when you use it, since the power of forgetting of the eternal night is based more on darkness, which you seem to be more adept at, but as for your mother's technique, it is based more on the use of light. Kuroka, I see. Then tell me, what is the name of the technique my mother used? Urian, the name of the technique is Ancestral Master of Heaven, which allows you to use senjutsu at monstrous levels just like Kasha or Toki. He said before seeing Kuroka, who just looked ahead surprised, which did not surprise Urian, but what she did not know was that her surprise was because that was the technique that her sister Chiron now possessed, which she told her to seal, but it was also because she knew that Chiron was the one who possessed the heart of snow of the glazed crystal, so she knew that Chiron was destined to be powerful if she awakened her power. But at the same time there was a question that Urian had not answered. Kuroka, what did you mean when you said she didn't survive? He asked seriously, while Urian sighed, since she already expected that question from what he said. Urian, because once all the kingdoms found out about that, they knew that either kingdom would become powerful in the future so much that they could subdue them later, which nobody wanted, so those who had enough strength to fight against Takeru and Yukiko attacked with everything they had. After all, the two were powerful gods, so killing them was not an easy task, since everyone knew that both would protect their two daughters with everything they had. Kuroka, and what happened next? Urian, I don't know, since the memories I inherited from my father only go that far. He said, surprising Kuroka, who only clenched her fists, since now more than ever she wanted to know what had really happened. Urian watched for a few seconds before sighing and saying, Urian, You know there is a way for you to know exactly what happened with your parents, Kuroka, since I only know the superficial part of that which I just told you. Kuroka, how? Urian, it's easy to see in your memories since if I'm not mistaken you were separated from them when you were 6 years old. He said, surprising Kuroka since she could remember her childhood almost completely, but if she was sure of something it was that if she was separated from them at 6 years old it meant that she was only 12 years old, and that her parents had died. But why didn't she? Did she remember anything about them? Urian, before you say anything I'll tell you this, all your memories were surely altered, Kuroka, so if we find them you will know exactly what happened next. Also you should go to the place where all that happened so you can get more answers. He said as he took something out of his clothes and gave it to Kuroka, who took it while looking at the object somewhat strangely. While looking at Urian, who stood up from her place while watching how he hid himself little by little, so she said calmly, Urian, keep what I gave you. When you feel that you are ready to know the truth, introduce a little energy into the gem that will take you to the place you want to go. It can only be activated 3 times, so it depends on you to use it. He said seriously as he calmly left while Kuroka stood up from her spot watching Urian for a few moments before asking her. Kuroka, Urian, answer me this, why did you tell me all this? It's more than clear that we are enemies, but why did you tell me everything and give me this? She asked doubtfully as Urian remained silent for a few seconds before sighing as she turned to look at Kuroka for a few seconds and said, Urian, because my father Yukito and your father Takurin knew each other since they were young, so they were like brothers, so telling you this is just in favor, but when we see each other again we will be enemies again. She said seriously as she turned around to leave while Kuroka just watched her for a few seconds before asking one last time. Kuroka, I want to ask one more thing. Before you told me not to use the power of forgetting of the eternal night because if I did, they would find me. But who did you mean by they? He asked as surprise suddenly appeared on Urian's face, who only sighed at the question before saying, Urian, I guess there's no point in hiding it from you. From the kingdoms I mentioned to you before, none of them are left standing now, not even those who tried to kill you, all thanks to a group that took complete control of the kingdom of gods, exterminating every god that existed, including my father. He said seriously, leaving Kuroka in complete shock. A group of beings exterminated the gods? How ridiculous was that? Who possessed that kind of strength to achieve such an event? Urian, the group is made up of 13 people and the leader of these is known as Trinity. If he or someone from that group finds out about your existence, they will not take long to look for you and find you. He said seriously, worrying Kuroka beyond belief upon hearing him. After all, if those beings could defeat all the ancient gods of the primordial era, what chance did they have of winning? Urian, and as I said before, since you are a woman, you will have a worse fate, and I should not say the reason, or should I? After all, your body is special like mine, so if I were you, I would not use that power. He said before disappearing without a trace, leaving Kuroka more than in shock since she never believed that her entire past was so big and dangerous, so she looked at the sky that now showed the great sea of stars. Kuroka, Chiron, now that we know about our past, I realize that we both live in a fantasy, since just by wanting to obtain some power we almost brought a calamity to this world. But the more I know, the more questions I have. But the one I want to answer first of all is, why did Ayanami give us these techniques? Does she know our true origin? He asked in a whisper the last thing as he looked at the sea of stars in the night sky for a few moments before returning to the academy. Chapter 33, Louise is pregnant? And a visit to the water park. Issei passionately kissed Akino, who was lying on the bed inside Ryutimaru. Since the fireworks had barely ended, Issei instantly took Akino inside Ryutimaru to make her his, as he had done with Rias and Asia. Of course Akino was surprised by that, but then ignored it since she wanted to enjoy the moment with Issei, since she knew that the brown-haired boy would leave in a few weeks, so she had to take advantage of the time with him. Akino, I will finally be one with Anata. Akino thought happily, thinking that it was no longer a dream to give herself to Issei, her beloved Issei whom she never imagined being madly in love with. But that was not important now, as she looked into Issei's brown eyes, which she had been longing to see again since they believed he had died a few months ago, so she smiled as she put her hands on Issei's cheeks and said with love, Akino, Anata, promise me that you will never leave me and the girls alone, that you will always come back to us," he said as a slight surprise appeared in Issei's eyes out of nowhere, since before he could have promised without problems, but now everything was different with the future dangers. He didn't know what would happen when it happened, but he could assure that he would fight with all his strength. "Issei, Akino, the future I have is very uncertain. I don't know what will happen and what consequences there will be, but I assure you that I will never leave them alone. Even if I have to lose my power, I will return. Akino, I see with or without power we will always love you. Even if you lose Ayanami or Drag, we will still be by your side, and I am sure that Drag will not leave your side easily like us," he said softly as he took Issei's face and brought it closer to his, kissing him softly and lovingly, to which Issei reciprocated in the same way for a few seconds before separating. "Akino, then take me as one of your wives. I want to be by your side forever," she said as she opened her kimono, which revealed her slender body that was covered only by her black underwear, which made Issei gulp seeing it as she joined her forehead with Akino's. "Issei, nothing would make me happier than for you to be one of my wives." Lemon skipped. In Grigori, Azazel could be seen in his office reading a scroll or trying to read it, as it was now impossible for him to understand what it meant, while he sighed. "Azazel, it's useless. I don't understand any of that. Besides, deciphering just one of these scrolls will take years," he said tiredly, since ever since Issei had given him the leaves and he had discovered something in part, he realized that this was not simple, so they had to find out what each of them said, while he took out another scroll from his roll in which it was translated into a language that he knew in part. "Azazel, Ryujin, the dragon god of the stars." He read the word dragon god more than surprised, so he quickly looked at the image that came under this title, revealing a dragon that Azazel had never seen before. So he continued reading what the scroll said about that dragon god who seemed to be no good at all. "Azazel, huh? Ryujin, the dragon god of the stars, was the faithful servant of the god of the celestial Aster star, or was, until the god humiliated him by not completing a task to destroy an object, so he destroyed most of Ryujin's power, making him weak enough to stay by the side of the god of the celestial Aster star, so the god banished Ryujin to a distant world." Wow, this Ryujin suffered, but to what world did he banish him? Ryujin, having been banished and humiliated, was born the desire for revenge, but how to get revenge on a star god? One of the most powerful beings that existed. Of course he couldn't, but luckily for him, in the world where he fell, he was the strongest existence, even with most of his power destroyed, so he decided to stay. "Wow, because something tells me he didn't live a calm life," he said calmly after having read the first thing, as he continued reading, surprised to read something. "Azazel, this is," he said, more than surprised to have read the following before he saw how a magic circle appeared in front of him that he recognized, so he kept all the files since he had agreed to keep it a secret along with Issei while Michael left the magic circle. "Azazel, Michael, what do you bring here?" "Michael, I came to tell you what you asked me for." "Azazel, have you appeared yet?" he asked anxiously, since a few months ago Azazel had asked Michael for something, and that was to help him find Valis, since he was defeated by Issei and disappeared after leaving Chaos Brigade, as well as Kuroka, since both had disappeared without a trace. "Michael, I haven't asked Gabriel to look for him yet, but she hasn't come back yet, and she hasn't contacted me yet." "Azazel, I see, although Valley is a traitor, he is necessary for what is coming or will come." "Michael, what do you mean?" the Overlord of Heaven asked in surprise, while Azazel put on a thoughtful face before getting up from his chair and saying seriously, "Azazel, Michael, I want to ask you one more thing," he said seriously as he looked at Michael, who was surprised to see all of Azazel's seriousness, so he agreed. Inside Ryutaimaru, there was a quiet silence throughout the room, as after having more than 8 rounds of hex in the end, Akino fainted from the pleasure, leaving Issei surprised to see Akino's resistance, since neither Louise or Rias nor Asia had resisted that much, which left him speechless, as he looked at the ceiling, calmly being hugged by Akino, who was sleeping peacefully on his chest. "Issei, I just hope the other girls don't follow Akino's example, or I'll die before my time," he said amusingly as he looked at the sleeping Akino beside him, which made him smile before he remembered that in 20 days he had to return to Tristan, who made him smile since he wanted to know if he was really going to be a father in 9 months. Of course it was news that he would like a lot. After all, being a father was going to happen sooner Or later, but he never thought it would be so early, so he sighed as he felt Akino wake up beside him. Issei, did you sleep well? Akino, better than ever, Anata. She said with a smile. After all, she knew that Issei would have to leave at some point, so she had to enjoy what she could by being with him, but at the same time she remembered something she asked about. Akino, Anata, Rias told us that you had to tell us something important. What was it? She asked curiously as Issei tensed up as he knew what Rias had meant, so he smiled and said, Issei, well, do you remember Louise? Akino, isn't the girl Drake mentioned before the one who was competing with Rias for the matriarch position? Issei, yeah, well, it turns out she might be. Akino, to be? Issei, pregnant. He said as Akino opened her eyes, more than surprised upon hearing him, before she sighed. Akino, era, then she will be the one who will have your first child. She said, surprised, while Issei just sighed in relief, seeing that she had taken it well like Asia and Rias, so he sighed in relief. Akino, although I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl. He said as Issei remembered that since he hadn't thought about whether he would have a son or a daughter if Louise was pregnant. Issei, no idea, all that remains is to wait for him to return. After all, it is not certain that he is. She said calmly, as there was also the possibility that she wasn't. Tristan. The water fell on a large bath where steam came out, where almost all the girls were gathered enjoying the water while relaxing. Kerchi, this feels so good. She said as she enjoyed how the hot water relaxed her body like the others who were relaxing in the large bathtub. Montmorency, yes, it is true, although I still wonder if we will be strong enough when the day of the magic festival arrives. She said as she looked at the girls, who remembered that the festival was approaching, but they had the help of Ayanami, who said that she would only need 13 days to make them strong. But while the girls kept talking about that, Kaneko looked at Louise as if she was trying to confirm something. Tabitha, Kaneko-san? She asked as all the girls stopped talking to look at Kaneko, who looked at Louise, who only tensed a little at the look. Louise, is something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Kaneko, for some reason I feel Issei-sama's energy inside you. She said seriously as Louise blushed as she sank into the water, leaving part of her head out as she looked at Kaneko, as she had thought that Kaneko was referring to Issei's hymen that had entered her just a day ago, so she was embarrassed, and she was the only one, as everyone thought the same. Kerchi, now that I think about it, Louise, what does it feel like to have your first time? She asked as all the girls looked at Louise, who only became more embarrassed than she already was as a voice appeared. Kuroka, I'm also very curious. How does it feel to have sex with Issei-sama? She asked as she entered the bathroom, wearing only a towel covering her body as she entered the water, which didn't surprise the girls as they knew that sooner or later Kuroka would join them, while Louise so embarrassed herself before returning to her spot. Louise, well, I won't lie, it hurts a little at first, but... She said as she began to tell what had happened in the room, with Issei embarrassed while all the girls blushed upon hearing Louise's story, but the only one who wasn't listening at all was Kaneko, who was still looking at Louise before she was surprised to hear the last of Louise's story, so she asked. Kaneko, did Issei-sama come inside you? He asked as Louise turned quite red upon hearing it, while the girls wondered what that felt like, but Kaneko, seeing that, said more than surprised. Kaneko, then that explains why you are expecting a child from Issei-sama. He said as the whole room fell completely silent upon hearing what Kaneko had said. Even Kuroka, who was stretching, was left speechless upon hearing it. All ehhhhhhh. They all screamed in surprise, but the most surprised was Louise, since that was a more than delicate subject, as well as Kuroka, who looked at Kaneko surprised since she could not notice anything abnormal in the surprised Louise. So out of nowhere a possibility appeared in her mind which worried her, but she didn't think about it as she stood up while looking at Kaneko, while Louise pointed to herself in surprise. Louise be pregnant? She asked doubtfully, while Kaneko just agreed, while Kuroka just frowned before asking. Kuroka, Chiron, how sure are you about that? Kaneko, doesn't Kuroka-sama feel Issei-sama's energy inside Louise-san? She asked, confused as she looked at Kuroka, who looked at the still surprised Louise, confused as she couldn't feel anything that Kaneko was referring to, so she approached Louise. Kuroka, Louise, give me your hand. I want to see if what Chiron said is true. she said seriously as she raised her hand to Louise, who looked at her still stunned like the others, who did not know what to think since the son was a serious matter, so they were more than nervous. But the most nervous was Louise, who extended her hand to Kuroka, who closed her eyes while sending Senjutsu to feel Louise's state for a few moments before. She had surprised her eyes as much as possible. Kuroka, Louise, it's true if you're pregnant, she said, surprised, while Louise was in complete shock as everyone else was, while they looked at each other unable to believe what was happening. Kaneko, although I don't understand how Louise got pregnant if she has low fertility? Kuroka, no, that's not the case with devils, but Louise is human, so her fertility is normal. In fact, it would have been strange if she didn't get pregnant after Issei came inside her. He said seriously that if Louise was pregnant she would not be able to fight in the magic festival, because if she participated she would put her son or daughter growing inside her in great danger. Louise, I'm going to have Issei's child, she said, surprised, still not believing it, since she never expected that having given herself to Issei in a single night would end up pregnant, so she unconsciously put her hands on her belly where a life was now forming. Kirchi, so Louise means you're going to be a mother. Louise's mother? She said, surprised as she was still digesting all the information she had received. Suddenly, before a smile appeared on her face. Louise, a son of mine and Issei. Tiffania, congratulations, she said, being the first to congratulate Louise, and the other girls did the same, since they, being women, understood that the greatest happiness of a woman was to give birth to a child from the man she loved, since in this way they both formed a family. Jeanette, I wonder if Issei will know, she asked somewhat doubtfully, since Issei wasn't so idiotic as to not realize that, or was he? That's what the girls thought with doubt. Louise, whether he knows or not, he's in for a big surprise when he gets back. I mentioned happy, which didn't surprise the girls since Louise was going to have a child with the man she loved, so being happy was normal. Montmorency, I really don't want to be a party pooper, but now that we know that, Louise won't be able to participate in the festival. Right? As soon as Montmorency mentioned that, everyone realized that it was true. If Louise was pregnant, she would not be able to compete, since that would endanger the growth of her child. So the situation had become a bit complicated. Kirchi, what Montmorency said is true. Louise, in your condition you will not be able to participate without endangering your baby. Kuroka, that's certainly true. Louise, as soon as Issei-sama returns, we must tell him about your pregnancy. Louise, Kuroka is just that. I'm worried about her reaction, since given her character, Issei will protect me at all costs, so he may not let me participate. They all looked at Louise, knowing that it was true. When Issei barely found out about Louise's pregnancy, he would protect her at all costs. He would even give his life so that his son or daughter was born well. Kaneko, in any case, Issei-sama is going to return in a day, so we have to tell him. After all, he has everything right in the world, to know that he is going to be a father. As soon as Kaneko said that, everyone just sighed. Since that was totally true, Issei had the right to know that he was going to be a father. With Issei. The brown-haired boy looked at the blue sky calmly. It hadn't been long since his date with Akino had ended, so his date with Zenobia was about to begin, but against all odds Irina also came with them, starting a double date. Issei. Who would have thought this would happen? He thought mentally before lowering his gaze, seeing how Zenobia and Irina were buying an ice cream, which made him smile. Issei. Well, it's not like this bothers me, he thought, watching as both girls ate their ice cream, while both approached him with happy smiles, which only made Issei smile. Zenobia, well, Issei, where are we going now? Irina, yes, where are we going? Issei, well, let's go to this place right now, he said as he took out 3 tickets from his pants, which caught the attention of both girls, who were more than surprised when they saw the names on the tickets. Zenobia, are we going to a water park? Irina, great, I haven't been to one for a long time, it's going to be fun. Issei, so, what are we waiting for? We have to go. Both girls just felt what Issei said while they both took their hands happily, since being with the brown-haired boy gave them great happiness. Irina, true darling, is it true that it is possible that Louise-san is, at this moment, pregnant? He asked, taking the brunette by surprise? After all, he was planning to say it after the date, but the girls knew about it thanks to Rias or Asia, so he sighed. Issei, well, there is that possibility, but I'm not sure yet. Zenobia, I see, then what will become of that girl? Since if Louise-san is pregnant, what will become of the child that is born? He asked with some doubt, since it was more than obvious that Louise was going to share Issei with them, since like her, they were also his future wives, so how would his daughter relate to them? Issei, well, I hadn't thought about it, but I think that it will depend on how Louise sees them, since she doesn't know you yet, so our daughter wouldn't know how to relate to all of you. Irina, that makes sense, even so I hope to meet Louise someday. Zenobia, I think the same, I want to meet the first woman who will have your child. They both said, surprising Issei, who just smiled, since he knew that sooner or later, he had to make both parties meet. Issei, you know you're right, at some point I'll have to introduce you to Louise, after all she's also part of the family now. He said, smiling, making the girls nod as they arrived at the water park where they entered using the tickets, being more than surprised to see the interior. Irina, wow, that's amazing. Zenobia, it was certainly worth coming. They said when they saw part of the park, which brought a smile to Issei's face, who looked around for something until he found it. Issei, they rent swimsuits at that place, so let's go change. Irina, yes, let's go. Zenobia, he said, taking the girl's hand, who couldn't say anything before being dragged away by Irina, which left Issei somewhat surprised before he laughed a little, while he also went to change. And it wasn't long before Issei left the store, where he rented a black swimsuit. Issei, looking at the place better if it is very luxurious, I think that at this rate I will leave Sensei bankrupt. I mentioned something sadly, since the tickets had been paid with Azazel's card, who by the end of the month would have a heart attack seeing all his expenses. Zenobia, Issei. The blue-haired girl called out to the brown-haired boy, who turned towards the girl, who surprised him, since Zenobia was wearing a black swimsuit, which exposed her entire figure, which caught the attention of all the boys in the nearby area, which bothered Issei a little, noticing it, but it's not like Zenobia was going to pay attention to them. Zenobia, so, how do I look? Issei, you look beautiful. Zenobia. As soon as the girl heard that, she blushed slightly. After all, it was Issei who was calling her beautiful. Irina, sorry for the delay. She mentioned the brunette, drawing all of Issei's attention, who upon seeing Irina's swimsuit was surprised since like Zenobia, Irina looked beautiful. But seeing Irina blush as she asked timidly, Irina, so, does the swimsuit fit me? She asked the same thing as Zenobia, just a few seconds ago, which made Issei smile, as they both wanted his approval. Issei, you look beautiful. Irina. As soon as Issei said that, Ernia couldn't help but blush more, since like Zenobia she wanted Issei to notice her. Issei, well, now that we've... Issei had not finished speaking, when a group of boys appeared out of nowhere, surrounding both of them, which surprised Issei, who smiled in a macabre way, seeing all the intentions of those boys. Hey girls, what are you doing here alone with this useless guy? Why don't you come with the four of us? True, we promise you that you will have a good time. After all, we can keep them better company than that boy. Three of them said, while the fourth just smiled in a more than arrogant way, which annoyed Issei, but before he said anything, Irina said annoyed. Irina, huh? Make us have a good time? Better company? Are you kidding? Zenobia, you four don't even deserve to be talked to or even spoken to. They said annoyed, surprising the four boys, who were upset since the words of both had bothered them. But before they said anything, the four tensed out of nowhere when they felt a killer instinct coming from behind, so they slowly turned around only to see Issei, who was giving off a murderous aura. Issei, Largents, before I forget that killing is illegal. After all, you interrupt the date with my fiancés. The four of them, upon hearing Issei's words, were filled with great terror, since something told them that provoking the boy in front of them was the same as calling for death, so without wasting time they left, which only caused two things. The first was the fear of all the other boys, who were planning to approach Irina and Zenobia. The second was the blushing of both, seeing how Issei had called them his fiancés in front of those boys, implying that they were his and not one else's, so they only approached Issei and hugged him. Irina, so we're both fiancés now, darling, right? Issei, huh? Well. Zenobia, I'm certainly more than happy to know that, they said while hugging both of Issei's arms, who smiled when he saw how happy both girls were, so he smiled. But at the same time he remembered that when the date with them ended, he would have his last 2 dates with Rossways and Serafall, so he had to hurry up to enjoy the time he had with them. Issei, there are only a couple of days left and I will return to Tristan. I wonder how much they have advanced in their training. He thought before being pulled by both girls to the water park, where several things would happen, which he never regretted. Chapter 34: The Water Park and Louise's Void Weapon. Issei looked around the place in great surprise, as he had to admit that the water park was quite impressive, but what he liked most was the fact that he could see Zenobia and Irina wearing swimsuits, although it also bothered him that they stole glances from more than one boy who tried to get their attention or invite them to hang out with them, but as soon as they saw Issei they forgot about it, since just by looking at him they felt like he was telling them, "Get close to either of them and I'll rip your head off." That was what they heard when they saw Issei, who was looking at a large slide. Issei, I wonder if the girls are going to want to go up. He wondered as he looked towards the big slide where several were going down, while Irina and Zenobia were returning with their ice creams, which brought a smile to the brunette when he saw them. Issei, so are you ready? Irina, of course. Zenobia, we will take advantage of the time with Issei, they said as Issei smiled before taking them by the hands, with a smile then heading with the two towards the park games. Tristan. It was already night, and the academy was almost silent, as something important was happening in Director Osmond's office. Osmond, what did you say? Agni, Princess Henrietta has just lost the last old man who was supporting her. Osmond, that means she no longer has the support of the council to fight for the throne. Agni, correct, I understand that they are going to take away her title of princess, he said seriously as Osmond sat in his chair, with a more than worried look, since now the princess no longer had the political power to run for the throne of the kingdom. Osmond, when will all this be made public? Agni, we don't know, but the princess said that they couldn't take that title away from her because her academy still supports her. Osmond, which will change if we lose the festival, right? Agni, yes, because if they lose, the entire council will support the discrediting of the entire Northern Academy, leaving the princess without any support. Osmond, I see, Issei has now left, and he left those 2 girls to train the others. Agni, that is one of our trump cards. The council does not know of Issei's existence as a celestial dragon. Osmond, but I killed Count Mott. Why don't you know what he is? Agni, why didn't the princess let them find out, and the old man who supported her didn't believe Issei's strength? Osmond, I see, he said seriously while stroking his beard, thinking about how to continue, since if they did nothing Henrietta would no longer be a candidate for queen. Agni, currently Saito is with Lord Valier, discussing how to overthrow the princess without causing any uprising. Osmond, that will complicate things further, but that's not what I'm worried about right now. Agni, so what is it? Osmond, I recently received a letter from Lady Karen. Agnia, Mr. Valier's wife? She said, surprised to hear that name, while Osmond sighed, as he understood the reason for Agni's surprise. Osmond, yes, she asked me to have Louise come see her tomorrow. Agni, but wouldn't that postpone your training? Osmond, yes, I will, but I cannot refuse Lady Karen's request. After all, she has a rather special status in the kingdom. Agni, the former commander of the Manticore Knights, Duchess of La Valliere, called Strong Wind Karen Desiree de La Valliere. Osmond, yes, the strongest mage of her generation, also known in the past as Tristan's trump card, she said, remembering the feats that Louise's mother had achieved throughout her youth, while Agni already felt that no noble was unaware of the power of Lady Karen, who alone along with her squadron had managed to stop an entire enemy advance of 3,000 soldiers, having only 200 soldiers under his command. Agni, I will inform the princess of everything you mentioned to me. Osmond, well, let me know if anything happens. Agni, Yes, I almost forgot before that elder stopped supporting the princess. She took out several treasures from the treasury for Louise and her friends. Osmond, treasures? Wait, you're not referring to Agni? Yes, I am referring to those treasures, he said seriously as Louise looked out the window of her room, seeing the 2 moons in the sky while gently moving her 2 hands to her belly, where a life was now forming. Louise, I wonder how Issei will take it when he finds out I'm pregnant. She wondered as she cared for her belly, where her son or daughter was forming, which made her smile as she thought of Issei. Louise, just 2 more days and I'll see you again, darling, she thought as she turned around to change her clothes, to rest since now she had to try to take care of herself and not harm her son or daughter in her womb. With Issei. A few hours had passed since they had started getting on the games, where the 2 girls had enjoyed themselves quite a bit, like Issei, who was now lying on a beach chair watching Irina and Zenobia cool off in the pool in front of him. Issei, I guess it's time to go, he said as he saw the clock on a wall not far from him, as they had spent the whole day at the water park, so he sighed as he stood up to start telling the 2 girls. Issei, hey, it's getting late so we have to go. Irina, so soon? Zenobia, true, I don't want to leave yet, they said while pouting, which only made Issei smile as he watched the 2 girls exit the pool. Irina, so if we're leaving, we'll go on the big slide one last time. Issei, okay, let's go one last time, he said as the girls smiled with happiness, as they took Issei to the slide, which they had no longer been able to get on since the attraction had been closed for maintenance. Irina, this is not fair. Issei, it's not, but it's about time, he said as they went downstairs and then went to the locker room to change, to which Zenobia had gone ahead since she wanted to buy a souvenir from the water park, so she was going to catch up with them later. Issei, well, Zenobia will probably take a while, so let's go, he said as he moved forward, but before he continued moving forward, Irina took him by the hand and pulled him into one of the water park showers, without anyone noticing that, which baffled Issei, who was going to ask why. But before he did, Irina caught his lips in a rather lustful kiss, since Irina's tongue was inside his mouth. Issei, wait, Irina, if you continue you will fail. Irina, in fact, Issei, that is no longer a problem, thanks to this bracelet which prevents an angel from falling even due to lust. It was a gift from all the angels, she said while the brunette looked at her in surprise, since she had told him, or rather that she could only mean one thing. Issei, you mean we can do it now since you don't even have a risk of falling? Irina, exactly, it's because now that Zenobia went to buy that souvenir, I want you to take me to this place since I've been waiting a long time for this, she said before kissing Issei again, who was surprised since it was obvious that Irina's character had been influenced by Akino, which did not bother him but was quite the opposite, so he reciprocated Irina's kiss. Elsewhere, you could see a place surrounded by several stars, which shone brightly, illuminating the place, while a subject stood beneath the sea of stars with a calm look. They're really beautiful, don't you think? He asked softly without turning for a moment towards the shadow of a person, who had the appearance of a woman, who said in a tone that was quite seductive. Are they? They are just stars in the universe, they are not spectacular in my eyes. I forgot that your sense of beauty is different from mine, he said calmly as he looked at the sea of stars, which he could destroy by simply moving his hand without any effort. Tell me, have they already confirmed who the energy we felt a few hours ago belonged to? He asked softly while the woman just laughed lightly at the question, before she said calmly. We still cannot confirm it since the energy disappeared as it appeared, so it could only be a simple coincidence. I understand, but I still want you to be alert in case it happens again. As you command, she said calmly as she looked at the man's back. Just by looking at that she knew that the man in front of her was really powerful, since he had been the one who took control over the entire god realm, in just 1 year after massacring all the gods along with the other 12. And this man received the nickname of Trinity, the most powerful god in the entire god realm. Trinity, right? How's everyone else doing with their jobs? Reporting to the master, everyone has already done their part, so in a few months they will return. Trinity, in that case I want you to go to him and tell him this. It is possible that there is still a descendant of Takaru, As soon as possible. He said seriously as the woman was slightly surprised, before she smiled as she stepped out of the shadow revealing her appearance, as she responded to him. As you command, master. She said seductively that her name was Albedo, the goddess of purity, a title that caused terror since purity was the least she had. Although no man had ever accompanied her in her bed, it was not because no one dared to try to seduce her but because she was the cruelest goddess of all the 12 gods, who had killed all the gods in the entire kingdom of the gods. Albedo, although I think he will be upset if I tell him that after all he couldn't give him the coup de grace when he faced Takaru. Trinity, HMP that's because his power was not enough to face Takaru's power at that time. Albedo, era that is true but that was before, now he is the second most powerful in the entire universe only being surpassed by you, since although he does not belong to the 12 gods he has enough strength to challenge us and even defeat several of us. Trinity, that's obvious but against you, he'll have a bad time after all you are the most powerful of the 12 and the cruelest after all you murdered your previous master to serve me. Albedo, and I would do it again if it means having the power I have right now, as the third most powerful in the entire universe. Trinity, HMP, I know that well since you did not hesitate to kill him when I offered it to you a long time ago. On the other hand, I will soon be ready to enter the god realm of the absolute beginning again, so when the others return, tell them the reason for my absence. He said seriously while for the first time, Albedo's face changed to one of shock upon hearing where her leader was going. Albedo, master, are you sure about that? The last time we went, almost all of us were trapped in that place, since that place is the most dangerous in this entire universe, since we barely got out of there alive. Trinity, obviously I am, besides that was hundreds of millions of years ago, our strength is totally different from back then, besides I need to go if I want to find the world-defying heaven manual after all only if I have that will I be able to find that weapon, so obey my orders you will be in charge along with him, until I have returned. He said seriously while Albedo could only nod as he left the place in total silence, leaving Trinity alone who returned his gaze to the sea of stars calmly. Trinity, just a little more, and I will have that sword in my possession and when I get it, all the universes will have to kneel before me. He said seriously as he looked at the sea of stars, before turning around and leaving the place, heading towards the most dangerous place known which had claimed the lives of several gods in the past. Water Park. Several moans could be heard coming from the showers, but no one nearby could hear them since there was a seal placed by Irina which did not let out any sound, while she was against one of the walls being kissed by Issei who, having heard that she could not fall thanks to the bracelet, stopped holding back and did what Irina wanted. Lemon skipped. Issei, who would have thought? My pheromones still haven't calmed down, she said as she tried to catch her breath seeing how Irina had fallen completely asleep. Due to all the tiredness she was going to dress like Irina but before she did the door opened revealing a blue-haired girl with a green lock, who looked a little surprised at the scene. Zenobia, so here they were both and apparently Irina got there first, which I can't allow, she said as she closed the door as the seal reactivated, which didn't surprise Issei anymore when he saw Zenobia take off the top of her swimsuit, exposing her breasts, which brought a smile to the brunette's face when he saw it. Issei, I guess I have to take responsibility for this now, he said as he approached Zenobia who did the same, while Issei took her by the waist before kissing her passionately, to which the former exorcist reciprocated as their tongues joined together, which only increased the pleasure of both as Zenobia deepened the kiss by putting her arms around Issei's neck, who had a mental smile as his hands ran over the blue-haired girl's body, who shuddered at Issei's touch. In Grigori, the rain fell in the city where it was common for the rain to fall from time to time, wetting all the buildings as well as the fallen angels who remained on guard, watching, but in the office of the cadre leader of all the fallen angels Azazel, was more than surprised as he read one of the many sheets he had brought from Ryutameru. But of all the others this was the most terrifying one he had found so far. Azazel, this is a joke, right? He said while reading not a scroll of which he had not yet reviewed all, but rather it was more of a diary of the one who had previously been the owner of Ryutameru, in which he wrote several things but among them he mentioned that in the world he arrived at before Ryutameru ran out of energy. There were several species which he described, and each of them were all the existing factions. But one thing that he also came to write was that all those species were quite weak, which only meant that the man's strength far exceeded all the beings in that world. So Azazel read the diary in surprise. Azazel. My arrival in this world was not planned. After all, I still had to find a safe place from the calamity that struck all the kingdoms of God. But this planet is very small and is in a very remote place which I doubt those people will ever find. Leo Azazel was more than surprised, since the arrival of this being was never known, since if he translated the date on the page, it was a time long before the War of the Factions, since the arrival of that being was before the demons or fallen angels even existed, and long before the existence of all humanity. Azazel. I had planned to contact the most powerful being in the place, which turned out to be a dragon they called the Great Red Dragon of Dragons, which amused me since he did not deserve that title, since in reality there were 4 dragons of dragons, and this Great Red did not belong to them. But leaving that aside, before I made contact I came across something more than interesting, since I could feel pure darkness energy in a remote place within a territory they called the Nordic Territory. At first I didn't take it important, but I discovered that this energy was not normal at all. So when I went to investigate, I discovered a quite powerful signal, which in my opinion had existed for a long time. He read, leaving Azazel speechless, since currently there was no place in the Nordic territory with the energy of darkness, so he was surprised by that, while he read the diary again. Azazel. I disguised myself as a being from this world and asked a strong being from that place about what that place was. At first he refused to tell me, but after some time of insisting he told me not to approach that place, since they called it a place of death with the name of Lunar Slaughter Nest, which surprised me a little, and I asked the reason for that name, answering me with something that surprised me even more. Since according to him in that place lived a being that they called Demon Sovereign of Lunar Slaughter, which according to them had a monstrous strength, which caught my attention, so I used Tamashi no Hoshi to enter the seal. I think that was Ryutaimaru's previous name, but that being called Demon Sovereign of Lunar Slaughter is the first time I heard of it. He said thoughtfully as he sighed, as there was now one mystery after another, so now he no longer knew if he could do anything with everything that was in the scrolls, since one by itself was valuable information, but it all seemed like nonsense to him, beings that were ridiculously powerful. Who would believe that? Azazel, to be honest, I don't know what to believe anymore, but I wonder if this place really exists. He said thoughtfully as he looked at the ceiling of his office seriously, since if that place existed it could represent a danger, but how to know? Since if he asked Odin about that place, more than one suspicion could be raised, since if it was not mentioned in any chapter of Norse mythology, how would he explain that he knew about that place? Azazel, I must think things through before acting. Drake, exactly, since you don't know what could happen. He said out of nowhere, surprising the leader of the fallen angels, who looked at the red dragon lying on his desk. Azazel, Drake? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with Tiamat? Drake, I found out about Saphira. Azazel, I see, then she already knew that you abandoned Saphira just because you went to drink apple cider with the 5 dragon kings of that time along with Fafnir and Albion. Drake, yes. And I don't understand why Tiamat got angry with that, if that was the party where we met. He said as he laid down on Azazel's desk, who could only sigh as an idea came to his mind, so he looked at Drake. Azazel, tell me, Drake, have you ever heard of a place called Lunar Slaughter Nest? Drake, huh? Did you say Lunar Slaughter Nest? Well, I remember certain rumors about that place, where it was said that a rather powerful being resided. For a while I dedicated myself to looking for him, since I wanted to face him, but I never found him. Azazel, I see, then you must have heard the name of that being, right? Drake, if I remember correctly they called him the Sovereign Demon of Lunar Slaughter, although I think it was just a simple myth since I never found him. Why do you ask me? He asked doubtfully, since that was a rather strange topic, since when he heard about that being he had barely entered the celestial rank. But Azazel asking him now had aroused his curiosity, since seeing his expression he knew that Azazel knew something that he didn't. Azazel, well, why don't you read it for yourself? He said, placing the diary on the table as Drake read it, before he was surprised as he looked back at Azazel, who shrugged as he said, Azazel, it seems that it was not just a myth. he said seriously as he calmly looked at the diary for a few seconds before he sighed. After all, Drake had confirmed a possible hidden existence throughout history. In the water park, several hones could be heard coming out of the shower room, which if it weren't for the signal could be heard from outside, which would make things difficult, but that wasn't the case since now there was Zenobia, moaning while she rested her two hands on the wall being penetrated by Issei, who if it hadn't been for his grip would have ended up on the floor from the pleasure. Lemon skipped. Elsewhere, a large, desolate valley could be seen without any sign of life, and the sky was cloudy by black clouds that prevented the sunlight from entering, causing nothing to grow in this place, since the few trees that were there were of a black color that emanated a smell of death. Since throughout the valley were the bodies of several people who had been there for thousands of years, since only their armor had been left behind, which were counted by thousands, but among all that desolate valley full of corpses, a large castle rose that was surrounded by a large city that, like the great castle, was in ruins. As if a great battle had taken place within that place, but in a destroyed part of the great castle were the 15 people who had sent Urian some time ago to investigate, who only dedicated themselves to seeing the great valley of death in front of them, waiting calmly before a crack appeared in front of them where Urian appeared with a slight smile. Urian, Era, why are you making such faces? Are you not happy to see me? Astrid, stop messing around and tell us what you found out, he said coldly while Urian just laughed lightly, before passing by Astrid, almost ignoring her, which annoyed the aforementioned. Urian, well, it seems that 3 of the 4 Black Star Wizards are awake. Zuriel, then why haven't the 3 of them done anything to break the seal? He asked furiously as he grabbed Urian by the neck, who became serious as she took Zuriel's hand and squeezed it, forcing him to let go. Urian, touch me again and I'll kill you. Astrid, so tell us, if 3 of them are already awake, why haven't they done anything to break the seal? Urian, it's simple, because Elena ordered them not to do it, saying that it was still too early to start the plan, she said calmly as she sat back down where she was sitting before she left, ignoring all the surprise from her classmates. Astrid, is Elena alive? Urian, yes, and it seems he didn't waste any time, as he has been searching for the place where Ryujin was sealed. Zuriel, so we should keep waiting? Astrid, if Elena ordered it, we must obey, or are you going to confront her? He said coldly while everyone else who had remained silent, while listening out of nowhere, became serious as they each took their weapons, while seriously looking at Zuriel, who tensed before clicking his tongue in annoyance. Zuriel, of course not, and I would never go against his orders. Miriam, I hope so, Zuriel, otherwise we would kill you without hesitation. Now Urian, I want to know, why do you have your most powerful sword on your back? Did someone force you to use it? She asked seriously as everyone finally realized that Urian had his most powerful sword on his back, which only made his smile. Urian, that's because there was a Nikomata that forced me to use it, and since we're talking about it, the familiars of the Void Mages are quite interesting. Miriam, speak. Who are the Void Mages' familiars now? Urian, well, currently only 2 Void Mages are awake. The female mage who can summon Gandalf summoned someone they call the current Hyoudou, and the other one who is already awake and can summon the Myozinitanira summoned a dragon called Tiamat, which is the strongest of the group, called the 5 Dragon Kings. Astrid, wow, but how interesting, the current Hyoudou and the strongest Dragon Queen. Just by hearing their names I can tell that they are not weak at all, he said with a serious face while the others confirmed, since they did not know those names. After all, they had been in the seal for a long time, so they did not know everything that happened in those worlds. Zuriel, I hope so, otherwise it will be more than disappointing if they are not. Zuriel is quite the opposite, after all they are from a different world, a female voice said out of nowhere, which made everyone turn around with great surprise on their faces, since they had recognized the voice, seeing a woman who had golden blonde hair, while she looked at them with her eyes as red as a ruby, not to mention that the woman was beautiful, having D-cup breasts, along with beautiful shapely legs, as well as having a butt that would make any man who looked at it drool, as well as wearing an outfit that highlighted her beauty, leaving everyone not knowing how to react. Since everyone had recognized her upon seeing her, without hesitation they all knelt down, while the woman only kept a serious face. Astrid, It's really good to see you again, Elena-sama, she said seriously while everyone just kept quiet while nodding slightly, while Elena looked at her before seeing Zuriel, who tensed up when he felt Elena's gaze on him. Elena, Zuriel, stand up. Zuriel, why yes, he said seriously as he stood up, which everyone watched, while Elena approached until she was in front of him looking at him seriously, which scared Zuriel, who was going to say something, but he didn't have time to say it before Elena slapped him with great force, causing him to crash into the wall, breaking it. Elena, one thing. Zuriel, I only asked you one thing, what are you waiting for? Tell me, is it difficult to do? Zuriel, and it's not, he said on the ground while vomiting a large amount of blood, which surprised everyone when they saw it, since they knew that they should not offend Elena for anything, who stopped looking at Zuriel to look at Urian, who tensed up. Elena, Urian standing. Urian, why yes, she said seriously as she stood up, while Elena did the same and stood in front of her, looking at her with the same seriousness. Elena, why did you leave the label? Didn't I tell you to wait? Urian, yes, I left because several thousand years have passed, so we are worried that no Black Star Wizard has awakened in all that time, he said without daring to look Elena in the eyes, which she followed with her gaze, seriously as she scanned the place, looking at each of those present, who tensed. Elena, the reason why no Black Star Wizard ever tried to break the seal was because I ordered them to. Astrid, if that's the reason, we all feel ashamed of our impatience, Elena-sama, so we deserve punishment. Elena, it is not necessary. After all, you waited for a long time, but your long wait will end soon. Urian, what do you mean? Elena, I discovered the place where Master Ryujin-sama is sealed, she said seriously while everyone without exception was surprised, since Elena had been top priority since Ryujin had been sealed by Ashura thousands of years ago. Miriam, where did they mark it? Elena, it is sealed in a sword which has the name of Derflinger, which the current Security carries on his back. Astrid, I see, then now we just have to take the sword from him, and we can free Ryujin-sama from his seal. But is this Security strong? Elena, it is. Maybe before his strength was not a threat, but now his strength is among the 10 most powerful in his world. Zuriel, then why don't we just get out of the seal, and then attack him together to take the sword from him? He asked as he got up from the ground as blood dripped from his mouth, while Elena looked at him seriously before saying, Elena, didn't I say that his strength is among the top 10? What do you think is the reason for that? Zuriel, I don't know. Elena, her strength took a great leap thanks to her, he said with hatred and fury pent up in his voice, while everyone opened their eyes in surprise, since there was only one person, or rather one being, who could put Elena in that position. Urian, so Ayanami is still alive? Elena, yes it is, and it won't be long before the Security can use all of its power. Astrid, but you left her on the verge of death thanks to Trihexa. Elena, yes, but she is using part of the Security's energy to heal her wounds. In just 2 years she will be able to use all her power. Then Elena-sama, all the more reason to attack him now, said a dark-haired boy with red eyes, while wearing a black suit, which made Elena look at him seriously, before saying seriously to the boy, Elena, I understand your thought, Kane, but we can't do it, not yet. Kane, for what reason? If Ayanami is weak, finishing him off will be easy if we all go. Elena, I know perfectly well, but that bastard has removed a few allies in his world. He has 3 factions in total, or rather 6 factions behind him, so attacking him now is more like suicide. Astrid, factions? Elena, the demon faction, angels, fallen angels, Yukai, Asgardina and Olympian, he said seriously while everyone looked at each other in surprise, since just knowing that he knew that touching any hair of the Security was crying out for a war, which now they did not have the luxury of provoking. Kane, so there is someone strong in those factions to defeat her? Elena, there is no one who can do more than that imbecile Shiva, but that bastard has contacted the leader of the fallen angels, and there is also Ophis who seems to have an interest in the Security, not to mention that hitch Ayanami. Astrid, so what do you propose? Elena, currently thanks to Elohim, Trihexa is sealed. Finding him right now is the best option. Once he is free, finishing them off will be easy, so until then stay in this place. Miriam, we will wait as you order. Elena, no, I want you to wake up the entire Black Star Army, since finding the Trihexa will not be difficult, so start preparing everything for the invasion of the two worlds. He said before disappearing, leaving everyone surprised, before they stood up looking at each other. Cain, tell me, Zuriel, are you going to continue with your impatience? Zuriel, you better shut up. If I had known that Elena Sama was still alive, I wouldn't have acted that way. Miriam, anyway, now we must go do what he told us. Let's wake up the entire Black Star Army. Urian, it will take us some time to wake them up, about 6 or 7 months, I think. Astrid, then let's not waste any more time. She said seriously as she flew out of the place, followed by the others, since they knew that Elena would not take long to find the Trihexa, so if they did not want to offend her, they had to act quickly. Tristan. The sunlight was beginning to shine in the morning, marking the beginning of another day, in which everyone was beginning to do their chores, like at the Northern Academy, where Louise was now looking more than surprised at Director Osmond. Louise, does my mother want to see me? Osmond, yesterday evening I received a letter from her, in which she asked me to send it to your home as she wished to speak with you. She said seriously as she looked at the two girls behind Louise, who were Kaneko and Kuroka, who remained silent, looking directly at Osmond, looking for any sign of lying but not finding any. They sighed since they knew that now Louise could not overdo anything, since that was going to affect the baby growing inside her. So Kuroka looked seriously at Osmond. Kuroka, what if Louise doesn't go? Osmond, Lady Karen specified that if Louise did not go, she would personally come to the academy. Kuroka, in that case, Louise, what do you decide? Louise, I will go. My mother, unlike my father, never despised me for my low magical talent, so if I don't go it would be like despising her. She said seriously while Kuroka remained thoughtful for a second, before sighing and looking at Kaneko, who imitated her. Kuroka, Chiron, I will accompany Louise along with the maid, you stay to continue training the others. Kaneko, hi, we will continue with the training. Osmond, I'll get the carriage ready in 10 minutes. It will be at the entrance. Louise, good. He said as he calmly walked out of the office, leaving Osmond alone, who sighed before looking at one of the sheets of paper he had on his desk. Osmond, I did my part, Lady Karen. I just hope she's not so harsh. She said with a sigh before leaving to go prepare the carriage, while Louise packed some clothes in which Siesta helped her, while Kaneko told the others why Louise and Kuroka were not going to be present, and as Osmond said, one of the carriages was at the entrance of the academy. Osmond, all set. Kuroka, okay Chiron, we'll be back as soon as we can. Kaneko, hey Louise-san, take care. Louise, I'll do it on foot. She said as she got into the carriage, which Kuroka also got into, while Siesta drove the carriage to the mansion where Louise lived. The trip lasted 5 hours, where Louise wasted no time, as she practiced her magic control under Kuroka's guidance, who was surprised by Louise's fast progress. Kuroka. It's really impressive the speed at which Louise learns at this rate. Her power will increase by leaps and bounds. She thought as the carriage gave the signal to stop, which made Louise open her eyes, seeing a mansion she was more than familiar with. Louise, I never thought I would return to this place in such a short time. He said as he got out of the carriage, where several servants were waiting, and upon seeing Louise they approached before bowing slightly. Servant, it's nice to see you again. Louise, likewise Julio. She said as she looked at one of her family's 3 butlers, who smiled kindly at Louise, but his smile disappeared the moment he saw Kuroka come down, like the other maids, since when they saw her they were surprised, since she was quite beautiful in their opinion, not to mention her outfit that left a lot to be desired. But what caught her attention the most were the 2 cat ears and 6 cat tails. Julio, Louise-san, who is this lady? Louise, she is Kuroka is. Kuroka, it's a pleasure, I'm Issei-sama's maid, who asked me to take care of Louise in his absence. Julius Issei? He said confusedly as the other servants remained the same, while Louise only smiled slightly before looking at Julio seriously. Louise, where is my mother? Julio, Lady Karen is in the living room resting. She told us that when you arrived you should go change in your room. Louise, I understand. Okay, Kuroka, come on, we'll go see my mother, then we'll leave here. Siesta, get the carriage ready. Nap, as ordered. Kuroka, good. She said as they walked past the servants, who kept their gaze on Kuroka seriously since there was something Louise had told Kuroka before, and that was that out of all the servants her entire family had, no one respected her, so Kuroka said she would pretend to be under her command just to annoy them. Which worked as they all looked at Kuroka with hatred, before they saw Siesta who was coming down. July, TSK your young lady. Siesta, yes? How can I help you? Julio, since the lady brought you here just now, you are another maid in the house, so go find. Siesta, I think you are wrong. Yes, I am under the orders of Louise-sama, but I am also under the orders of Issei-sama, by order of the princess, so I am not obliged to obey him. He said seriously as he got back into the carriage, while calmly taking out a book, leaving the others surprised. Meanwhile, with Louise, the pink-haired girl had reached her room, where she sighed at the sight of the place while Kuroka leaned against the wall. Kuroka, wow, you were right, none of those servants respected you. Louise, yes, I know, which is nothing new since ever since my father started to neglect me, the servants also started to do so in a certain way. Kuroka, what a bunch of idiots. But that's over now that Issei-sama has a noble title, since when that princess gives him her territory you will go live with him. Louise, that's what I want most now, to go with him wherever he goes. Kuroka, believe me, you're not the only one. She said mockingly, which made them laugh since right now they knew that Issei had more than one fiancé, and those that would appear in the future would be more. Which they had to get used to at the same time that Louise saw the dress on her bed, which was green, which made her sigh before dressing again in the dress and then leaving for the living room, while they walked through the hallways. Louise, I don't like this dress. Kuroka, I think it suits you well. Servant, Louise-san, Lady Karen is in the garden. She told me she would be waiting for you there. Louise, good. She said seriously as she began to walk towards the back garden, but when she reached the door she began to feel that something was not right, so she looked at Kuroka, who was also alert, while Louise opened the door that led to the garden, but she only took 3 steps before stopping when she saw who was in front of her. Which left Louise speechless as well as Kuroka, since she instantly knew who it was, so she became serious, while her gaze went to Yujui, who was behind Lucy, who like Louise was surprised, as was Lucy, who never expected that her sister Louise would also be there. Lucy, Louise? Louise, Lucy? They said, surprised as memories of their last meeting came to their minds, causing the two to become alert when they saw each other, but Lucy was surprised to see that Louise was intact as she could feel her magic power, which baffled her, but before she could say anything another voice appeared. I see that the two of you still can't get along, he said, attracting the attention of both parties, seeing a blonde-haired woman with pink eyes like Lucy. Only she was older than the two of them, which they recognized instantly, since she was someone they had spent a lot of time with as children. Louise, Eleanor One-san. Eleanor, Louise, seeing you dressed like Lucy brings back so many memories, doesn't it, Katla? She said as she turned to look at the other person present, who seemed to be almost the same age as her, who had pink hair like her eyes, the same as Louise. Who smiled at the sight of her, while the woman now called Katla laughed at the sight of the two twins dressed alike. Katla, certainly if it weren't for their hair, they would be exactly the same, she said as Louise and Lucy looked at each other seriously again, while Kuroka understood why Louise didn't like that dress, while the two older sisters noticed Kuroka surprising them, since there was more than one thing that stood out in Kuroka, so they didn't. I don't know how to address her. Eleanor, Louise, who is the girl with you? Louise, this is Kuroka Tuju to Nikomata. Lucy, Nikomata? Did that boy abandon you? Lucy mockingly asked what Louise and Kuroka did, upset, ignoring the fact that Yujui had not stopped looking at Kuroka since he saw her, while Louise was going to respond to Lucy's provocation, but before she did. Silence. Can you two really not get along? Why do you two want to kill each other every time you see each other? A serious voice said, forcing Louise to shut up as well as Lucy, since neither of them dared to anger their mother, who looked at them seriously. Which forced the two to remain silent, while their mother Karen watched them seriously, before looking at Kuroka and asking seriously. Karen, Kuroka Tuju, right? May I know what relationship you have with my daughter? Kuroka, I will answer you truthfully, I am Issei-sama's servant. Karen, Issei? Is he the boy your father told me about, Louise? Louise, yes, mother is. Karen, and where is it? He asked seriously while sipping his tea calmly, surprising most as he knew that once his mother asked something, they had to answer truthfully. Louise, he is not there since he returned home, but he will return tomorrow, I think. Karen, I see. Okay, Louise, Lucy, both of you in front of me now, she said seriously as the two of them spent no time standing in front of their mother, who observed them very carefully, before a slight surprise crossed her eyes upon seeing Louise. Karen, I want you to explain to me what this bed is, and about your future meeting at the Magic Festival. Lucy, so that's what it's about. Well, if you'll allow me, I'll tell you. Karen, I'm listening. Lucy, we went to the Northern Academy since Seals Sensei had to attend some business with Director Osmond. He said as he told her what happened so that the bet would be remembered, which surprised his two older sisters to hear it while Karen still kept her serious face. Lucy, and so we agreed to meet at the Magic Festival. Karen, I understand well now. Louise, is it true that you are supporting Princess Henrietta to obtain the throne of Tristan? Louise, if the entire Northern Academy supports her, including me as Issei. Eleanor, have you lost your mind? Everyone knows that the princess does not have enough political power to. Louise, so what? Once the Northern Academy wins, you'll see that everything will change in favor of the princess. Lucy, aren't you very confident? I mean, after all, the North Academy has lost the festival for 100 years. He said mockingly, which bothered Louise a little, since it was true that the Northern Academy had not won a magic festival for 100 years, so he said seriously. Louise, so what? This time will be completely different from the previous ones, but unlike you who used Iridian to try to destroy my magic power, I will fight without cheating. He said out of nowhere, surprising those present upon hearing it, especially Lady Karen, who stood up from her place furious upon hearing it. Karen, what use what? Louise, Diridian mother, if it weren't for Issei, my magic power would have been destroyed by Lucy when she used it on me 3 times before she left. She said as Lady Karen looked at Lucy, who tensed as she felt her mother's furious gaze upon her, as she prepared to say something. Lucy, mother, I. Plop. It was heard out of nowhere, which left everyone present surprised, except for Louise and Kuroka, who were not surprised, seeing the slap that Lady Karen had given Lucy, who was looking in another direction due to the force put into the blow, which left a slight mark on Lucy's cheek. Lucy and mother? Karen, shut up, Lucy. You're a more than talented wizard who already surpassed me when I was your age, but you do that to your older sister. Katla, and mother, calm down. Your Karen, quiet. Lucy, I don't want to see you now, so go back to the academy now. Lucy, yes. He said weakly as he lowered his head, not daring to look at his mother in her eyes, as he headed to the door, passing by Louise, who said weakly so that only Lucy could hear. Louise, I'll see you at the Lucy festival, she said, which caused Lucy to only get furious, as she left the place, being followed by Yuzui, who only glanced at Louise before looking at Kuroka one last time. Karen, Eleanor, Katla, leave me alone with Louise, he said seriously. That made the 2 older sisters leave the place, still not knowing how to think about what just happened. Karen, Louise, you won't stop until you defeat Lucy, right? Louise, yes, not only because of what happened at the academy do I want to defeat her, but I also want to prove that I am superior to her. Karen, so you think that in your current state of pregnancy you will even be able to fight? He said out of nowhere, causing Louise and Kuroka to be surprised, as they had planned to keep it a secret until after the magic festival. Louise, how did you know? Karen, simple, I have had 4 daughters, so I know what the energy of the body is like when you are pregnant. Kuroka, to be honest, I had to verify it by making contact, but you just had to see Louise's energy. Wow, it's impressive. The Nikomata said while Lady Karen just smiled slightly, as she looked at Kuroka for a few seconds before saying, Karen, I assume you're also one of Issei's future wives, correct? Kuroka, yes, and to save the rest of the questions, in total we are like 16 including Louise, who took what many wanted. Karen, it's impressive but it was to be expected from a dragon, besides I didn't imagine that Louise would take Issei's chastity for herself. Kuroka, yes, and to be honest I'm still jealous of that. He said as Louise blushed since it was all true, she had had the privilege of having Issei lose his chastity with her, which made her very happy but at the same time she was surprised by everything her mother knew about Issei. Karen, seeing your face Louise I know what you are thinking, and the answer is more than simple. Remember that I was Tristan's trump card, so I have more than one contact to obtain information. Louise I see. Karen, and speaking of that Louise come follow me. She said seriously as she entered the mansion again, while Louise and Kuroka looked at each other before following her through the halls of the great mansion, but there was something that didn't fit Louise so she asked. Louise, mother, if you have more than one contact, it means you already knew what Lucy had done to me, right? Karen, yes I knew, Osmond told me a few hours later I was willing to go to your academy to see you, but he told me that you were already out of danger. Louise, I see then, why did you bring me here like Lucy, if you already knew what happened? He asked doubtfully while Kuroka wondered the same thing, while looking at Lady Karen's back which she answered. Karen, because I wanted to confirm something about Lucy, that's why I called the two of you. Louise, confirm? She asked doubtfully as they reached a door where Lady Karen just passed her hand over the handle removing a magic lock, surprising Louise when she saw the room her mother had brought her to. Louise, mother, this room. Karen, it's the only room I did not allow you servants to enter, including your father. He said seriously before entering at the same time that Louise entered with Kuroka, seeing the room which was more than clean not to mention how elegant the room was. Karen, Louise, come to the box and tell me if you recognize the shield. He said seriously as he looked towards the end of the room, where there were two boxes, one was shaped like a rectangle, while the other was a smaller square. As far as I'm concerned, Louise obeyed what he said and approached to see the shield on the two boxes, which he recognized instantly since he had seen them more than once, so he looked at his mother. Louise, it's your squad's shield. Karen, yes, as you well know, I was one of the great commanders of Tristan, thanks to the fact that I was very talented with magic, but a large part of my achievement was due to the objects inside. She said seriously while nodding, which meant that she was giving Louise permission to see inside, so Louise without saying anything opened the rectangular box, where there was a sword with a blue handle with many details, and the shape of its blade was strange. But what surprised Louise the most was that she could feel a strange sensation that told her to take the sword as if it had been made especially for her. So she was hesitant to touch it but stopped when she noticed the other box, so without hesitation she opened the other one, surprised. Since he had also recognized the gun in the box, he moved away a little while looking at his mother. Louise, these are the weapons you used in the past. Karen, if these were the weapons that helped me countless times, saving my life and that of some of my companions. Kuroka, it's strange the material of the two weapons seems to be made of something quite unique, as they both give off an aura that I had already felt before. Karen, where? Since I used them, I felt a rejection of them so I couldn't bring out their full potential. He said seriously as Kuroka approached the box and touched the sword as well as the gun a little, before nodding. Kuroka, and it is not strange that you felt a rejection, since these two can only be wielded by a special magician. Karen, special magician? Kuroka, if a special magician like Louise is. He said seriously, surprising Louise's mother, as well as her, since although Lady Karen did not understand what Kuroka meant, Louise had understood what Kuroka meant to tell her, which was that those two weapons were intended to be used by void mages. Kuroka, Louise, hold both weapons, let's see if I'm not mistaken. He said seriously while Louise was surprised, while she turned to see her mother who confirmed, so Louise took the two weapons. In her right hand she held the sword and in her left the pistol, which when in contact with Louise, gave a faint glow as if they accepted Louise as their bearer. Kuroka, which turned out to be correct. Karen, I see, in that case Louise you can take them. he said seriously as he headed for the door, which surprised Louise, who looked at her mother before she asked. Louise, did you bring me here to give me a weapon to defeat Lucy? Karen, no, I'm giving you those 2 weapons, not so that you can defeat Lucy at the magic festival, but so that you can make her see reason. Louise, does she see reason? She said, surprised, while Kuroko was equally surprised, since she believed that Lady Karen was giving her those 2 weapons to defeat Lucy, but it turned out to be the opposite. Since Lady Karen only sighed as she approached Louise until she was in front of her, and for the first time she stopped being serious, as she said in a soft voice. Karen, I raised you personally along with Lucy, since unlike Eleanor and Katla, who were raised by the maids on your father's orders, I raised both of them under my care, so I know them perfectly. Louise, so you confirmed something with what happened before. Karen, Lucy has a huge burden on her shoulders right now. I don't know what it is, but she is convinced that she can face it alone, which is wrong. She needs help, but she will never ask for it. Louise, so you want me to? Karen, yes, I know that you now have a great resentment against her, but I am completely sure that what she did to you had a reason, which only she knows. That is why I entrust this to you. Louise, please save your sister. She said, not as the distinguished Duchess de la Valliere, but as the mother of both, who left Louise not knowing what to do, like Kuroko, since they had never expected this. Chapter 35. The Love of a Valkyrie and the Location of the Lunar Slaughter Nest. Louise was surprised by what her mother had just asked her, and not only her, Kuroko was the same, since both of them didn't expect Karen to ask them that, so Louise lowered her gaze a little before sighing. Louise, mother, you know us well, so you will know my answer to your request. Karen, I know they both have their ideals and goals, but I'm still sure that the day will come when they will both fight together. Louise, it may or may not happen, I'll just assure you of one thing. He said seriously, while Karen and Kuroko were surprised to feel a white aura weakly covering Louise, as well as both weapons that were wrapped in that aura. Louise, when the magic festival begins, when the time comes for our showdown, I'll be the one to defeat Lucy. She said before leaving the room, leaving Kuroko with Karen, who sighed at Louise's words, while Kuroko headed to the door before stopping and saying, Kuroko, tell me one thing, the reason why you gave those 2 weapons to Louise wasn't just to save your sister, right? Karen. Kuroko, I see Louise has a very low chance of beating Lucy, is that what she meant? Karen. Kuroko, so that's it. He said before walking back to the door, since Karen's silence had given the answers to Kuroko, who had a more than serious face. But before she crossed the door, she stopped slightly upon hearing Karen's words. Karen. Louise, she will be the one who loses in the confrontation against Lucy at the magic festival. That will be the only result in the confrontation. If Louise does not unleash her true potential in the remaining time, she will not be able to defeat her, and that is something that depends on herself, and not one else. Kuroko, I see. In that case, I'll only tell you one thing. Karen, what thing? Kuroko, never underestimate the potential of a celestial dragon's partner, as power only attracts more power, so Louise's power will grow more and more to the point where she will stand at the top of this world with no one able to threaten her in her entire life. He said before leaving Karen alone in the room, who sighed at what Kuroko said before laughing lightly. Karen, you may be right, but Lucy's power, it no longer belongs to this world. She said before sighing as she looked at the ceiling of the room before leaving it, and closing it again to go to a window that overlooked the main entrance where she saw Louise's carriage leave, which made her feel a lump in her heart. At the same time, Louise's 2 sisters arrived at her side, worried as they asked, Katla, is something wrong, mother? Karen, it's not just that. Eleanor, it's just what? Karen, nothing. Listen, there's something I want to ask you. He said before looking at both of them seriously, which surprised both sisters. Meanwhile, with Issei, the brown-haired boy was sleeping in a bed peacefully, while he moved his head slightly, which was not a sign that he was going to wake up, but that he was dreaming something unexpected. Since in his dream he could see a large valley which was in ruins, and in the distance a castle could be seen, which was under attack, since Issei could hear the screams of pain and suffering of several people, as well as the screams of war, in addition to great collisions of power that made the entire place tremble. It was not easier to say that they made the whole world tremble. But in the middle of that chaos there was a person standing in front of him, seeing him, which surprised him since for some reason he could not see that person's face. But his power and aura were really terrifying, to which Issei could not react, since it was a power that he had never felt in his life. But in that person only said 3 words. "You have to win," she said, surprising Issei since the tone of her voice and her seriousness seemed to be giving him an order, something he had to do no matter what. "Has to win." The person repeated it again, which only made Issei more confused, since it was not possible for him to understand what was happening at that moment, before the person spoke again. "He has to win," she screamed, surprising Issei, who was going to ask what was happening, but before he did, a great glow out of nowhere appeared in the sky, which out of nowhere began to expand at a completely terrifying speed, while a power was present which made Issei feel as if his soul and his entire being were destroyed into nothingness. And it was at that moment that Issei woke up while breathing heavily in bed, while on both sides he was hugged by Irina and Zenobia, who did not notice Issei's reaction since they did not wake up, and only rested on the sides of the brunette, who only gave a heavy sigh. "Issei, what was that? Even though it was just a dream, it felt quite real, as if I had already lived it," he thought before looking around for a moment before remembering what had happened, which brought a weak smile to the brunette. "Issei, who would have thought we would end up inside Ryutaimura doing it over and over again?" he thought before freeing his arms from the grip of both girls, while sitting on the edge of the bed with a thoughtful face. "Issei, if everything goes normally, I will have the last 2 dates with Rossways and Sarah Fall, who I still don't know why she fell in love with me," he thought as he looked at the floor before seeing the desk where they had found the scrolls he had given to Azazel. So he only sighed, since it seemed that Ryutaimura's power, or its origin, was more than unknown, not to mention that it was strange since nothing found on it was normal. So it could be said that the origin of his familiar Ryutaimura was more than unknown. "Issei, there's no point in thinking about that now, Ryutaimura. We're taking you to Yasaka's house in Kyoto," he said softly before feeling Ryutaimura begin to move, so he was going to get up before the brunette felt the movements of the duo of girls who began to wake up, which made him smile as he remembered that dream, if it could be called that way, since as much as he wanted to deny it, the feeling he had at that moment was very real, so he sighed heavily. "Issei, what's the meaning of that? And what did that person mean by have to win?" he thought seriously before seeing how the 2 girls woke up, so he smiled, since at the moment thinking about it did not bring him any benefit, so he decided to ignore it just until he realized what the true meaning of that dream was. Tristan. Both Louise and Kuroka arrived at the academy, and without wasting any more time they began training with the others who had already started training since the 2 had gone to Louise's house. But now they were not trained at the academy, since this day had been decided to train the use of their magic, which was totally different from the past. "Kaneko, they came back very soon." "Kuroka, let's say we run into some problems. How are they going?" "Kaneko, it's amazing how their strength is growing, but they still lack something important." "Kuroka, if you don't have experience, it's no use being strong." "Kaneko, but how will they get it? We only have 22 days before the festival starts." "Kuroka, the ideal thing is to take them to get it, but it is still too early since they are just laying the foundations of their powers," he said as he saw how the boys tried to better control their magic, since their strength increased due to their training. Their magic did the same, so if they did not control it now, it would become a problem in the future. "Kuroka, although we should not be so worried about that, since tomorrow Issei-sama returns with Ayanami, who will know what to do." "Kaneko, right, Issei-sama is coming back tomorrow, which reminds me of something, Kuroka-nasama." "Kuroka, what thing?" "Kaneko, who of the 2 will be the first to have hex with him?" he said, surprising Kuroka beyond belief, since she had not expected that kind of question from her younger sister. While with Issei, she had already arrived in Kyoto along with Zenobia and Irina, who were happy. After all, they had been taken by the love of their lives, which made them happy. While the 2 walked beside him hugging Issei's arm, as they arrived at the entrance to the temple where a certain Valkyrie was waiting for them, who blushed when she saw that Issei had already returned with Zenobia and Irina, who smiled before saying goodbye to Issei with a kiss, since now it was Rossway's turn to be with Issei, who could only smile at the girl's shyness. Who leaned a little, while asking Issei with a smile. "Rossways, how do I look?" "Issei, you look beautiful," he said, seeing the way she was dressed, which brought out a faint blush in Rossways, while she shyly acknowledged, which only made her look more than adorable. "Issei, are we going?" "Rossways, yes," she said happily as Issei took her hand, which surprised her a little before she intertwined her fingers with Issei's. He smiled at the faint blush on Rossways' face as he prepared to leave with her on their date. "Rossways, and where are we going?" "Issei, you'll see soon," she said with a smile as they left the place. But while they were on their date, something else was happening in Tristan. Tristan Academy of the South. The great castle rose, revealing a great majesty. Only those who were talented could enter the academy, as were Lucy and her friends, who were in one of the rooms of the castle, alone while looking seriously out one of the windows of the room, which had several things that were luxurious, since this academy was very different from the others, since the elite was trained in that place, so they were given certain luxuries, and one of those luxuries was a room with luxurious things reserved only for the most talented. Normally a construction of this type could not be paid for, given its high cost, so the rooms were shared by 2 or 3 students depending on their talent. And Lucy, being the most talented mage in her academy, was given an exclusive room for her, something that she did not care much about, since the material was not something that interested her, because she had always grown up full of luxuries given by her father in the past. But at this moment Lucy was thoughtful, because there was something that didn't fit, since she returned from her house there was something that caught her attention. "Lucy, why did Mother react that way?" Deridion is supposed to be a spell specifically for torturing criminals, but using it on a familiar is forbidden, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Mother expelled me from the Valier family, but she didn't, she said seriously as she looked out the window, since that had been bothering her ever since she returned. Since her mother's reaction hadn't been as severe as she expected it to be, which made her think that she knew from the beginning what had happened. "Lucy, what is Mother planning? If there's one thing I'm absolutely sure of, it's that I should never underestimate her, so she had something planned, otherwise why would she call me at home at the same time as Louise?" she said before sighing and looking at her clothes, as she was still wearing the green dress, so she went to her closet to put on her academy uniform again, but before she did Lucy noticed something she had ignored at that moment. "Lucy, usually," she said seriously as the boy appeared out of nowhere in the room, which didn't surprise Lucy given that Yuzui was the only one who had entered here since he entered the academy. "Yuzui, is something wrong, Lady Lucy?" "Lucy, I want you to return to Valier Mansion without anyone noticing." "Yuzui, I understand, but for what reason?" "Lucy, I just want you to confirm one thing. When you arrive, make sure they don't notice you. Go to the room that my mother always keeps sealed." "Yuzui, do you want me to go in there?" "Lucy, no, what I want is for you to see the stamp if it was recently removed or not." "Yuzui, as you command," she said before leaving the same way she came, leaving Lucy, who took off her green dress revealing a more developed body than her sister Louise. Since her breasts, unlike Louise's, were a little bigger, not to mention her slender waist and her heart-shaped butt, a body that neither a man nor Yuzui or Saito had seen. While she began to dress in the uniform, slowly covering her body, until Lucy finished dressing. Just when Yuzui returned with a serious face, while Lucy calmly asked the Phoenix, "Lucy, well?" "Yuzui, as you requested, I checked to see if the seal gate had been removed recently, and it seems that yes." "Lucy, I see Yuzui gathers everyone who sees me in the common room in 15 minutes. "Yuzui, as you say, but what can I say if they ask me the reason?" "Lucy, tell them it's something related to the magic festival," she said seriously, while Yuzui was slightly surprised, since he had met Lucy, he had only seen her like this a couple of times, so he nodded before leaving the place, leaving Lucy, who only sighed heavily, while looking towards the window of the room. "Lucy, so that was it then, the 2 weapons that Mother used before are in Louise's possession, which means the risks are increasing," he said before turning seconds back to his bed for a few, before walking over to it and kneeling down as he pulled out a large box from beneath it. It had several seals on it, while a single symbol was displayed on the cover. which made Lucy sigh as her hand went to her neck where there was a necklace, which she took in her hand without taking it off, while a more than determined look appeared on her face. Usually, Lady Lucy, are you planning to use that at the magic festival? He said, standing behind the blonde who just let go of the necklace, before putting the box back in its place. Before saying seriously to his partner, who was looking at her seriously, Lucy, not only will I use it when it is really necessary, but when we travel in 20 days to the capital we will take this with us. Usually, are you sure? We are the only ones who know that this is in your possession here, so carrying it would mean a great risk of being discovered. Lucy, if I'm sure after all it's necessary for what I'm planning. Usually, so at the festival. Lucy, we will carry out the coup not only against Tristan but against all of Hawkagenia. He said seriously as he left the room, leaving Usually alone, who just sighed before returning for a moment to look at the place where Lucy had kept the box. Before leaving the room, after all, he knew that Lucy's goal was not limited to just Tristan but to all of Hawkagenia. While with Issei, the brown-haired boy was looking with a smile at the place where his date would be, with Rias, who had gone to change since the place Issei had brought her to was the beach. Since he had promised her at some point in the past, so it was decided to have their date in that place. Issei, certainly the weather is more than perfect to have a date, he said as he looked at the beach where there were many people, giving off a cheerful atmosphere. Of course, Issei had already put on his swimsuit since knowing where they were going to come and he had to prepare, but it was a surprise for Rias, who had to go buy one, so Issei was waiting for her outside the locker room. Issei, it's been more than 25 hours, so the time that Drake can be out of the boosted gear will soon end. Well, even if the time is up, he will return as soon as he runs out. He thought quietly before hearing the changing room door open, so he turned around in surprise. After all, seeing Rias wearing a swimsuit wasn't very common. So he was speechless when he saw her, which made the Valkyrie blush since Issei hadn't stopped looking at her, so she said shyly, Rias, how do I look? Issei, you look beautiful. I still can't understand how you didn't have a boyfriend if you are really beautiful, she said, making Rias blush more since she was not very used to wearing swimsuits in public, since she had only used them in the pool of the Hyoudou house, now mentioned. Rias, well, thanks to that I met you, because if I had a boyfriend we would never have met. Issei, true, which I appreciate, so let's go, she said as Issei took her hand, which brought out a weak smile on Rias, who didn't notice how Issei looked macabrely at the boys who were looking at Rias. Since saying that Rias wasn't a really beautiful woman would be a big lie, so he dedicated himself to looking macabrely at all those boys. But to his surprise, without him expecting it, Rias hugged his arm, trapping him between her breasts. Issei, hey, what? Rias, you don't need to look at them like that, after all I am only Issei's, he whispered in her ear, surprising Issei, who just smiled, before putting his hand on Rias' cheek and giving her a soft kiss on the lips, to which she reciprocated before they separated. Issei, if it's true, let's go. Rias, yes, he said happily before they walked to the beach, still without letting go, which made the boys present feel uneasy. But what both young men didn't notice was that in the distance they were being watched by a person who had been following them since they had left Kyoto. With Azazel, the black-haired man with blonde locks was looking in surprise at the monitor in front of him, while next to him was Drake, who was looking at the monitor like Azazel, who said in surprise, Azazel, Drake, do you know what this means? Drake, there aren't many numbers, I got really confused. Azazel, I wanted to confirm something and I realized that the numbers here are coordinates. Drake, and that means what? Azazel, it means that what is inside Ryutaimaro is true. Drake, who is Ryutaimaro? Azazel, it's Issei's familiar, I'll explain it to you later, but now that I see that what's in the scrolls is true, he said more than seriously while looking at the monitor, leaving Drake more and more confused, who said with doubt, Drake, is that good or bad? Azazel, you could say that on one hand it is a good thing but on the other it is not, he said before turning his gaze to one of the books in the room, which at first he had doubted its existence, but now he no longer doubted it. Drake, I understand, but why are you sure that everything there is true? Azazel, why is the diary of the previous bearer of Ryutimura, who was previously called Tamashi no Hoshi, not someone from this world? From what I read, he belonged to another place. Drake, from a different world than ours, that's what you mean, right? Azazel, yes, just like you and Issei did. Going to other worlds is possible, but at the same time risky since we don't know which world we will arrive at. Drake, it makes sense since until Ayanami appeared I believed that the maximum existence was Great Red and apparently I was wrong. Azazel, true, but it seems that we are going to need it for what is coming. He said seriously before showing something on the monitor to Drake, who looked at the monitor somewhat confused before seeing the sheets that were on the desk where the coordinates that Azazel had mentioned were, which surprised him since they were the same ones on the monitor. Drake, wait, are you telling me those coordinates are from this world? Azazel, yes, and they take us exactly to the Bermuda Triangle. Drake, to the Cursed Cemetery? Azazel, exactly, a place where not even supernatural beings go since, just like humans, whoever enters that place never leaves and we never knew why until now. Drake, you mean you know what's in there? Azazel, unfortunately yes, since in the diary I put those coordinates to locate the place where something or someone is. Drake, who is? Wait, you're not referring to? Azazel, you are right, Drake, in that place is the lunar slaughter nest which was believed not to exist. He said, surprising Drake, who was watching the monitor that was showing a world, in which there was a red dot pointing to a place. Drake, will we tell Issei? Azazel, yes, because if that place is really the lunar slaughter nest we will be in great danger given that the strength of that being according to the diary was terrifying. So the only thing I can think of is for Ayanami to go with us. Drake, but even if she goes with us we won't be able to enter now. No, wait, now that I think about it, Ayanami has an ability to enter other dimensions since that's how we got back. Azazel, I see, although I was thinking of using Ryutimura since if he could enter once, he can again. He said seriously as he looked at the monitor for a moment, before sighing as he stood up from his chair as Drake, since they would now go look for Issei, to go in search of the truth about the place called the Lunar Slaughter Nest. With Issei. The brown-haired boy was sitting in one of the chairs of a restaurant, which had some outside the premises allowing the view of the beach and the sea to be appreciated. While he drank his peach juice that he had ordered, while he looked at the silver-haired girl, who had ordered an apple juice. Both young people were taking a break, since they had been playing all over the beach enjoying their date. Which playing by himself was only a few hours away from ending, which Issei knew, which is why he was ready to leave the place, since he had prepared a special place, using the Azazel card, to be with Rossways. Who enjoyed the company of the brown-haired boy, who smiled seeing how happy Rossways was, before noticing one thing. Issei. There's that look again. Where did I come from? He thought seriously while looking around discreetly, since a few hours ago Issei felt out of nowhere that someone was following them, since wherever they moved that gaze followed them. Rossways, Issei, I don't know if you noticed, but Issei, for some time now there is something or someone watching us. Rossways, yes, at first I ignored it but now I feel a little uncomfortable. Issei, I'm the same but I still can't locate her completely since it seems that she is using magic to prevent us from finding her. Rossways, yes it is true but he said before looking at a certain place in the restaurant, which made her stay silent. Which surprised Issei, who turned in that direction, where at one of the tables a silver-haired woman was sitting calmly drinking from her glass, which made Issei a little confused, so he looked at Rossways, who had a faint blush on her cheeks as she limited herself to looking elsewhere, avoiding looking at the woman sitting on the other side of the restaurant. Issei, do you know her? Rossways, well. Know me? Of course she knows me. The woman next to Issei said, who was surprised to see her there, since he was not in his lair so he did not notice when the woman approached. At the same time, Rossways looked somewhat shyly at the older woman, which only made Issei confused since he did not know the woman next to him. Issei, well, it would be rude of me to ask, who are you? Oh right, it's the first time we talk, my name is Gondel, I'm Rossways' grandmother. Issei, huh? He said somewhat surprised while Rossways just kept quiet, before his Gondel sat with them while saying, Gondel. Gosh, I can't believe you lied to me, Ross. I thought I told you to tell me when you were going out with a guy. Rossways. If I had told you I was going out with Issei first, you would have done the same thing as with the others. Issei others? Gondel. Before Ross worked for the Gremory girl, where she became a demon and was the bodyguard of Odin's old man, there were several boys who tried to ask her out. She said, surprising Issei, who had not expected that, so he gave a surprised look to the Valkyrie, who looked away since that was something she didn't want Issei to know, who realized something else, so he asked. Issei, so the one responsible for Rossways not having a boyfriend in Asgard was you? Gondel. Indeed. I was not going to let my beautiful Ross go out with any guy who only wanted her for her physique. Rossways, Grandma? Issei. I see, so when I found out that Rossways and I were on a date, I came to see what kind of guy I was, right? Gondel. Right. At first I was going to talk to you first, but when I saw how much fun you were having, I didn't want to interrupt because I realized something. Issei, and that's it? Gondel. That the feeling you have for my beautiful Ross is true, so you can go out with her. Rossways. Are you serious, Grandma? Gondel. Of course. After all, the way you look at him and the way he sees you, I'm sure you'll both be happy. Issei. Are you sure? I mean, it's not that I mind your blessing, but why? Gondel. Why did I easily agree to let you go out with Ross? He said, completing Issei's question, who agreed, while Gondel sighed before saying, Gondel. Because I realize that even though you are a pervert, you are very faithful to your feelings, to the same feelings that surround you, so I should not worry about Ross not being happy, since it seems that he will be if he is by your side. Issei. I see, so I have watched us all day to come to only that conclusion, right? Gondel. That's right, although I'm still a little upset about Ross's lie, but I guess he'll make it up to me when he introduces me to my great-grandchildren. He said out of nowhere, surprising the two young men, as Issei did not expect that as soon as he met Rossways' grandmother, she would ask him for the two of them to have children. Even Rossways had been surprised, so much so that she lowered her head in shame as she said, Rossways, Grandma? Gondel. Did I say something strange? Or are you going to tell me that you weren't planning on giving yourself to the boy afterwards? He said, leaving Rossways unable to say anything else, so he just lowered his head in shame, which Issei found adorable when he saw it, since he was not going to deny that he had also already planned to take Rossways that same day because of what he said. Issei, then there is no time to waste, let's give great-grandchildren to your grandmother Rossways, the most the merrier, right? Rossways, Huh? Gondel. Of course I want at least 5 great-grandsons and great-granddaughters. He said, playing along with Issei, which made Rossways' face turn completely red due to embarrassment. Gondel. Well, I'll leave you now. I've confirmed what needs to be confirmed, so I have nothing else to do here, so continue with the appointment. He said calmly as he stood up, but before leaving he said a few words to Rossways in her ear, which made the Valkyrie blush even more, which was already confusing Issei a little, who knew that Gondel had told him something important before leaving. Rossways. Mu Issei, why did you play along with my grandma? Issei, game? I was serious about the great-grandchildren. Rossways, huh? Issei, what? You don't want to? He asked with a smile as Rossways blushed, unable to say a word, as her gaze dropped to her legs, since she wished to have Issei's children. Seeing Rossways' adorable embarrassment, he smiled before standing up slightly as he grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him, and without saying a word Issei kissed her on the lips for a few seconds, in which Rossways reciprocated before separating. Issei, excuse me, okay? Seeing you so embarrassed is so adorable that I couldn't resist teasing you a little. Rossways. Mu Issei, if I didn't love you so much I would have hit you. Issei, if you forgive me like this, I will gladly receive it. He said before giving her another kiss, only this time it was a little more passionate, before they separated, leaving space to breathe. Issei, true, we still have to go somewhere. He said as he took the Valkyrie's hand, then paid the bill with Azazel's card. He then left in his car, to a place Issei had prepared in advance thanks to Yasaka's help. In the Black Star world, Elena's orders had been more than clear to all those sealed. In that place they were to awaken the entire Black Star army. which was supposed to be done only when Ryujin was out of the seal that imprinted on him inside Derflinger. But now he could see a large valley which was previously empty, like the rest of the planet except for the Black Star generals. But now, hundreds? No, thousands? Not even, since the number of beings that were awakening far exceeded 1,000,000. Large, medium, and small were the heights of the soldiers, who moved without wasting time. Since they did not have the will to make their decisions, since they only had one objective: to destroy everything in their path without mercy, they had already done it before and they would do it again now. Miriam, with them 2% of the army is already awake. Astrid, we are awakening them without preparation, so their power is not at its maximum yet. Urian, certainly Elena plans to go to war against the world of the current Security. They said as they watched from above a mountain, at the soldiers who were constantly awakening from their hibernation. Before a screen of magic appeared out of nowhere in front of the three girls, revealing a red-haired man with horns. Astrid, what's wrong? Zuriel, do we really have to awaken the ancient dragons? Miriam, Elena Sama said that the entire Black Star army would awaken, so that also includes them. Zuriel, well then that's going to be a problem, since it seems that most of them need great power to be able to wake up. He said seriously as he turned around, which allowed the three girls to seeing a large destroyed valley with large black mountains, which were the ancient dragons that had been dormant for several or rather many centuries. Miriam, certainly if it weren't for the signal that limits us you could use your power to awaken them. Zuriel, true, but now I don't know what to do, since if we wake them up by force they won't have all their power. Even waking one up would cost us the combined strength of all of us. He said seriously while Astrid sighed at what Zuriel said, since every time they sent an ancient dragon to the world of the void mages, they destroyed them, but now they had to wake everyone up, so they had to find a way. Urian, I guess we'll have to find some way. After all, we told Elena that the whole exercise would be ready in 6 months. Miriam, there is certainly no time to lose, so Zuriel with the help of Cain and Alexander look for some way to wake them up. Zuriel, well, that was the other reason why I spoke to you. Astrid, what do you mean? Zuriel, Cain and Alexander disappeared from one moment to the next and took with them a part of the army that was awakening on this side. Astrid, wait, what? Miriam, those bastards give the signal we must meet again. She screamed furiously as the sound of a cannon was heard, which rose to be heard throughout the world, which told all the generals that something had gone wrong, so everyone without wasting time gathered right in front of the three girls, where a large part of the earth divided, by the great force of the arrival of the other 10 generals, who together with the 3 of them and Zuriel totaled 13. Why did you call us like that out of the blue? Said a white-haired boy who was holding a large sword shaped like a moon blade. While the others watched the 3 girls, only 2 of whom were serious. Astrid, if it wasn't something important I wouldn't have called you in the first place, Abel, since we are short on time. So Astrid, why have you called us? He asked a white-haired girl who had red eyes, not to mention the wings on her back, which gave her a somewhat terrifying appearance, which was not only luxurious since she was dangerous when it came to killing. Miriam, to tell them that we must stop Cain and Alexander would not say that we must kill them, which will not be a problem for you, Arlet. And for what reason should we go and kill them? I doubt it was any request from Elena Sama, said another of the generals, who was of the same race as Tefania. An elf different from normal elves, since normally the hair color of elves was blonde or light green, and the body of the elf girls did not develop much like human girls, since their hair was black and had a body that was quite developed, clearly similar to Tefania's, which would surprise many. But that wasn't the case now, as the calm Urian said with a slight smile. Urian, the reason we killed them is because they took part of the army, although the number they took hardly exceeds 7,000, that's why they said we should kill them, Tanya. Or are you going to oppose it? Tanya, why would I object? I don't care if they live or die, but just because they stole part of the army, we're going to kill them. Isn't that ridiculous? I agree to eliminate them only because I don't see it as so serious, since they can't escape from this world, said another of the generals present, who had the appearance of a girl wearing a uniform similar to that of a school, while carrying a large katana on her shoulder, while Astrid looked at her seriously, but it was just at that all the generals realized what Astrid was referring to. Urian, you should see their faces, they are funny. Arlet, why are you so calm? If those bastards leave this world with that army, they'll expose everything. Urian, so what are you waiting for? We have to stop those two and the army of 7,000 from crossing Infinite Abyss. He said seriously while everyone without wasting time headed in one direction. They couldn't leave that world, due to the seal that was in it thanks to Ashura, one of the things he did before dying, but the seal hadn't been completed itself. So it gave them the opportunity to leave every so often, if they used Astrid's power, which could remove the signal from one of them for a certain time and let them out. Just like she did with Urian, but using it required a great amount of power, of which everyone was very limited, so she could only do it every so often. And having used it on Urian, they would have to wait 500 years to use it again, but there was another way out. And that was Infinite Abyss, a bridge that connected their world with others, which thanks to the seal had been inactive for many centuries as sealed. It could only be used when the 4 Black Star mages gathered together to restore their power, and cancelled the signal placed by Ashura, which was still active, but there was a way to activate it without the need for the Black Star mages. And that way out was to sacrifice a large number of people or beings which would forcibly activate Infinite Abyss, which would allow them to get out of the signal without problem, not to mention that they would not have a time limit like Urian had. But this way was also very risky, since if it was used in this way, to forcibly activate Infinite Abyss, there was a risk of completely destroying the connection to other worlds, leaving those who did not get out trapped in that world for eternity. It was for that reason that they did not use that way to get out, since without it, even if the 4 Black Star mages were there, it could never be restored again. But far away from them were Cain, along with Alexander, who looked at the advancing army, to a structure that both of them knew perfectly, since that was their objective. Since that was what the other generals assumed, they were going to forcefully open Infinite Abyss. Cain, interesting, it seems that they already realized what we planned. Alexander, anyway, we may have been ordered to wait and wake up the Black Star army, but now that Ayanami is weak, it's the best time to attack. Cain, it certainly is. Once we get out, we'll have our power fully maxed out, though I feel sorry for all of them, since it will only be open long enough for us to cross along with any left soldiers after the ritual. Alexander, anyway, there's no time to lose or they'll catch up with us, he said seriously as he prepared a sphere of power, while saying in an ancient language the beginning of the ritual, which began to generate a large amount of lightning in the clouds, while at the same time there began to be a weak reaction in the structure facing the two. Alexander, now Infinite Abyss, I Alexander Durkar, a Black Star general, ordered you to take the life of each of these soldiers until you open a bridge to the world of a being called Hyoudou Issei. As soon as he finished saying that, most of the army was killed instantly, which didn't surprise anyone. But then a large number of bolts of lightning struck the structure out of nowhere, which brought a smile to Cain's face as he watched it happen before his eyes, so he said with a smile, Cain, looks like it worked. Alexander, yes, Infinite Abyss is open. Cain, soldiers who are still alive, advance. He shouted as the survivors of the army, who were not used for the sacrifice, advanced into the portal. It wasn't long before Cain and Alexander entered it, along with the army, and when they entered, Infinite Abyss closed just as the other generals arrived. While with Issei, the brunette looked with a smile at Rossway's surprise, who before leaving the beach put on a white dress over her swimsuit. But the reason why she was surprised was that in front of her and Issei there was a large cabin, which was near a private cliff that Issei took, or rather bought with the Azazel card money. Issei, do you like it? Rossways, she's beautiful, but why did you bring me here? Issei, I bought this cabin because I was told that one of your childhood dreams was to live for a while in a cabin near the sea, and here is the cabin, he said with a smile that surprised Rossways, who looked at the cabin again before Issei took her by the hand and led her inside the cabin, which was beautiful as it had the essentials to live there: a kitchen, a bathroom, 2 bedrooms, a living room, a fireplace, not to mention the furniture that seemed to be quite expensive, which they were in every sense. There was even a patio with a large pool, not to mention the luxurious beach chairs, as they were quite comfortable given their soft mattress, where one could lie down and rest. Not to mention the great view of the open sea, which left Rosways speechless, as she had never expected that. Issei, what do you think? Rosways, yes, it is beautiful, but won't the girls be upset by this? Since you are giving me a more than luxurious house. Issei, in fact, somewhere a house is being built for all of them where I can be alone with them like I am with you. He said softly before taking Rosways by the waist, who blushed upon feeling Issei's action, while the brunette joined his lips with hers in a soft kiss that lasted a few seconds before separating. Rosways, I see. I'm glad to know that you care about all of us. Issei, of course I care, because if I didn't care, what kind of husband would I be? Rosways, husband? Issei, yes. Rosways, will you be my wife? Rosways, yes, I want. The silver-haired girl said happily before kissing Issei again, who instantly reciprocated the kiss, which was quickly increasing in intensity. As both of their tongues were tangled in their mouths, while the silver-haired girl put both of her arms on her lover's neck to bring him closer to her, while Issei did the same with her waist. Before one of his hands went down to Rosways, but who moaned as she felt Issei caress it before they separated to breathe. Issei, Rosways, Rosways, Issei, do you know what my grandmother told me before she left? Issei, huh? What did he say to you? He asked, confused, since Issei did not expect Rosways to mention his grandmother right now, while Rosways moved away from Issei a little, who looked at her somewhat confused, before seeing how Rosways took the straps of her dress and lowered them over her shoulders slowly until they fell to the ground, leaving her only in her swimsuit, as she said shyly, Rosways, he told me. You have no experience with men, so let the boy do perverted things to you. That's what he told me what I'm going to do, she said timidly, while Issei was completely surprised, as he never imagined that Gondal would say that to his granddaughter. But he quickly stopped thinking about it, seeing how Rosways sat on one of the chairs where one could go and lie down, just like the Valkyrie did, as she opened her legs and said with a blush and embarrassment, Rosways, do whatever you want with my body, after all, it belongs to you from now on. She said, leaving Issei surprised, since he had not expected that, even more what Gondal had said. So he smiled slightly, while slowly approaching Rosways, who was still embarrassed. Issei, I see, then I will do what you ask, Ross. Lemon skipped. While in Tristan, Kaneko watched as the boys were training their punches, as each of them had a different style of fighting. Louise seemed to be in both camps, where she could use large amounts of magic as well as great physical strength if she continued with that training. Kerchi seemed to read more towards the use of magic, and as far as physical combat was concerned she was far below Louise, but still her strength should not be underestimated, since her physical strength was also somewhat high. Tabitha was inclined to the use of magic, since her overall physical strength was very low, so she was going to focus more on her magic. Goiche focused more on physical strength, since if there was something to highlight about him it was his speed, since his speed to attack was very high, but as far as his physical attacks were concerned they were somewhat weak, so if he used some sharp weapon he could increase his attack power. Malicorn was in physical attack, since although his magic was high his strength was higher, since his magic seemed to specialize in physical attack. Montmorency, like Malicorn, her power was in her strength, since when she hit she caused more damage than when she used magic, so it was decided that she would focus on that. Jean, on the other hand, seemed to be in a somewhat similar balance to Louise, since she could use both physical strength and magic power, so like Louise she was focusing more on improving both. Tiffania, on the other hand, had no physical strength, since even with Kaneko's advice her physical strength did not increase as much, but as far as her magic power was concerned, it was more than great, so she was no longer concentrating on improving her physical strength so much, but on using her magic power better. Kaneko. Certainly everyone has their weaknesses and their strengths, but still in this time their power could be enough if they trained more, but time is the least there is, only until Ayanami arrives. He thought as he watched them before his sight moved to Kuroka, who was sitting not far from them with her eyes closed, focused on something that worried the little loli a little, since her sister's answer to her question left her surprised. Flashback. Kaneko looked at her older sister more than surprised, since she had asked her who was going to be the first to be marked by Issei, since she knew that they both wanted that, but her sister's answer left her speechless. Kaneko, huh? What do you mean you can't be marked by Issei-sama? Why? Kuroka, Chiron, it's complicated in more than one way, so until I'm sure about something I'm not going to have hex with Issei-sama. We may both have perverted moments, but nothing more than that will happen, he said, leaving Kaneko speechless as Kuroka walked away a little, before sitting on the floor where she began to meditate, leaving Kaneko more than confused. End of flashback. Kaneko just sighed as she remembered that before returning her gaze to the boys, while Kuroka opened her eyes where there was a sad look. Kuroka. Chiron, you're probably suspecting that I'm hiding something from you. I know I should tell you what I discovered, who our parents are, the story behind them, and the origin of our life, but I know that if you find out you'll want to share the burden with me and try to help me, which I can't allow. I can't let you sacrifice the happiness you already have thanks to Issei-sama. After all, if they come to this world, no one will be able to confront them, including Issei-sama. His power is not enough to confront them, even having all of Ayanami's power, so I decided that the only one who must go out and sacrifice herself is me. I never did things right. I failed you in several things which I regret. Even you suffered because of me, so if I can sacrifice myself so that you are happy, I will do it, even if that means never seeing you or Issei again. She thought seriously as she watched how the boys were still continuing with their arduous training, trying to keep Kaneko from seeing her sad eyes, since she did want to have hex with Issei, even having her children, but with what she had just discovered she couldn't afford that luxury. Not until she was sure that those from the God's realm would never find that place. To which she didn't have much hope, since everything she had discovered fit in more than one way with her life and Kaneko's, so if one day they found her, she had to make sure that Issei along with the others weren't in danger because of her, even if that meant leaving that world forever. With Issei. The brown-haired boy calmly looked at the roof of the cabin, while Louise slept peacefully next to him. She hugged him while she slept, which made him smile. Issei. With this, all that's left is my date with Serafal, and I'll have to return to Tristan in at least a month, although I wonder if it would be okay for one of the girls to accompany me. She thought calmly before feeling Louise wake up, who looked a little bewildered at the place before remembering what had happened, which made her blush, which brought a smile to Issei, who without saying anything took her by the chin, and then gave her a soft kiss on her lips. Issei, for a moment I thought that with what happened last night you wouldn't wake up until noon, he said with a smile, causing Louise's blush to increase, as she hid her face against Issei's chest as she said in a low voice. Louise, Baka, don't say that or else. Issei, or else? Louise, I am going to get angry, she said more shyly than angry, which only made him look cute to the brunette, so he just smiled before kissing Louise's forehead. Issei, sorry, even though Ross is angry, she still looks very cute, he said, embarrassed to the girl, before both young men began to get dressed since they still had their appointment with Serafal. So without wasting any more time they transported themselves to the city of Ko, in the occult club room. Since the boys' stay in Kyoto had ended, they had to return to where most of the boys were. Rias, wow, I thought it would take a little longer for them to return, he said, seeing them in the middle of the room, since in the room there were not only all the girls and boys, but there were also the three Maos, Serzex with the Juka and Serafal, who smiled happily since now it was her turn to have her date with Issei, who smiled but at the same time was bewildered to see the other two Maos there. Issei, did something happen? Ajuka, I already have the evil pieces you asked me for before. Serzex, apparently the council did not object when they learned that Serafal was going to castrate anyone who opposed it, she said as Issei was surprised, so he saw the Mao, who smiled while making the peace sign with his fingers. Ajuka, anyway, here they are. Issei, thank you, he said as he received the black case, before remembering that he had left Derflinger in Kyoto. But before he could say anything he saw him leaning on one of the corners in his sword form, while next to him was Ayanami, in her Ascalon form, which surprised him a little since they had combined before, but apparently they had already separated, so he smiled. Serafal, alright, now it's my turn to have my date with Issei, so let's go, there's no time to waste, he said as he took the brunette by the arm, then pulled him towards the door, which brought a smile to those present, especially to the girls who were watching the scene. since they still wanted to see Issei's reaction the moment he found out why Serafall had fallen in love with him. Which the brunette wanted to know, so seeing the Mao's impatience he smiled before saying, Issei, well, since you're so happy about the date, I guess. Drake, charge! Drake shouted out of nowhere, as he suddenly entered through the door. Of course, everyone was surprised to see how the dragon had hit Issei in the stomach using his head, causing him to fall. Drake, ha 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 ha, Drake 1 Issei 0. Issei, correction is a tie. He said with a smile as he grabbed the unsuspecting Drake by the tail, lifting him up and then dropping him and kicking him in the air towards the window, which instantly broke, leaving everyone speechless. Azazel, I guess we should call this normal even though it isn't really normal. Asia, in fact, nothing near Issei is normal. He said with a somewhat nervous smile, while everyone looked at each other before nodding. Since Issei clearly had nothing normal, since he had found a weapon that everyone feared, which helped Issei increase his power in a more than insane way, not to mention the Gandalf runes on his hand which allowed him to know the abilities of any weapon. Of course Issei did not dare to refute it, since that was true. Nothing about him was normal, so he sighed, before he turned his gaze to Azazel. Since if he was there with them in the club it was for two reasons. The first was that he had already discovered that he was spending all his money, the second was that he had something to do with Ryutaimaru. Issei-sensei, what do you bring here? Azazel, many things actually, but I'll explain along the way. Issei, are we going somewhere? Serafall, yes, on to our date. She said, annoyed when she saw that Azazel wanted to take Issei, who when he saw that the Mao was getting upset sighed. So he looked at Azazel, before saying while rubbing his cheek. Issei, Azazel, I think it will be for another time since I'm going to my date with Serafall. He said as he took the aforementioned by the hand, who smiled, seeing that they were going on their date. While both of them just headed to the exit, passing right next to Azazel, who sighed before saying, Azazel, Issei, this is important since he has to do with Ryutaimaru. As soon as Issei said that, he stopped, while Rias was surprised since she knew part of the mystery that was in Ryutaimaru. So when she heard that, she was surprised, while the others looked at the situation confused. More so Serafall, since she felt Issei tense up upon hearing that he had to do with her newly hired familiar. Issei, with Ryutaimaru? Azazel, if we discover something quite interesting, or rather we find something more or less interesting. Issei, what did you find? Drake, we found the lunar slaughter nest, so we should go check it out right now. He said, entering through the door while there were some bush leaves on his back and face, while Ajuka along with Serzex and Serafall were surprised upon hearing that. As were the others, since at some point they heard that name, except one who asked with great doubt. Issei, Moon Slaughter Demon? What is that place? Azazel, according to legend, it is a place of death where a very powerful being resides. His whereabouts were sought for a long time, but he was never found, so he became a myth until a few hours ago, when Drake and I discovered the location of that place. Issei, I see. Wait, Drake weren't with Tiamat? Drake, long story, let's focus on the topic. He said as Issei sighed, as it seemed that Drake had done another stupid thing, which annoyed the dragon so much that she ended up running away from her. Serafall, wait a minute, I know it's surprising that they found that place, but that doesn't mean that it's more important than my date with Issei. Serzex, I know it will bother you, but if they found that place it will be better to go see it, since if that place exists as Azazel says, that being also exists, so we cannot take this lightly. He said seriously while the others became more confused, since they didn't quite understand what was happening. So Rias made a sign to them, indicating that she will tell them later what was happening. Serafall, but... Ajuka, Serafall, I know you want to have that date with Issei, but if that place exists, it's best to see it, and confirm whether or not it's dangerous. Serafall, okay, we'll go check out that place. Serzex, wait, are we going? Serafall, of course, since you two are in favor of going there, then you two will go as well, of course, since I'm going too. Is there a problem with that? Azazel, no, in fact the more the better, although we will need both Ryutaimaru and Ayanami to even get close. Issei, I see, although I don't want to go, but I have to, so the date will be later," he said as he sighed before going and taking both Ayanami and Derflinger, who seemed to be asleep, so Issei hung Derflinger on his sword while he put Ayanami away in a different space. Just as Drake returned inside him, Issei looked at everyone before saying, "Issei, we'll explain to you later what's going on." Rias, "Well, it wasn't always going to remain a secret, so I'll tell you what I know, so be careful," she said as she and the other girls said goodbye to Issei, who smiled before leaving with the three mouths and cadre to the courtyard, where with a thought, Ryutaimaru appeared floating calmly in the sky with his great size. Of course, only supernatural beings could see them, so with another thought they transported themselves inside Ryutaimaru and then left. "Michael, let me get this straight, they found the lunar slaughter nest, so now the 7 of us are going to go find it, right?" Azazel, "Yes, since according to the diary of the previous owner of Ryutaimaru, he entered using his ability, so we will do the same." Ajuka, "It's amazing that Ryutaimaru has so many secrets. Why didn't they say anything?" Azazel, "Issei and I thought that the fewer people knew the better. But now that they know, we have to be more discreet since we don't know what other things Ryutaimaru is hiding and how dangerous they are." Serzex, "True, although it would have been good if Sarah Fall had heard it too, but as soon as she found out that there were some other rooms in Ryutaimaru, she took Issei there," he said as he rested on the sofa in Ryutaimaru's inner room, as did the others as they looked at the stairs where Issei had been dragged not long ago. "Michael, with that clear, where did you tell Issei to take us?" Azazel, "I told him that the lunar slaughter nest was inside the Bermuda Triangle, that is." Ajuka, "The cursed cemetery, if it is there, it would make sense that no one will return," he said seriously as they continued their conversation of how to act if they met the moon's slaughter demon. While Issei was in the main room lying down as Sarah Fall was on top of him, where both were kissing with great passion. Issei, "Wait, Sarah Fall, it's not that I'm bothered, but shouldn't we be in the living room discussing what we're going to do?" Sarah Fall, "Possibly, but now that our date is delayed, I want you to pamper me until we get to the place." Issei, "I guess I have no choice," he said before kissing the mouth again, while the boys were still in the room discussing what they were going to do. Azazel, "If there's one thing I forgot to mention, it's that it seems that the safest place to talk about this is here, since it seems that nothing comes in or out unless Issei wants it." Ajuka, "That means we can't communicate with the outside, right?" Azazel, "Correct, we cannot communicate with anyone and they cannot communicate with us either," she said as she leaned back on the couch like the others. After a few minutes, Issei came down with a smiling Sarah Fall. Since Issei had done what she had asked and had pampered her quite a bit, of course that was not unknown to the leaders, since now that Issei was there it only meant one thing. Azazel, "Are we there?" Issei, "Yes, and apparently there is a large barrier around the triangle, so when we enter we will lose all connection until we leave." Serzex, "Well, it's not like anything will happen in our absence." Azazel, "Besides, we're just going to take a look, so it won't take long," he said as Issei agreed to what the leader said before ordering Ryutaimaru to enter the triangle, thus losing connection with the outside world. While in Ko, Rias walked next to Aquino, who only had a thoughtful face, since not long ago Rias had told them everything she knew about Ryutaimaru, which surprised everyone since Ryutaimaru himself had many secrets, so they finally understood why Azazel wanted to go to the lunar slaughter nest. Aquino, "I certainly didn't expect Ryutaimaru to have those kinds of secrets." Rias, "Either do I, but we have to keep everything secret since we don't know what could happen if it falls into the wrong hands," they said as they walked towards the school building, as they still had to go to the student council, since Sona apparently wanted to talk to them about something urgent. Aquino, "Yufufu, now that I think about it, I think we shouldn't have used Ryutaimaru like that." Rias, "We certainly shouldn't have, but it was Issei's fault since he," she said with a smile before she stopped as she did Aquino, while both of their smiles froze as they looked around. Rias, Aquino. Aquino, "Yes, it seems that someone entered Ko's city without permission." Rias, "It seems so." Sona, "I'm Rias. Right now, someone has just infiltrated Ko, so..." Aquino, laugh. The fallen angel screamed out of nowhere, alerting Rias, who saw how slowly a large magic attack was approaching her. She received it completely, which sent her at great speed towards the school building, scaring all the students who were nearby since it had taken them by surprise. Akino, Rias. She screamed before seeing where the attack had originated from, seeing that just a few meters away from her were two boys who were watching her with great seriousness. Apparently it wasn't a bad idea to come here, Kane. Kane, you said it, Alexander. We saved ourselves a lot of work, but anyway, girl, tell us. He said seriously while out of nowhere around him, more than one black sword appeared, just like some types of cannons. Those pointed at Akino, while at her side Alexander pointed at her with one of his hands where a strange symbol appeared out of nowhere. While Kane asked seriously, Kane, where is the security? Chapter 36. Activate Ko's defenses. The general's attack begins. Akino looked at the two boys in front of her in surprise and with a seriousness that was not normal for her, since she had understood why the two of them had come to that place. But what she couldn't understand was the reason why they had attacked in broad daylight. It was as if they didn't care that humans knew of the existence of the supernatural. Kane, I'll ask you one more time, where is the security? Alexander, according to the information that man gave us, this is where he lives and where he spent most of his life. They said seriously, letting the brunette tense up, because Ko's students looked where they were in surprise, as well as the place where Rias had hit, where several students came closer to see. Akino, why are they attacking? Humans aren't supposed to know about the existence of the supernatural. Kane, it seems you won't answer the question. Besides, the existence of the supernatural? We don't care about that. We only have one goal: to snatch the sword from the hands of the security. Alexander, and from what we know, the security has more than one wife in this place, so let's ask until we have an answer. He said before moving to dodge the slash of a blue sword, just like Kane, who had avoided the slash of another sword, so they quickly backed away seeing their attackers. Zenobia, what happened? Kiba, who are they? Akino, there's no time. We have to give Sona the signal to evacuate the entire school. They're not interested in being cautious, and they're after Issei, or rather, Ayanami. After saying that, Zenobia and Kiba's faces changed quickly. The two of them had understood what was happening, and what would happen if they didn't control it. Alexander Issei? Is that the name of the security? Kane, and most importantly, you are familiar with the. In that case, you will tell us what we want. At his words, everyone's expressions became more serious. Several students approached to see what was happening, making it more difficult for the boys to figure out how to act in this situation. Alexander, although there are too many spectators, well, it doesn't matter if some slaves die. Akino, slaves? At the question, he only saw how Kane moved his cannons towards the school, where he did not hesitate for a moment, and fired a large amount of rays. Kiba, school! He screamed as they watched the lightning bolt easily cause an explosion, in which the three of them were surprised to see it. But instantly the explosion disappeared, revealing a magic circle that had protected the entire school as well as the students. Kane, oh, it seems there is someone with abilities here. I spoke while seriously looking at the blonde who was holding the magic circle, and upon seeing her the boys smiled. Zenobia, Griselda-sensei. I screamed when I saw the nun wearing normal clothes, as did the students who were shocked seeing everything without knowing what to do or say. Griselda, you're not from around here, right? Alexander, it doesn't matter where we come from now, the important thing is that they give us what we want to know. Griselda, I don't think so. With those words, a magic circle formed beneath them, something that took them by surprise. Before they could do anything, they disappeared. Griselda, that will give us some time. He spoke as he looked worriedly towards where Rias had fallen, before a voice was heard throughout Ko, surprising all the inhabitants upon hearing it. Alexander, good move, woman. The barrier around the city will only give them a couple of minutes. Once it falls, we'll start attacking the entire city. If they don't tell us what we want to know, how many lives will have to be sacrificed for a simple sword? It was the question he asked before he disappeared, leaving all of Ko speechless, especially the boys who still didn't know what to do about this. Akino, Griselda-sama, we have to give a warning to the. Griselda, we can't. When I transported them away from the city, one of them created a barrier around us. No message will get out of here. Zenobia, so what do we do? Her question made the Archangel think very seriously as she watched Rias being treated by Asia, which surprised many of the students who saw that, so she sighed for a moment thinking what she should do before hearing the sound similar to that of a cannon coming from the sky. Something that caught everyone's attention who were speechless when they saw what had materialized. A huge circle appeared, pushing away the nearby clouds. Everyone could perfectly see how hundreds of beings that seemed not to be alive fell from that place onto the barrier, where they quickly moved their limbs before hitting the barrier while they were still falling. Griselda, this is wrong, we can't let them in. With those words she changed her entire appearance into the clothes of an angel. The wings and the halo appeared on her body, surprising those present even more. More so when the woman flew quickly to the sky, where she looked with concern at the city, where she once again sighed before speaking. Griselda, Co's City, listen carefully. My name is Griselda Corda. I am a reincarnated angel from heaven. I know you will find it hard to believe what you hear, but it is true. Everything related to the supernatural in this world exists, which includes the threat that was heard earlier. For that reason, you are asked to come to Co's school to make the complete evacuation of the city. It is the only way to keep you safe from the upcoming fight. If you still have doubts about whether this is real, look towards heaven and the school where you can see for yourself the veracity of my words. Sona Citri, I give you the authorization to activate all of Co's defenses. At her words, a great silence formed throughout Co. The students who were still somewhat close to the aforementioned observed her with some surprise and doubt, to which she did not show any reaction. Not until the moment she began to walk seriously in the direction of the student council room, where at every moment members of her nobility joined, until reaching the room where she quickly activated a large magic circle on the floor, where right in the center a pedestal made of stone appeared with the Citri symbol on it, where at the top was a small slot, which she observed a little while taking out an object from a magic circle similar to a key, which she held before sighing and saying seriously, Sona, I am Sona Citri, heir to the Citri clan. I activate Co's defenses. With those words he inserted the key into the pedestal before turning it, causing the Citri symbol to shine, where the unlocking sound appeared for an instant before different types of mechanisms were heard activating. At the same time in the schoolyard, it began to move before slowly separating, revealing underneath a large device that was rapidly turning on. And by the time the yard was fully open, the machine fired a beam into the sky that when it reached a certain height it quickly dispersed, forming a large barrier. While on the outskirts of Co, at the limits close to the barrier, more than one place began to open. Several cannons began to emerge from the ground, which happened in the city, alerting all the inhabitants who looked at the cannons in fear, especially when on the ground several figures similar to a large statue came out one after another, which outnumbered the cannons that appeared. Sona, Griselda-sama, I'm sorry, but I can only activate half of all the defenses. To activate the rest, Rias needs to activate the pedestal that is inside the occult club. Griselda, I understand. I need your nobility and that of Rias to come here. Saying that, the magic circle next to his ear disappeared, as he saw many co-inhabitants approaching the school. Something that increased his concern when he saw it, so the moment the others arrived he gave his orders. Griselda, listen carefully. Co's school isn't big enough to hold all the inhabitants, so we'll make a perimeter around them. None of those things are to come near them. Sona, disperse your nobility throughout Co. Face the enemies that approach without fear of repercussions. These guys aren't ordinary. Sona, understood. Griselda, Aquino, you protect the front along with Zenobia, Irina and Gasper Rossways. I want you to focus on creating a transportation circle for the evacuation. Kiba, I need you to return to Rias and take her to the club. Once she wakes up, the defenses must be activated. Saji, I need you to. Crack. It was the sound that was heard all over the place, indicating the destruction of the first barrier, where they noticed an army hitting the next one. Something that left them speechless, since they surely exceeded 10,000, a number that could not be taken lightly. Griselda, looks like we're running out of time. I'd like to get the cannons ready to fire as soon as the barrier falls. Saji, I need you to enter Vitra mode to deal massive damage. As for those two, I'll try to. Aquino, you can't face them alone. Just by talking to them we realize that they are really. Griselda, I know it seems that their power puts them among the most powerful existences in our world, but at the same time they seem to be restricted by some seal, which gives me a chance to face both of them at the same time." His words surprised all the boys, who looked at each other without knowing what to say to that, while in front of the barrier, Alexander looked seriously at the defenses of the entire city. "Alexander, I must praise your weapons. The power in them is capable of destroying several of Arcane soldiers." Cain: "Certainly, but the Black Star Army will not fall easily to something like this. It was a good idea to bring those reserve soldiers." Alexander: "If it weren't for the seal, the soldiers would be larger than this. We haven't gotten rid of the seal yet, but it's only a matter of time before the seal disappears, so until that happens, we must avoid getting into a fight against anyone strong." Cain: "And the only one among them all who poses a danger to us is that woman. Her power is not bad, but in our current state we cannot afford to face her." Alexander: "In that case, let's let the dragons take care of her." With those words, a large black rock fell from the sky, which barely hit the barrier, causing it to tremble for an instant, where everyone watched as another one fell on the barrier, which had been followed by another, leaving a total of 3. Cain: "All right, let the show begin." With those words, a huge cannon appeared behind him, which charged energy faster than before, which was unleashed against the barrier that only held for a couple of seconds before completely falling, causing the meeting of glances between them, an encounter that lasted a moment before breaking at the words of both sides. Griselda/Cain, defend/attack. They shouted at the same time that all the cannons began to fire incessantly at the soldiers, who fell after a few shots. "Sona, there are too many of them. The cannons won't be able to hold them off for long." Those were her words as she created a magic circle above her, from which several water dragons emerged to protect the citizens who were still far from the school. Destroying some soldiers before other stronger ones advanced without stopping, several explosions suddenly appeared throughout the city, encouraging chaos. "Aquino, Gasper, go ahead," the black-haired girl shouted as the boy launched himself into the middle of the soldiers, where he entered his darkness mode, stopping several of them with his scred gear, which fell with his attacks, while Aquino launched a large amount of rays, trying to cover Zenobia and Irina, who were covering some citizens. "Zenobia, don't even think about it." It was his scream as he cut down one of them who was about to kill the man on the ground, who didn't think before running away. "Irina, there are too many." "Zenobia, I know I didn't want to do it, but there's no other choice," he shouted as he charged an insane amount of energy into X Durandal, which was going to start charging enough energy to sweep the place. "Irina, wait, Zenobia, don't use the Durandal cannon yet, save it for when we both face each other." Those were his words as he cut one of them with Hauteclair, causing the blue-haired girl to stop charging energy, which allowed her to destroy several of the soldiers, but before she could give another attack, one of the soldiers was hit by a large spear. "Aquino, that's it," she spoke in surprise as she watched the armors light up one after another, which as soon as they woke up they went to fight against the soldiers. "Griselda, apparently I woke up," he said with a smile at high speed, heading towards the 2 generals who were watching the Archangel approaching rapidly. "Alexander, do you want to take care of it or should I?" "Cain, leave it to me. Of the 2 of us, I'm the most suitable to face her. You concentrate your power on awakening the dragons." With those words he charged towards where Griselda was coming from, who upon seeing that created a sword of light in her hand. Something that was imitated by Cain, who changed the shape of one of his cannons to that of a sword, which collided with Griselda's sword, unleashing a great shockwave. "Cain, it really is a shame to let a woman like you die." "Griselda, I won't let them get away with this even if I have to give my life for it." With those words, both began their confrontation, which caused the place to shake slightly as Alexander awakened one of the dragons. "Alexander, destroy that school." With that command, the dragon roared before taking flight towards Ko's school, where Griselda was more than surprised to see him. But before he could do anything, the dragon suddenly opened his mouth and fired a large flame in the direction of the school, where it was covered by a new barrier. "Sona, do they even have dragons?" she said in surprise as she adjusted the machine to cover the school and its surroundings, something that caused a roar from the dragon that charged towards them. But before he could get there, a dragon appeared in front of him, which roared as it released its flames. "Alexander, a purple dragon?" If I'm not mistaken, that must be Vitra. It seems that old man was right. I spoke while watching Saji's Vitra form fighting against the dark-colored dragon, something that left everyone watching surprised. Alexander, the weakest of the 5 dragon kings, I wonder if he is capable of facing all 3 dragons at the same time. With those words, the 2 dragons stood up from their place and charged to where Saji was, something that left all the members of the DXD group surprised. Momo, we have to help him, she cried out worriedly as the 3 dragons attacked Saji, who used his tentacles to defend himself as well as his flames. But he was still outnumbered, so it didn't take long for the boy's disadvantage to show. Sona, Saji! I screamed as I saw how the 3 of them managed to get over the dragon, throwing it to the ground, where each dragon mercilessly attacked Saji, who let out a roar causing surprise in everyone, especially in a blonde who was leaving the club. So without hesitation she summoned a large magic circle. Grizzla, Saji! Kane, focus or you'll die here! She screamed as she fired her cannons, something the angel dodged at the moment. Noticing that things were not going well, most of the cannons had been destroyed, and the armors were easily outnumbered. Griselda! This is going badly. If Rossways hasn't finished the transport yet, it means that the magic around Ko is very powerful at this rate. Ko is going to fail. These were their words as they clashed their swords again while the boys continued to fight against the soldiers, who were slowly approaching the school. Next chapter. The Last Hope. The Alliance of Mythologies appears.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.